Chapter 33:19. Needless to say, Hong Fei was very efficient. A few days after Duan Lingtian and Huan returned from the Thousand Chains prison, Hong Fei returned with 3 rare celestial fruits that could assist celestial lords in their cultivation. Little junior brother, work hard in your cultivation. When first senior sister returns, we'll rely on you to make a name for ourselves in front of first senior sister. Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian with a smile before he left after delivering the celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. His small eyes were almost covered by the fat on his face. Thank you, 6th senior brother. Duan Lingtian was truly grateful for Hong Fei's efficiency. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew if he used that method to rescue Huan Er's parents, he would have to oppose his 6th senior brother, his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his master. The only people he cared about in the Heavenly Pool Palace were Su Lang and his disciples. If he had a choice, he did not want to go against the Heavenly Pool Palace, his teacher, and his senior brothers and sisters. However, he had no choice. There were some things he had no choice in. Huan brother Lingtian won't let you down. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after Hong Fei left. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison in 11 months. This was also Duan Lingtian's plan. After sending Hong Fei off, Duan Lingtian consumed a celestial fruit and focused on his cultivation. Half a year later, Huan come with me to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan before he led her out of Su Lang's cultivation place. They left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and headed south before they came to a stop above a vast bamboo forest. Brother Lingtian, why did you bring me here? Huan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. She did not know why Duan Lingtian had brought her here. He did not even tell her beforehand. Huan didn't you tell Brother Lingtian that you wanted to visit the place where he grew up? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Huan nodded. Brother Lingtian wants to bring you back to the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian said. Sure. Huan agreed. Duan Lingtian thought Lingtian wanted to bring her out to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, Celestial Origin Energy. Duan Lingtian said, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's Celestial Origin Energy. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian's Celestial Origin Energy landed on the bamboo forest, it seemed to come to life. A gentle energy surged out of the bamboo forest before it transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Duan Lingtian and Huan When the beam of light disappeared, Duan Lingtian and Huan were nowhere to be seen. Following the disappearance of the two figures, the bamboo forest where they had been standing was also reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed in the first place. It was clear the bamboo forest was a transportation formation. Duan Lingtian had asked Hong Fei to help him set up this transportation formation. It was a transportation formation that could transport one from a Devata realm to a mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Saint Province realm where his soul had transmigrated to. Swoosh, swoosh. When Duan Lingtian and Huan vision dimmed, they found themselves in the sky above a vast sea. At the same time, they could feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was extremely thin. It was unbearable. However, after getting used to it, the feeling gradually faded away. So this is the mundane karma? At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy seemed to be mixed with some unknown energy. It was like thousands and thousands of strands that wanted to enter his body, but he easily blocked it. This was Duan Lingtian's first time returning to the mundane realm since he had ascended to a Devata realm. Huan don't let that strange energy enter your body. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan that energy must be the mundane karma. It said that celestials with a low cultivation base can't stop the mundane karma from entering their body. Once the mundane karma enters their body, it will affect their cultivation base. Some celestials will stagnate or even have their cultivation base regress. All right. Huan nodded. To her, these worldly karmic hindrances were nothing. She could easily expel them from her body. Huan let me take you to the place where I grew up. Duan Lingtian held Huan hand and brought her to his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town, in a corner of the mundane realm. It did not take long for them to arrive at the town where he grew up. When they arrived at the town, Duan Ling Tian discovered many parts of the town had been renovated. However, he was not surprised. After all, it had been more than 200 years since he had ascended to a Devata realm. After 200 years, it was normal for Fresh Breeze Town to become like this. This is where I grew up. Duan Ling Tian introduced the town to Huan. There used to be a granny who sold candied haws. There was an old man who often tricked young children into buying his candies. Now that more than 200 years have passed, they've turned into a pile of dirt. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Now, not only the street vendors in his memory, even his friends in the past had turned into a pile of yellow soil. The Li family. Duan Ling Tian led Huan to the entrance of the Li family's mansion. Compared to before, the Li family's mansion was much bigger and occupied a lot more land. Duan Ling Tian and Huan had used a concealment formation to conceal themselves when they walked on the streets and appeared at the entrance of the Li family's mansion. Therefore, the people in the town could not see them at all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan entered the Li family's mansion. As soon as they entered the Li family's mansion, Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw the statue in front of him. Huan exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Ling Tian, this statue looks a lot like you've. This is what I looked like in the past." Duan Ling Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the statue in front of him. This was because it was a lifelike statue of him in the past. Beside the statue was a stone tablet. On the tablet was his name and his achievements after leaving Qingshan town. Of course, these achievements were only known to the members of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. However, there were no records of his achievements since they were not known to the people of the Li family or the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you see it? This statue is of a famous person from the Li family. He's a disciple with a different surname. It's said that when he was young, he had the strength to rule over the 10 great dynasties. While Duan Ling Tian and Huan were looking at the statue, a young man brought a 5 or 6-year-old girl to Duan Ling Tian's statue. He pointed at Duan Ling Tian's statue and said to the little girl, his mother Li Ro used to be the 9th elder of the Li family. Rule over the 10 great dynasties? The little girl's face was filled with astonishment. Fourth brother, that dynasty seems to be a region above the empire, right? An empire is above an imperial kingdom, and an imperial kingdom is above a kingdom. Fresh Breeze Town is only a small town in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The little girl said. It's precisely because of this that our Li family is proud to have produced such a person. The reason why the main Li family of Aurora City cares so much for our Fresh Breeze Town branch can be traced back to over 200 years ago, when this senior was young. Our Li family of Fresh Breeze Town was blessed by him, so we specially made this statue for him for future generations to admire. In the history of our Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, not to mention a disciple with a different surname, even a disciple with the surname Li has never received such treatment. The young man continued to explain. Fourth brother, tell me about this senior's deeds. The little girl's eyes shone brightly. All right. At the same time, the young man began to describe the various things that Duan Ling Tian had done in Fresh Breeze Town, the deeds of the Li clan's main clan in Aurora City, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. There were some things that Duan Ling Tian had almost forgotten. As soon as the young man spoke, he could not help but recall 200 years ago when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Brother Ling Tian, these 2 children really admire you. Huan smiled. I didn't expect more than 200 years to pass in just a blink of an eye. The people I knew have long turned into dust. There are no exceptions. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Then, he turned around and left the Li family's mansion with Huan. They continued to walk on the main street of Fresh Breeze Town. However, when he reached a certain part of the street, he suddenly stopped. His gaze also fell on a corner of the street in an instant, and he was completely stunned on the spot. Brother Ling Tian, are you thinking about the past? When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses and sighed, Huan could not help but ask, "What's the matter with you?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at the corner of the street with a nostalgic expression on his face. Back then my wife Ker and I met here. At that time, as Duan Ling Tian spoke, His memories seemed to return to the past. He remembered the young woman who sold her body to bury her mother and later became his wife. Now the young woman had grown up, and her identity had changed twice. She was currently in the Divine Offering Land, one of the realms of gods. She was waiting for him to rescue her after 700 years. Moreover, his family and friends had been brought to the Divine Offering Land by Yun Qing Yen, whom he wished he could kill. Chapter 33:20. The scene of him meeting Kerr was still fresh in his mind as though it had happened yesterday. That delicate and pitiful young girl of the past had now grown up and had even given birth to a cute daughter for him. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. As for him, he and his wife Xueqi had been separated for nearly 200 years. Apart from his wife, Kerr, and his daughter, Duan Xiling, had not been seen for almost 200 years. Kerr, Xiling, I'll look for you when the passage between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms is opened. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Brother Ling Tian. Huan could sense Duan Ling Tian's unusual mood. She hugged Duan Ling Tian's shoulder tightly and comforted him. I'm sure Sister Kerr and the others will be fine. Huan knew Duan Ling Tian very well, so it was not difficult for her to guess what was on his mind. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he forced a smile on his face and said, Huan let's walk around Fresh Breeze Town for a while before we head to Aurora City. Aurora City is the first place I visited after leaving Fresh Breeze Town. Aurora City was the main city of the Li family. The Li family in Fresh Breeze Town was only a branch of the main Li family. All right, Huan replied obediently. However, a hint of worry could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Earlier, when she saw Ling Tian thinking about his wife and family, she could not help but think about her parents who were imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Thousand Chains prison. However, the worry in her eyes disappeared in just a blink of an eye. She did not want Duan Ling Tian to see it. However, even then, Duan Ling Tian still saw it. Naturally, he knew Huan was trying to hide it, so he did not point it out. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind on how to save Huan's parents. Bringing Huan back to the Saint Province realm was one of the steps he had planned to take. Swoosh, swoosh. After walking around Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ling Tian brought Huan to Aurora City. Compared to 200 years ago, Aurora City had changed a lot. It had changed even more than Fresh Breeze Town. Not only had it doubled in size, many places had already been rebuilt. Moreover, at the center of Aurora City's city center, in the middle of the vast plaza, Duan Ling Tian once again saw his own statue. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like you're respected in your hometown. Huan I also did not expect that they would use such a method to present me before the eyes of future generations. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian didn't have many friends in Fresh Breeze Town, then he had many friends in Aurora City. However, those friends, besides a few people, had probably already turned into a pile of dirt. Huan I met my wife, Li Fei, in Aurora City. Duan Ling Tian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he mentioned Li Fei. Li Fei was also in the Divine Offering Land, waiting for him to save her. Apart from Li Fei, there was also Li Fei's son, Duan Yen Tian. Back then, as Duan Ling Tian stood in front of the main entrance of the Li family's mansion, he recalled the time when he first met Li Fei. Huan let's go to the next stop. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian brought Huan out of the Li family's mansion. However, instead of going to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, they first went to Iron Blood City. Iron Blood City was where the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was located. Duan Ling Tian originally thought that after 200 years, only the Iron Blood Army would still be around, and the genius camp might not necessarily still be around. But what he never imagined was that not only was the Iron Blood Army still around, even the genius camp was still around. Moreover, it seemed like the genius camp was valued even more. Little did Duan Ling Tian know the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was valued because of him. Due to that, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family had greatly supported the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Over the past 200 years, the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had produced many outstanding talents. Naturally, none of them could compare to Duan Ling Tian. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is where I first met Su Li. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, It's Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. You've met him before. Brother Lingtian, although you said you knew him, I didn't expect you to know him at such a young age. It's no wonder the relationship between the two of you is different from ordinary friends. Exclaimed in surprise. This is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. That's where Paladin Academy is located. Su Li and I used to be students there. As for me, it is here that I truly consider Su Li as my friend. Duan Lingtian told about how Su Li had willingly left Paladin Academy to avoid helping the Su clan to harm him. Through this, understood why Duan Lingtian treated Su Li as his best friend. That's the Duan clan's estate. My father, Duan Rufeng, is a member of the Duan clan. After leaving the Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian brought to the Duan clan's estate. Whether it was the Li family or the Duan family, after 200 years, not only were they still around, but they were even stronger than before. As for the other clans of the past, they were no longer in existence. Of course, even if the old clans disappeared, new clans would rise. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian and left the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Their first stop was the 7-star sword sect that he had joined after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories of the 7-star sword sect. For a month, Duan Lingtian and traveled around his hometown in the Saint Province realm. They traveled to places he had been to in the past, allowing him to reminisce about many things that had happened in the past. A month later, Duan Lingtian looked at solemnly and said, Do you know why I brought you to my hometown and introduced it to you? Shook her head. Although Brother Lingtian has intentionally suppressed his feelings, I have to admit that there are some emotions that can't be suppressed. In fact, the more I suppress my feelings, the more it'll backfire. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he continued to say, All this while, due to my wives, Fei and Tian Wu, being taken to the divine offering land, I'm not in the mood to fall in love with anyone. However, even if they're by my side, I still have no intention of womanizing. To me, being able to have them is already the greatest blessing the heavens have given me. I can't let anyone else share their me. That was until you appeared. I have to admit that any man would be moved by your peerless beauty. However, I've endured too much. Even if I'm moved by you, I can't help but keep it to myself. So much so that I once thought that I only saw you as a younger sister. Not long ago, when we returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace from the Tidal Temple, I heard that Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, had feelings for you. Only then did I realize that you are equally important to me. Silly girl. Why are you crying? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally mustered up his courage to look at He saw tears streaming down Er's cheeks. His heart ached for her, and he quickly reached out to wipe her tears. All right. Be a good girl. Don't cry, okay? Duan Lingtian comforted for a while before she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. It was as though she would never let go of him for the rest of her life. Brother Lingtian, did you know? I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Forced a smile. Is crying because is happy. Truly, is very happy. Truly, is very happy. Was so emotional that she did not know what to say. In this manner, Duan Lingtian hugged for a day and a night. Hugged him tightly the entire time. A day later, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. I also want to tell you that I've always treated your parents as my parents. I'll definitely save them. All right. Did not react to this at all. Brother Lingtian, I hope you can stay in the Saint Province realm and wait for Brother Lingtian to pick you up. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, finally realized something was amiss. Her expression changed drastically as she cried out, No! Brother Lingtian, I want to go with you to save my parents. I won't let you risk your life alone. Finally understood why Brother Lingtian wanted to bring her back to his hometown. As it turned out, he wanted to save her parents on his own. Huan I've made up my mind, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. So, just listen to Brother Ling Tian like before. However, how could Huan be so easily persuaded? Huan don't worry. Since Brother Ling Tian dares to go alone, he must be confident. I promise you, Brother Ling Tian, I'll only make my move when I'm fully prepared. Huan I told you about the fog rain progeny from the 7 Absolute sect a few days ago. Senior Feng Qingyang, who left me his legacy, is now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I plan to seek his help in the solitary destructive heaven. With his help, wouldn't it be easy to save your parents? Although Duan Ling Tian planned to visit the solitary destructive heaven to see if Senior Feng Qingyang, who is now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was willing to help, he was not confident. However, in order to comfort Huan he had to act confident. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Huan was stunned for a moment before she said, if that's the case, Brother Ling Tian, why do you want me to stay in the mundane realm? I can go with you to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian grew impatient and said in a low voice, Huan if you don't listen to me today, I won't ever see you again after I rescue your parents. Huan expression changed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. This was the final trump card Duan Ling Tian had prepared. Since it was too hurtful, he had kept it as a last resort. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he had no choice but to use it against Huan who was stubborn. Chapter 33-21. I hope everything goes well. After leaving Huan in the Saint Province realm, Duan Ling Tian returned to the boundless heaven. However, he did not return to the heavenly pool palace immediately. Instead, he found a transportation formation in the Devata realm and teleported to the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, he teleported to the solitary destructive territory in the solitary destructive heaven. This was the central territory of the solitary destructive heaven where the heavenly palace was located. Duan Ling Tian had come to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Senior Feng Qingyang left behind his legacy in the mundane realm and I obtained it, he's currently the heavenly emperor of the heaven realm. After he ascended to the Devata realm, he must have left behind some legacies for others. Perhaps in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant successor. Most importantly, I'm the reason he was chased into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I wonder if he'll hold a grudge against me for that. Duan Ling Tian's mood was heavy when he arrived at the solitary destructive territory in the solitary destructive heaven. If it were not for the fact that saving Huan parents was too dangerous, he would not have come to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. He had come to the solitary destructive heaven to try his luck and see if Senior Feng Qingyang was willing to help. If Senior Feng Qingyang was willing to help, he might be able to save Huan parents. With Senior Feng Qingyang's current strength, even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would have to show him respect, let alone the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. For the sake of Huan and myself, I'll thicken my face and meet Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he made up his mind to inquire about the location of the heavenly palace. If it were not for the danger, he would not have gone to the heavenly palace to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was the heavenly emperor's faction in the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, not many people in the solitary destructive territory knew about it. Furthermore, those who knew about it either had some strength or an extraordinary background. Right. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to ask someone about the location of the heavenly emperor palace, he suddenly remembered someone. How could I forget about him? At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of someone. That person was her father's junior brother, Meng Haoxian, a disciple of immortal Emperor Hidden Sword of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Back when he and Meng Haoxian had parted ways, they had exchanged soul pearls. Duan Ling Tian? Meng Haoxian was a bit surprised to receive a message from Duan Ling Tian. However, he immediately set aside his duties and went to look for Duan Ling Tian. 3 days later, the two of them met up. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to come to the solitary destructive heaven so soon. What brings you to the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Haoshuan was very enthusiastic about Duan Lingtian. He admired this prodigious disciple from the heavenly pool palace from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, to a certain extent, it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to leave the trial in the tidal temple alive. I want to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Do you know where the heavenly palace is? Yes. Meng Haoshuan nodded. Then he asked curiously, why do you want to go to the heavenly palace? Not just anyone can enter the celestial emperor palace. I want to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not conceal anything and went straight to the point. You want to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Haoshuan was taken aback. Was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven not Reverend Feng Qingyang? Why was Duan Lingtian looking for him? Duan Lingtian, it's not easy to meet the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoshuan said. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and said, why do you want to meet him? I want him to help me save 2 people. Duan Lingtian said, you know one of them. He's your first senior brother, Lian Qiu. First senior brother? Initially, Meng Haoshuan thought Duan Lingtian was naive when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to save 2 people. After all, how could the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven help a disciple of the heavenly pool palace? No matter how talented a disciple of the heavenly pool palace was, as long as he chose to leave the heavenly pool palace and join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would be looked down upon. If such a person could betray the heavenly pool palace today, would he not betray the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven tomorrow? For this reason, Meng Haoshuan did not think Duan Lingtian would succeed. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said one of the 2 people he wanted the heavenly emperor to save was his first senior brother, Lian Qiu, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian, what do you mean by that? You want to save my first senior brother? Meng Haoshuan was confused. It was only when Duan Lingtian explained the situation that Meng Haoshuan finally understood. I see. I didn't expect you be so daring as to be with your first senior brother's daughter. You came to the solitary destructive heaven to save your first senior brother and eldest sister-in-law. Meng Haoshuan could not help but sigh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect that a prodigious disciple from the heavenly pool palace whom he had met in the tidal temple would be related to his first senior brother. In fact, to a certain extent, Duan Lingtian could be considered his first senior brother's son-in-law. Duan Lingtian, I understand how you feel. However, it's not easy to get the heavenly emperor to help you. If you're a sectless cultivator and choose to join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor might help you. Meng Haoshuan smiled bitterly. However, you're already a disciple of the heavenly pool palace. No matter how high your innate talent and comprehension skills are, it's impossible for the heavenly emperor to care about you. No one likes a traitor. Meng Haoshuan shook his head. Do you think I'm planning to leave the heavenly pool palace and join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Haoshuan to think this way. Isn't that the case? Meng Haoshuan was taken aback. In his opinion, apart from this, there was no other way Duan Lingtian could persuade the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I joined the heavenly pool palace to save Huan Er's parents. However, after joining the heavenly pool palace, I was taken care of by the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang. It's because of Su Lang and my senior brothers and sisters that I won't easily betray the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian, apart from that, I can't think of any other way you can persuade the heavenly emperor to help you. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and said, unless you know the heavenly emperor. Or perhaps, your senior is friends with the heavenly emperor, and the heavenly emperor is willing to help you out of respect for your senior. Although, with the current strength of that Lord Sky Emperor, that matter to him is just a matter of a single sentence. But, even if it's just a matter of a single sentence, he can't help just anyone. After Meng Haoshuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. I came from the same mundane realm as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I obtained his legacy in that mundane realm and became his disciple without him knowing about it. Duanling Tian said solemnly. Duanling Tian said, I see. Meng Haoxian finally understood Duanling Tian's words. However, he still did not have high hopes for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I think it's best if you don't get your hopes up. If Lord Heavenly Emperor values you as his successor, he would have brought you to the Devata realm before you even ascended. Has he contacted you yet? Meng Haoxuan asked. That's right. Duanling Tian shook his head. It's obvious that the Heavenly Emperor doesn't know about you, and he might not even care about you. Meng Haoxuan smiled wryly. I have a feeling that Senior Feng Qingyang still values our sect in the mundane realm. Didn't you say many people call him the Misty Rain Recluse? Duanling Tian said with a hint of hope in his eyes. When I was in the mundane realm, I was also the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Perhaps he's just reminiscing about the past. Meng Haoxuan was not optimistic about Duanling Tian's chances. No matter what, I still want to give it a try. Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with determination. Since you insist, I'll bring you there myself. The heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven is not easy to find. It's difficult to find it even if you know where it is. Meng Haoxuan said. As soon as Meng Haoxian finished speaking, Duanling Tian followed him in a certain direction. Duanling Tian, is my eldest senior brother doing well? Meng Haoxuan asked. He had heard from Duanling Tian that he had met his eldest senior brother in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. He's doing well. Moreover, his strength has improved a lot. He's already close to becoming a titled Celestial Emperor. Duanling Tian replied. Meng Haoxuan's eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Teacher will be very happy if he learns about eldest senior brother's achievements. Unfortunately, eldest senior brother is imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Who knows when the Heavenly Pool Palace will release him? Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't release him. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly. If the Heavenly Pool Palace intended to release Lian Qiu, they would not torture Duan Xian and torture Lian Qiu. Based on this, it was not difficult to see how much Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian hated Lian Qiu. Chapter 33-22. As the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located high in the sky above a barren land. Those who had never been to the Heavenly Emperor Palace would not be able to find it. However, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxian had never been to the Heavenly Palace before. There are many people like me, standing in front of the Celestial Emperor Palace, watching from afar. We all feel the same, like we're on a pilgrimage. It's as though we're a pilgrim, Meng Haoxian said to Duanling Tian as they approached the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the eyes of most sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Palace was like a holy land. This was because the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a powerful sword celestial. Yes. Upon hearing Meng Haoxian's words, Duanling Tian nodded. Previously, when he was in the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace, he had learned about Feng Qingyang. He knew Feng Qingyang was not only the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also worshipped by many sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Normally speaking, only the gods could make people believe in them. Feng Qingyang was one of the few people in the Devata realms who had the faith of half of the people in the Devata realms before he became a god. There were many people in the Devata realms, and there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who were worshipped by half of the people in the Devata realms. Feng Qingyang was one of them. Duanling Tian, before we arrive at the Heavenly Palace, I have to remind you that you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Palace. At most, you'll only be able to pass a message to the Heavenly Palace. Before they arrived at the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxian said solemnly to Duanling Tian, "You're related to the Heavenly Emperor. However, those connections are only established in the mundane realms. Although the mundane realms are the foundation of a person's cultivation, in the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, the things that happened in the mundane realms are so distant that it feels like a lifetime ago." Moreover, based on what you said, you only obtained the mundane legacy left behind by the heavenly emperor in the mundane realms. Secular inheritances are nothing at all. Along the way, Meng Haoxuan had learned from Duan Ling Tian that he was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Because of this, he did not have high hopes. However, Duan Ling Tian insisted on trying, so he let Duan Ling Tian do as he pleased. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Ling Tian could guess what Meng Haoxuan was worried about, and knew that Meng Haoxuan had good intentions. He smiled in response. Of course, there was still a hint of apprehension in the depths of his eyes from time to time. He had come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes that Senior Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. However, he was also prepared for the worst. If he couldn't get Feng Qingyang's help, then he could only rely on himself to save her parents. Of course, before that, he would still make some preparations. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is right in front of us. When Meng Haoxian's voice resonated in the air, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. At the same time, he looked in the direction Meng Haoxian was looking at. With just a glance, he saw an island hovering in the sky in the distance that looked like an inverted sword. Around this floating island that was like an inverted sword, there were other floating islands that surrounded it like stars in the sky. It said that the heavenly emperor's cultivation place is one of the floating islands around the main island. Meng Haoxuan looked at the floating island with a fervent expression on his face. Although he had been here a few times, he still felt as though he was on a pilgrimage. At this moment, there were a few other people who were standing in the vicinity of the solitary destructive heaven's palace. These people were also looking at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from afar. This aura. It's familiar. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Meng Haoxuan, looked at the floating island that resembled an inverted sword. He could vaguely sense the sword qi that was flying toward him. And this sword qi gave him a familiar aura. He carefully recalled for a while, and finally remembered why he felt that the sword qi was familiar. The sword qi's aura is very similar to the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang passed down to me. However, the sword qi's aura is much purer and sharper. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with a hint of excitement. Let's go to the entrance. Meng Haoxuan beckoned to Duan Ling Tian before he led Duan Ling Tian to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, Meng Haoxuan had only observed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from afar. This was his first time approaching the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoxuan entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, several figures appeared in front of them and blocked their path. This is the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The people who blocked Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoxuan's path were heavenly guards from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on their powerful auras, all of them were celestial emperors. As expected of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, even the heavenly guards are heavenly emperors. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Before coming here, he had learned from Meng Haoxuan that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven only recruited heavenly guards. Apart from the titled celestial emperors and their disciples, there were no ordinary disciples in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly guards were the solitary destructive heaven's guards. These heavenly guards joined the heavenly palace of their own free will. As long as they passed the test, they would become a member of the heavenly palace. Once they became a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they would have to serve the heavenly palace for at least 1,000 years. Those who were in trouble and wanted to seek refuge in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would have to sign a contract that would last for at least 10,000 years. After all, they might be killed by their enemies outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, once they joined the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they would be protected by the heavenly emperor and the titled celestial emperors around him. However, in order to obtain something, one had to pay a price. This was a truth that had been passed down since ancient times. Lord Heavenly Guards. We're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor. Although the patrolling heavenly guards were not titled celestial emperors, they were not ordinary celestial emperors, and they were not ordinary celestial emperors. Ordinary celestial emperors would not dare to cause trouble, and have to seek protection from a heavenly emperor. You're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor? The patrolling heavenly guards were stunned for a moment before they sized up Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoshuan. Finally, one of the heavenly guards stepped forward and said, "Follow me to the entrance." As soon as the heavenly guard finished speaking, he led the way while the other heavenly guards continued their patrol. The heavenly guard who led the way did not say a word as he led Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoshuan to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven before he left. Before he left, he said to the 4 heavenly guards who were guarding the entrance, "These 2 said they're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor. You can pass the message to them." After the patrolling heavenly guards left, the 4 heavenly guards who were guarding the entrance turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoshuan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was studying the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was much grander than any of the other peaks in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect that he had seen before. It gave off a domineering aura. "Are you looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" One of the heavenly guards, who was guarding the mountain gate, asked with a serious expression. Since this person was looking for their Lord Heavenly Emperor, he must not be an ordinary person. He did not dare to be negligent. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "What's your relationship with Lord Heavenly Emperor?" the heavenly guard asked. Meng Haoshuan looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said to the heavenly guard, "Senior Feng Qingyang left his legacy in his hometown, the mundane realm. I obtained it." The heavenly guard narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Based on what he knew, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven did not have a single official disciple. He only had 2 nominal disciples who had become disciples halfway through their cultivation. Apart from that, he had never heard of the heavenly emperor leaving behind any legacy or who obtained it. "May I know your name?" the heavenly guard asked respectfully. Since Duan Ling Tian had obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy, he did not dare to be disrespectful. "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian replied. "May I ask why you're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" the heavenly guard asked again. "It's a long story. Please help me pass the message to him. If Senior Feng Qingyang wants to see me, I'll tell him directly. If he doesn't want to see me, it'll be useless even if I tell him now." Duan Ling Tian replied. Duan Ling Tian became even more anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, he was not certain if Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. Even if they were to meet, he was not certain. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current status, would he really care about the legacy he had left behind in the mundane realm? "All right, I'll pass the message on your behalf." The heavenly guard nodded before he left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoxian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoxian waited patiently for the heavenly guard's return. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian watched as the heavenly guard returned. A middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance who was dressed in a green robe returned with the heavenly guard. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the heavenly guard's respectful manner, it was obvious the middle-aged man had an extraordinary status in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "This is the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace." After the heavenly guard returned, he stood behind the middle-aged man and introduced him to Duan Ling Tian. "He's one of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace. He can directly contact Lord Heavenly Emperor." "You said you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm?" The middle-aged man, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze. Initially, he looked like an ordinary person, but at this moment, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Scroll top load next chapter S. Chapter 33-23. Yes. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looked ordinary, the aura he emitted at this moment made Duan Ling Tian feel a little oppressed. At the very least, the middle-aged man was stronger than Dugu Wen, a titled celestial emperor assassin whom Duan Ling Tian had killed in the past. It seems like he's as strong as the profound heaven celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace. He's even stronger than my teacher. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian's teacher was none other than Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Naturally, The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'm the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, a subordinate of Lord Heavenly Emperor. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, Lord Heavenly Emperor has left the Heavenly Pool Palace to attend to some matters. Why are you looking for him? He left the Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he hurriedly explained, I'm looking for Senior Feng Qingyang to ask him for a favor. You're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor for a favor? Meng Chuan raised his brows and said indifferently, I can contact His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. However, if you want me to contact him, I have to confirm your identity first. You said you obtained Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. Can you prove it? Meng Chuan looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He wanted Duan Lingtian to prove that he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, with a thought, he unleashed the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had not used for a long time. His sword heart emitted a sharp sword intent that spread out, exuding a chilling aura. The Sovereign Heart Sword? Meng Chuan's eyes lit up. Although the purple-clad young man's Sovereign Heart Sword was inferior to Lord Heavenly Emperor's Sovereign Heart Sword, it had the same origin as Lord Heavenly Emperor's Sovereign Heart Sword. It seems like you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm. Meng Chuan nodded and said, Speak. Why are you looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor? Is there anything urgent? Now, Meng Chuan was much more polite when speaking to Duan Lingtian. This was because, according to his understanding of their Lord Heavenly Emperor, if the person in front of him was really the Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor, the Lord Heavenly Emperor would definitely have special feelings for him. Because their Lord Heavenly Emperor had yet to accept an official disciple. I came to find Senior Feng Qingyang to ask for his help. Although Feng Qingyang wasn't here, since the person in front of him could contact Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian didn't hide anything and told him the purpose of his visit. Heavenly Pool Palace? Save 2 people? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Chuan nodded. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace Master has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven has to show respect to our Lord Heavenly Emperor. After a while, Meng Chuan sent a message to Duan Lingtian. I've already sent a message to Lord Heavenly Emperor. Please wait for a moment. However, 15 minutes passed. An hour passed, and Meng Chuan still didn't receive a reply. In the end, he sent a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest subordinates of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms. In terms of strength, he was in no way inferior to the leaders of heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. The reason Meng Chuan had sent a message to Meng Luo was because the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had brought Meng Luo along with him. However, after sending a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo, he discovered that even his elder brother, Meng Luo, did not reply. Both Lord Heavenly Emperor and elder brother didn't reply. It seems like they have something urgent to attend to. Or perhaps they can't receive messages from where they are right now. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Duan Lingtian, neither Lord Heavenly Emperor nor my elder brother have replied to my messages. They're most likely at a place where they can't receive messages or are too busy to respond to my messages. Meng Chuan smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, How about this? I'll follow you to the Heavenly Pool Palace. What do you think? Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed when Meng Chuan told him that Feng Qingyang was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace and had not replied to his messages. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Meng Chuan's words. Senior Meng Chuan, are you serious? I, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, am a woman of my word. Meng Chuan smiled faintly. Since your Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm, you can be considered as his half-official disciple. Lord Heavenly Emperor isn't in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and I don't know when he'll return. Since you're here, it must be urgent. I'll follow you, Meng Chuan said. Thank you. Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Lingtian thanked Meng Chuan. Meng Haoxian's eyes lit up when he saw Meng Chuan was willing to help. After all, Duan Lingtian had sought the help of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to save his eldest senior brother. Duan Lingtian went to the Solitary Destructive Heaven alone. When he returned to the Boundless Heaven, he was accompanied by another person. It was none other than Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan. On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled something and said to Meng Chuan, "If it's possible, please ask the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to release them without exposing my identity." Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace Master with Meng Chuan. However, on second thought, if Meng Chuan was willing to speak on behalf of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and ask the Heavenly Pool Palace to release Duan Lingtian, it did not matter to him whether Meng Chuan mentioned it or not. If he were to be mentioned, he would definitely drift further and further away from his master, Su Lang, and his senior martial brothers and sisters. Even if he were to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, his relationship with Su Lang and the others wouldn't change at all. No problem. Meng Chuan agreed immediately. He didn't care about the reason Duan Lingtian had said that. Now, all he knew was, this young man was most likely the successor of the mundane plane that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor had casually mentioned to his elder brother. Of course, he had only heard his elder brother mention it once, so he wasn't clear about the details. But even so, it didn't stop him from personally coming over to help. Even if this young man was not that person, he was indeed someone who understood their Lord Celestial Emperor's sovereign heart sword. Even the two nominal disciples of their Lord Celestial Emperor did not know how to use the sovereign heart sword. When they arrived in the vicinity of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Lingtian exchanged soul pearls with Meng Chuan before he prepared to return to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost in the nearby void. It was an old man. Dugu Wu. As soon as the old man appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. He was none other than the indestructible Celestial Emperor, Dugu Wu. Dugu Wu was one of the two titled Celestial Emperors who wanted to kill him. Dugu Wu had killed the indestructible Celestial Emperor and the 100-variant Celestial Emperor. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet Dugu Wu here. It's obvious that Dugu Wu is waiting for me outside. However, how did he know I left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate? A thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to guess who had told Dugu Wu that he had left the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Jun. Apart from Lei Jun, he could not think of anyone else who had been watching him leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. If someone else had been watching him leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would have nothing to do with Dugu Wu at all. Senior Meng Chuan. Upon seeing Dugu Wu, Duan Lingtian hastily sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. This old man is a titled Celestial Emperor. People call him the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. He's one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Boundless Heaven. He's here to kill me, Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Chuan's eyes flashed as he stepped forward. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, a sharp aura surged out of Meng Chuan's body, causing the void to tremble. Sword inscriptions could be vaguely seen on the surface of his body. This aura, at this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Meng Chuan seemed like a completely different person when he wielded the sword. After sensing Meng Chuan's aura, Duan Lingtian realized he had underestimated Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan was probably stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if he was not as strong as Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not too far off. Who are you? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Meng Chuan standing in front of him with an Emperor-grade celestial sword in his hand. I'm here to stop you from killing him, Meng Chuan said indifferently. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Dugu Wu's expression changed. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Sir, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Duan Lingtian killed my brother. I'll kill him today to avenge my brother." Dugu Wu said in a deep voice. "Please enlighten me." As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, waves of blue energy surged out of his body. Clearly, he had comprehended the law of water. However, when the sharp sword aura fused with the law of water and spread out, The energy around Meng Chuan seemed to turn into a jade-like color under the scorching sun. As for the sword lights that spread out in all directions, they swept out like jade rainbows. Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. However, at this moment, Duanling Tian felt Meng Chuan's title complemented him perfectly. There was no sense of incompatibility at all. After all, when he first heard Meng Chuan's title, he thought Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was more suitable for a woman. However, he no longer thought that way. He felt Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was more suitable for Meng Chuan. Chapter 33-24. Sir, it seems like you're determined to interfere in this matter? Dugu Wu's expression turned even uglier when he saw that Meng Chuan was ready to fight. Since Meng Chuan was close to Duanling Tian, it was impossible that he did not know Duanling Tian was a titled Celestial Emperor. Since Meng Chuan still dared to interfere in this matter, it was highly likely that Meng Chuan was a titled Celestial Emperor as well. Moreover, Duanling Tian was not any weaker than a titled Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Dugu Wu's companion, Dugu Wu. Dugu Wan, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors. However, he was still killed by Duanling Tian. Regardless of how Duanling Tian managed to kill Duanling Tian, it was clear that Duanling Tian was not a simple person. Humph. In response to Dugu Wu, Meng Chuan transformed into a torrent of water. He tore through the air, and thousands of azure-blue sword beams flew towards Dugu Wu as they headed straight for him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands upon thousands of sword glows whistled out. They continuously fused together along the way, emitting waves of flexible yet fierce aura, causing Dugu Wu's expression to instantly change greatly. Earlier, Duanling Tian was not certain how strong the titled Celestial Emperor was. However, based on Meng Chuan's technique, he knew Meng Chuan was not any weaker than him. Meng Chuan had not only fused 3 profundities from the Law of Water, but he had also fused 2 profundities from the Law of Water as well. Apart from that, Meng Chuan had yet to use 3 profundities from the Law of Water. Even if the 3 profundities were not fused profundities, Meng Chuan's strength was still comparable to Dugu Wu's. After all, Dugu Wu's fused profundities had only reached this stage. Sir, as long as you don't interfere in my feud with Duanling Tian, I, Dugu Wu, am willing to owe you a favor. I won't go back on my word. Dugu Wu's heart sank when he saw Meng Chuan's strength. Initially, Duanling Tian thought Duanling Tian was just an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. In fact, Duanling Tian thought Duanling Tian might not even be as strong as his brother, Dugu Wan, who had been killed by Duanling Tian. But now, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The person in front of him was no weaker than him. Now, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Duanling Tian. He only hoped that the person in front of him would not interfere in the grudge between him and the Duanling Tian. Otherwise, whether or not he could escape today would be a problem. Whoosh! As soon as Dugu Wu finished speaking, Duanling Tian cast the teleportation profundity and appeared behind Dugu Wu. At the same time, he opened his little world and summoned the 2 Ning dragons. Roar! Roar! As for the 2 Ning dragons, Duanling Tian had already notified them through the world-cleansing divine water. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they immediately joined forces. Whoosh! A vast and unparalleled power streaked across the sky, shaking the space as it rushed towards Dugu Wu's back. The combined attack of the 2 Ning dragons was not any weaker than the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. It was precisely because of this that Dugu Wu's pupils constricted when the 2 Ning dragons attacked together with Meng Chuan. His figure blurred as he transformed into a huge bamboo pole that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the gigantic bamboo that connected heaven and earth took root in the ground. Following that, a loud explosion rang in the air. The vast ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as if a shocking earthquake had just taken place. Of course, as the earth trembled, the dust that filled the sky also soared into the sky at the right time. So this is the tenacious heavenly bamboo? Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow. He knew this was Dugu Wu's true body. Tenacious heavenly bamboo? At this moment, Meng Chuan's indifferent voice rang in the air. I've long heard that the tenacious heavenly bamboo is so tenacious that it's indestructible. I'd like to see it for myself today. It was obvious Meng Chuan recognized Dugu Wu's true body. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, his figure flashed as he stepped on the water and shook the sword in his hand. Immediately, countless dazzling azure sword flowers condensed in the air. Then, like rain, the sword flowers filled the sky as they fell. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, Meng Chuan's water attack and the two Ning dragons' joint attack landed on the tenacious heavenly bamboo. The tenacious heavenly bamboo swayed unsteadily under the attacks of the two forces before it was almost torn apart. However, a green light rose from it, and it healed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, the specks of sword rain also fell on the tenacious heaven bamboo, erupting with waves of terrifying power, as if they could destroy everything as easily as crushing dry weeds. After the shock waves dissipated, the tenacious heavenly bamboo remained motionless as though it hadn't been damaged at all. Sir, you're not weaker than me. I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either. My true body is the tenacious heavenly bamboo. Even if Duan Ling Tian joins forces with you, it'll be difficult for you to kill me. Dugu Wu's voice came from the tenacious heavenly bamboo. He was clearly talking to Meng Chuan. His tone was filled with confidence as though he wasn't worried about being killed at all. Upon hearing Dugu Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. The scene from before had frightened him. He never expected Dugu Wu's true body, the tenacious heavenly bamboo, to be so indestructible. No wonder he dares to use indestructible as his title. This Dugu Wu is indeed impressive. Duan Lingtian stared at the distant tenacious heavenly bamboo, his eyes flashing coldly. He knew that if he didn't kill Dugu Wu today, it would be difficult for him to find such an opportunity in the future. He was confident that he could kill Dugu Wu if he joined forces with Meng Chuan. However, if he did that, the 5 divine elements would be exposed. Although Meng Chuan was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and was a titled celestial emperor under senior Feng Qingyang, who knew if Meng Chuan would covet the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. I can't do anything to you? At this moment, Meng Chuan stood in the distance. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked at the tenacious heavenly bamboo in the distance and said with a faint smile on his face, "Try taking my sword first." In the next moment, as Meng Chuan's body trembled, a vast and boundless azure blue energy whizzed out from his body. Then, it transformed into a giant that enveloped him. At the same time, Meng Chuan held his sword with both hands and raised it above his head. A sharp blue sword ray shot out of the emperor-grade celestial sword and into the sky. The giant raised his hand as well, and a huge blue sword appeared in his hand before it shone with a dazzling blue light that shot into the sky. My Lord Heavenly Emperor has taught me 2 techniques to fuse profundities, and he named it the Primeval Chaos Sword. Today, I'll see if your tenacious heavenly bamboo can withstand my Primeval Chaos Sword. As Meng Chuan spoke calmly, his hands suddenly trembled. Following that, the sword in his hand whistled straight down and slashed at the void. Bas! At the same time, the giant that shrouded Meng Chuan swung his sword at the giant as well. The Primordial Chaos Sword? Dugu Wu's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Chuan's words. He could not help but exclaim in shock. Why, you're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The Primordial Chaos Sword was a technique created by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It required different profundities to be fused together. Although it was still 1 + 1 = 2, it could ignore the opponent's defense to a certain extent. In a battle between 2 powerhouses, the Primordial Chaos Sword was not very useful. However, in a situation where one party was evenly matched with the other party because one party was proficient in defense, if the latter knew the chaotic origin sword, he would be able to easily destroy the other party's defense. Needless to say, this was the case. Bas! The sword in the giant's hand swung down. The azure sword beam was like a destructive light that descended from the sky. The tenacious heaven bamboo trembled as it tried to dodge the attack. Slash! With a soft sound, the giant sword cut through the bamboo and continued downward. It actually cut the bamboo in half from top to bottom as if it was chopping firewood. Boom! Rumble! When the bamboo was cut in half from top to bottom, The vast land where the bamboo had taken root was first torn apart by the heaven tensile bamboo, creating countless ferocious fissures. Now that the giant's sword had sliced through the land, a long and narrow gully appeared. From afar, it looked as though the giant had sliced through the sky. Trying to heal? Just as the split heaven tensile bamboo was about to merge back together in an attempt to repair itself, Meng Chuan's eyes revealed a look of contempt as he smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a blue energy suddenly burst out of the tenacious sky bamboo that had been cut in half from top to bottom. It directly blew the two halves of the tenacious sky bamboo into pieces. No! Dugu Wu's shriek of despair also spread out as the tenacious heaven bamboo was blown to pieces. The speed of sound was always slower than the speed of light. In fact, Dugu Wu had cried out before the tenacious heaven bamboo was blown apart, not at the same time. The tenacious heaven bamboo is only... Meng Chuan calmly withdrew his sword. At the same time, the giant that rose into the air gradually dissipated from the giant's hand as though it had never appeared. How powerful! Duan Lingtian had thought that he would need to order the two Ning dragons to kill Dugu Wu and use the power of the 5 divine elements. He never expected Meng Chuan to finish off Dugu Wu alone in the blink of an eye. Meng Chuan's final strike seemed to be able to restrain Dugu Wu's tenacious heaven bamboo's indestructible body. That strike wasn't much stronger than Meng Chuan's previous attack. However, it seemed to contain some means that could ignore Dugu Wu's defense. The primordial chaos sword? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as his eyes lit up. Is this a technique created by Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Chapter 33-25. Even the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison are powerless against the heavenly pool palace. With the help of the Chaos Origin Sword, Yu Hong Celestial Emperor should be able to kill them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. You can control the Ning dragons as well? Meng Chuan was shocked when he saw the two Ning dragons being recalled into Duan Lingtian's little world. Earlier when Duan Lingtian had teleported behind Duan Lingtian, Meng Chuan wondered if Duan Lingtian would be able to hurt Duan Lingtian with his strength. He only realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian when the two Ning dragons joined forces and unleashed a full-strength attack comparable to an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm is not simple. Meng Chuan thought to himself, as expected of Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm. Furthermore, these two Ning dragons seem to know some profound joint attacks. Meng Chuan's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The person who took human form from the tenacious heavenly bamboo is quite strong. If I didn't know the Chaos Origin Sword that Lord Heavenly Emperor had taught me, I might not have been able to kill him even if I joined forces with your Ning dragons. Meng Chuan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, how did you offend a titled Celestial Emperor? That titled Celestial Emperor's strength is above average among the second-tier titled Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, titled Celestial Emperors were also divided into different tiers according to their strength. Meng Chuan, for example, was in the second-tier titled Celestial Emperors. His elder brother, Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was in the first-tier titled Celestial Emperors. He's an assassin. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I don't have any enmity with him. However, someone tried to kill me in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They hired a hitman and found that man and his brother. However, his brother died in my hands. He must have received news that I left the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why he's waiting for me outside the Heavenly Pool Palace. And today, he's finally here. As his voice faded, a cold glint flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Lei Jun. If it wasn't for the fact that saving Huan Er's parents was his top priority right now, he would have gone to Lei Jun's doorstep and settled the score with him. If we can kill this kind of person, it's better to kill him as soon as possible. Meng Chuan said, people who attack you in the open aren't scary. Often, people who hide in the dark like venomous snakes can pounce out and bite you at any time are the most terrifying. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. He won't live for long. Senior Meng Chuan, I'll take my leave first. You can follow the normal procedures and look for the Heavenly Pool Palace Master. After bidding farewell to Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace's base and returned to Su Lang's cultivation ground. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on the current situation, there was no need for him to resort to violence. No matter what, the Heavenly Pool Palace Master will at least give Senior Meng Chuan some face, right? Senior Meng Chuan is a titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, should be stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace Master has a close relationship with the Heavenly Pool Palace Master in the Boundless Heaven, he shouldn't disrespect Senior Meng Chuan. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. If possible, he didn't want to go against his teacher, Su Lang, as well as his senior brothers and sisters, because he really saw them as his family now. Now, I'll wait for Senior Meng Chuan's news. Duan Ling Tian wanted to cultivate, but he could not calm down. For this reason, he could only wait. About 2 hours later, Meng Chuan finally received Meng Chuan's message. Finally, Meng Chuan sent him a message. I spoke to the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he rejected my request. He said that unless the Heavenly Emperor personally intervenes, even if my brother Meng Luo comes, he won't let them go. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to detect the anger in Meng Chuan's voice. Since Duan Ling Tian did not allow Meng Chuan to mention him, Meng Chuan did not bring him up. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was only the successor of the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was not acknowledged by Feng Qingyang. Therefore, he could not be considered as Feng Qingyang's disciple. Even if Meng Chuan mentioned him, it would be useless. It would be better for Meng Chuan to personally intervene. But now, Meng Chuan was rejected even though he had personally stepped forward. Duan Ling Tian, based on the current situation, we can only wait for the Heavenly Emperor to speak to him and ask for his help. Then, Meng Chuan sent Duan Ling Tian a message. In Meng Chuan's opinion, with the Heavenly Emperor's personality, since Duan Ling Tian had obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm, even if Duan Ling Tian was not the successor, the Heavenly Emperor would still be willing to help. That Lord Heavenly Emperor attached great importance to the word fate, and felt that everything was fate. Wait for Senior Feng Qingyang? Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. It was already a pleasant surprise that Meng Chuan was willing to help him. As for Senior Feng Qingyang, who was now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was he certain Senior Feng Qingyang would agree to help him? Moreover, Senior Feng Qingyang was nowhere to be found. Even Meng Chuan could not contact him. It would take another 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years for him to appear. Senior Meng Chuan, when do you think we'll receive news from Senior Feng Qingyang? Duan Ling Tian asked. I can't say for sure. Meng Chuan replied, it might take a few years, a few decades, or even 100 years. It might even take 1,000 years. Based on what he knew, Meng Chuan's eldest brother Meng Luo had left with the Heavenly Emperor to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Being in the Azura Hell, there was no way to communicate with the outside world, and no communication from the outside world could be accessed. That's too long. I can't wait that long, Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile on his face. Senior. Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. His eyes turned cold as he said, if I want to use force to save the person I want to save, can you help me fend off the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors? I have at least 6 titled Celestial Emperors who have comprehended the law of Earth to deal with the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors. The Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled Celestial Emperors. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, Meng Chuan said, although Yu Feng Yu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, is stronger than me, I'll be able to fend him off for a while. However, I can only fend him off. As for the other 8 titled Celestial Emperors, 6 of them might not be able to fend him off. Meng Chuan said, although I can summon more titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they might not be willing to risk their lives. Meng Chuan continued to say, initially with my strength, even if I'm from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Yu Fengyu wouldn't dare to kill me. However, since my eldest brother is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he won't dare to kill me." After Meng Chuan finished speaking, he revealed a piece of information to Duan Ling Tian. He could play along with Duan Ling Tian because he knew that Yu Fengyu would not dare to kill him. However, with his strength, the most he could do was restrain Yu Fengyu. There was nothing he could do about the other 8 titled celestial emperors. Although he could ask the other titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to help him, they might not be willing to help him since they were worried they would be killed by the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace. Most importantly, he was worried that he would die in the hands of the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. The celestial emperor of the boundless heaven and the celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace were very close. The celestial emperor of the boundless heaven was the celestial emperor's grandfather. The fact that Meng Chuan had a good elder brother meant that he was under the protection of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven could even fall out with the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven because of him. Meng Chuan dared to play this game, but it didn't mean that others dared to do the same. We'll need at least 1 or 2 titled celestial emperors to rescue them. Unless you're certain that not all of the titled celestial emperors are in the heavenly pool palace. Meng Chuan continued. Although Meng Chuan could get people to come in private, a small number of people were willing to come. However, these people were his good friends. If they died here, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven might not fall out with the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven because of them. The main thing is, we still can't confirm that this Duan Ling Tian is the successor that the celestial emperor has been looking for ever since he came out of the Azura Hell. If I can confirm it, I'll summon them and all the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, even if the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor is present, we will still have the courage to rescue them. These were Meng Chuan's thoughts. Right now, he wasn't sure how important this Duan Ling Tian was to their celestial emperor, so he didn't dare to take too much risk for him. 1 or 2 more titled celestial emperors. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's transmission, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He did not know many titled celestial emperors. How could he possibly find one? Zhuge Feng? Zhuge Yun? No, I can't look for them. Although they're strong and can kill ordinary titled celestial emperors, they might not be a match for the strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, he shook his head and gave up on looking for them. The 2 Ning dragons should be able to deal with a weak titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace if they join forces. If my teacher didn't attack the 6 titled celestial emperors who escaped from the Thousand Chains prison and came after me instead, he might let me go on account of our past relationship. However, that's not necessarily the case. After all, if I release the 6 titled celestial emperors, I'll be standing on the opposite side of the heavenly pool palace. Chapter 33-26. Senior Feng Qingyang. I don't know when I'll receive Senior Meng Chuan's message. Even if I receive it, I'm afraid he won't help me. As for Huan Er's mother, she'll be tortured every once in a while. At the same time, Huan Er's father will be mentally tortured as well. Huan Er is still waiting for me in the Saint Province realm. Although she said I shouldn't take the risk if I'm not confident, and that she'll follow me if something happens to me, can I meet her empty-handed? Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's eyes abruptly shot out 2 dazzling bright lights. It was as if the sun had shone through 2 small holes in the dark room. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he racked his brains to come up with a solution. About 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It seems like this is the only wave. Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. Please stay near the heavenly pool palace for a while. I hope you can help me restrain Yu Fengyu in half a year. I can help you restrain Yu Fengyu, but are you confident you can save the person you want to save? Meng Chuan asked. If I'm not confident, I can't trouble you, Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Ling Tian replied. All right. I won't leave the boundless heaven for the time being. I'll wait for you outside the heavenly pool palace for half a year. Meng Chuan agreed immediately. The reason Meng Chuan agreed so readily was because of the Heavenly Emperor. He knew the Heavenly Emperor rarely left behind any legacy. Since the young man named Duan Ling Tian had obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, it was likely he would become the Heavenly Emperor's official disciple in the future. Of course, there was another possibility. Duan Ling Tian was the special successor the Heavenly Emperor had gone to great lengths to look for. If Duan Ling Tian was that person, he would have profited greatly by doing Duan Ling Tian a favor. Most importantly, he knew that even if he was no match for Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was impossible for Yu Fengyu to kill him. Even if the boundless heaven's celestial emperor was here, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Wanshou Heaven. There were many heaven-grade factions in the Wanshou Heaven. Since more than 99% of the life forms in the Wanshou Heaven were demonic beasts, these factions were all demonic beast factions. The dragons and the Blood Dragon clan were heaven-grade forces in the Wanshou Heaven. The Blood Moon Ridge was one of the heaven-grade factions in the Wanshou Heaven. It was located in an extremely secluded area of the Wanshou Heaven and was shrouded in blood mist all year round. In particular, when one looked at the moon in the Blood Moon Ridge at night, it was like looking at a blood moon. That was how the Blood Moon Ridge got its name. Ninth Elder, are you sure this news is true? A beautiful but somewhat mischievous woman in golden clothes looked at the old man in loose gray robes before her and asked for confirmation. Little Jean, you little girl, why are you doubting this old man's words? I'm in charge of the Blood Moon Ridge's intelligence network. How can the news from my mouth be false? The old man shook his head helplessly and said, the news is 100% true. I'm afraid there are only 5 people in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory who don't know about the Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian wore violet clothes and had a handsome appearance. Moreover, there was a portrait of him drawn by someone who had seen him before. Take a look and see if he's the person you're looking for. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he lifted his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. After the scroll was unfurled, a portrait appeared in front of the golden-clad woman. It was a handsome young man with an extraordinary aura. Although the portrait was crude, it still stunned the golden-clad woman. That's right. That's right. It's Brother Ling Tian. It's Brother Ling Tian. Ha 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 ha. I've finally found Brother Ling Tian. Little black, little white, they're still not good enough. In the end, I still found Brother Ling Tian. After looking at the portrait for a moment, the golden-clad woman could not help but laugh. The old man could not help but shake his head. He really could not figure it out. Why does the Grand Elder like this crazy girl so much? Moreover, the Grand Elder even adopted her as his daughter. Is it because the Grand Elder is also a rodent celestial beast like me? Little black, little white. The golden-clad woman took a deep breath before she regained her senses. At the same time, she sent a message to her 2 companions who were among the dragons. There's news about Brother Ling Tian. The black-clad young man and the white-clad woman who were cultivating among the dragons immediately stopped cultivating when they heard the message. They left their respective cultivation spots and gathered together. Little Jean said she has news about Brother Ling Tian and asked me to go to Blood Moon Ridge to look for him. The white-clad woman said, I received her message as well. The black-clad young man's expression was cold, but when he looked at the white-clad woman, a hint of affection could be seen in the depths of his eyes. You should greet the 4th Elder. The black-clad young man said to the white-clad woman, she already knows about our relationship with Brother Ling Tian. She'll understand. All right. The white-clad woman nodded. Then, she flew toward a mountain peak where the dragons were stationed. However, what the black-clothed young man didn't expect was that when his sister returned, there was another person by her side. It was the beautiful woman dressed in white from beginning to end. She was the 4th Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Ning Yun. 4th Elder. The black-clad young man hurriedly bowed when he saw the beautiful woman. Little Black, I heard you and Little White have news about your brother Ling Tian. Are you going to look for him? Ji Ning Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Little Black nodded. I have nothing to do recently. I'll go out with you in Xiaobai. I'll also take a look at that human elder brother that you can't forget. Take it as a trip to relax, Ji Ning Yun said with a smile. Little Black, If Aunt Yun goes with us, we won't have to worry about encountering humans who are plotting against us and little Jean. The white-clad woman, Little White, said in a timely manner. She and Little Black were both nine-clawed divine dragons. If they were discovered by powerful humans, it was inevitable that they would want to kill them and seize their bodies. Every part of a nine-clawed divine dragon was a treasure. Although Little White was Ji Ningyun's disciple, Ji Ningyun did not ask her to address her as master or teacher. Instead, she asked her to address her as Aunt Yun. All right. Little Black nodded. He knew it was useless for him to refuse. The fourth elder was clearly worried about his and his sister's safety. It just so happens that the old man hasn't been out for a long time. This is a good opportunity to bring him out to relax. Ji Ningyun smiled. Little White and Little Black were stunned when they heard Ji Ningyun's words. Naturally, they knew the old man was the Grand Elder of the Dragons. He was one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors among the dragons. Not long after Ji Ningyun finished speaking, a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a dark golden robe appeared next to Ji Ningyun like a ghost. This middle-aged man had a dignified square face, and there was an imposing aura between his brows. However, when he looked at Ji Ningyun, a rare smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Ningyun, is there anything I can help you with?" Little White and Little Black are going to the Jade Emperor Heaven with the little fellow from Blood Moon Ridge. I'm planning to go with them. Since you have nothing better to do, why don't you come with us? Ji Ningyun said. All right. The middle-aged man was none other than Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons. He was also a famous figure in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Little White and Little Black bowed respectfully at Ji Yunyan. After all, Ji Yunyan's status in the dragons was not inferior to the patriarch. Let's go. Ji Yunyan nodded at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Then, he waved his hand and Ji Ningyun, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai all disappeared into thin air. Ji Yunyan had used the teleportation profundity. He was skilled in the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In Blood Moon Ridge, Little Gold, who was dressed in a golden robe, was shocked when she saw Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons. She sent a voice transmission to Little Black and Little White. Little Black, Little White, you're really something. Even the Grand Elder of the Dragons is escorting you. Little Gold. Aunt Yun was the one who invited the Grand Elder. Little White replied through voice transmission. As for Little Black, he ignored Little Gold. That old fellow was worried about me. Now that the Grand Elder of the Dragons is with me, I'm sure he'll be relieved. Little Gold laughed before she led the group to the transportation formation in Blood Moon Ridge. Soon after, they arrived at the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After arriving at the Nando territory, they immediately went to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. According to the news, Brother Ling Tian joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and became a disciple of the Ganjiang progeny. Little Gold said after they arrived at the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate was heavily guarded. Even Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, did not dare to barge in recklessly. I didn't expect the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, a mere Grade 1 force, to have such a powerful formation. Little White sighed. Little White, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is only a Grade 1 force, its foundation is comparable to a Heaven Grade force. This is because the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a Heaven Grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ji Ningyun, the 4th Elder of the Dragons, said with a smile. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect guarding formation isn't much weaker than our clan's formation. It used to be a Heaven Grade force? That explains it. Little White nodded. Moreover, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is only a Grade 1 force, there's a Celestial Emperor who's as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. If the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny join forces, they can easily kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. Based on Ji Ningyun's words, it was clear she knew a lot about the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Chapter 33-27. Outside the Thousand Chains Prison. The day has finally come. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at the entrance of the Thousand Chains Prison. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Of course, he had made some preparations before this day arrived. For example, in a few days, the person he arranged would use a voice that was almost identical to his to inform them of one thing through the soul orbs of his teacher, Su Lang, and Sun Xing. He had said that he had heard there was a ruin left behind by a deity and was on his way there. Naturally, Su Lang would not doubt his words. As for Sun Xing, he would also inform his teacher, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, and ask him to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace as well. With Su Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's speed, it would take at least 10 days for them to make a round trip. By the time they realized he had lied to them, he would have already rescued Huan Er's parents. Teacher. Senior brother Sun Xing. Although I had no ill intentions, it's true that I tricked you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely apologize to you and make it up to you. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he flew toward the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. Once he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he would be completely isolated from the outside world. He would not be able to receive any messages from the outside world, let alone send any messages. For this reason, before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Ling Tian sent 2 messages. Senior Meng Chuan, I'll send you a message as soon as I'm out of the Thousand Chains prison. The first message was sent to the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, a titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. All right. Meng Chuan's reply was simple and direct. I'll enter the Thousand Chains prison now. After 2 hours, imitate my voice and send a message to the owners of the 2 soul pearls. I've already passed the soul pearls to you. Remember to be accurate at the crucial moment and don't screw up. Following that, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to another person. This person was also someone who was good at imitating other people's voices. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had also given the person a lot of royal-grade celestial crystals. Don't worry, my lord. Hearing the response, Duan Ling Tian finally flew to the gate of the Thousand Chains prison. After showing the prison guard token, he entered and went straight to the Internal Affairs Hall. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the Thousand Chains prison, in a small city not far from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, a young man dressed like a hooligan who had just sent a message to Duan Ling Tian was whistling as he walked out of a restaurant. I didn't know you can earn so many celestial crystals by imitating other people's voices. In the future, can I consider developing in this direction? The young man was wearing a green robe. He wasn't considered handsome, but he was still pleasing to the eye. At this moment, he was thinking with a smile on his face. Over there. It's him, Li Yujie. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. I finally found him. I didn't expect him to be hiding in this small town. The green-clad young man's expression changed drastically when he heard the voices behind him. After all, his name was Li Yujie. How did they find me here? Li Yujie did not need to turn around to know who was behind him. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he shot out like a ghost and left the small town in just a blink of an eye. However, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Yujie's speed was not slow, but his pursuers were even faster. A few of them even took the lead and blocked his path. As for the people behind Li Yujie, they blocked Li Yujie's path of retreat and stared at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. Everyone, Li Yujie's expression was extremely unsightly when he was about to say something. Kill. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. As soon as he gave the order, everyone attacked together and killed Li Yujie in just a blink of an eye. After Li Yujie's death, the middle-aged man took his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on it. He looked inside the spatial ring and nodded. It's still here. At the same time, the middle-aged man took out more than 10 soul pearls from the spatial ring and tossed them aside as though they were trash. These soul pearls belonged to the people that Li Yujie could contact. To him they were of no use. The soul pearls fell to the ground and shattered. Among them were the soul pearls that Duan Ling Tian had given to Li Yujie 2 days ago. They were Su Lang's soul pearls and Sun Xing's soul pearls. Let's go. The group of people came quickly and left quickly as well. They were in a hurry. However, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Now that the people he sent were dead, He could no longer send a message to Su Lang and Sun Xing to lure Su Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor away. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison with the other 5 people who were on duty this year. Among the 6 people on duty this year, 4 were prodigious disciples while the other 2 were elders of the Thousand Chains prison. One of the elders was an acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Elder Xie who had introduced the Thousand Chains prison to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, why are you here alone? Where's Miss Huan? Elder Xie asked in surprise when he saw Duan Ling Tian coming to the Thousand Chains prison alone. Based on what he knew, ever since Duan Ling Tian came to the Heavenly Pool Palace, Huan had never left Duan Ling Tian's side. She's cultivating recently so she didn't come over. Duan Ling Tian replied perfunctorily with a faint smile on his face. Elder Xie did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. He nodded and introduced another old man to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this is Elder Hong. Elder Hong, this is Duan Ling Tian, the prodigious disciple who's been in the limelight recently. Elder Xie introduced Duan Ling Tian to the old man. While Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hong were greeting one another, one of the 4 prodigious disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frown on his face. Junior sister Huan didn't come? This prodigious disciple was none other than Lei Ying's second disciple and only son, Lei Jun. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lei Jun earlier, he was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lei Jun to be here. Based on what he knew, Lei Jun did not comprehend the law of death. However, when he saw the frown on Lei Jun's face when he said Huan was not here, it was not difficult for him to guess that Lei Jun was here for Huan. You're really persistent. Duan Ling Tian sneered inwardly. At the same time, he was thinking of ways to put Lei Jun in the same group as him so they could patrol the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison together. At that time, he would not mind killing Lei Jun as well as releasing the 6 titled Celestial Emperors. After all, the Thousand Chains prison would be in chaos. It would not be difficult for him to kill Lei Jun during the chaos. Moreover, no one would know he was the one who killed Lei Jun. However, while imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Although Duan Ling Tian had hinted that he wanted to be in the same group as Lei Jun rejected his offer. Lei Jun only said politely, "This is my first time on duty so I'm not familiar with it. I'd like to follow an elder to familiarize myself with the situation." Duan Ling Tian, this is your first time on duty as well, right? I advise you to follow an elder as well. Lei Jun suggested in the end. Duan Ling Tian, I'll be in the same group as you. At this moment, Elder Xie volunteered to join Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not want to be in the same group as Lei Jun. Since Elder Xie wanted to be in the same group as him, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the other 2 prodigious disciples before he nodded. Elder Xie. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he agreed to be in the same group as Elder Xie. He asked, "May I know which level will be assigned to first?" Recently, I feel like I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Therefore, I'd like to go to the level where I'm free to cultivate. Is that convenient? Everyone knew what Duan Ling Tian was implying. He wanted to be assigned to the 3rd level of the prison first. Normally, we'll wait for the Internal Affairs Hall to make the arrangements. Elder Xie said, however, if we can discuss it in private, we can also make arrangements. I have no problem with that. As long as the other 4 have no problem with that, we can be assigned to the 3rd level for 4 months. After Elder Xie finished speaking, he looked at the other 4 prodigious disciples. I have no problem with that. Elder Hong was the first to speak. Putting aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian was a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had a bright future, he did not dare to disrespect Duan Ling Tian because he was the junior brother of Head Warden Su, one of the 3 head wardens of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the other 2 prodigious disciples, they had no problem with that as well. They were more than happy to befriend a prodigious disciple like Duan Ling Tian who had a bright future. As for Lei Jun, no matter how much he hated Duan Ling Tian in his heart, he did not show it on his face. With that it was decided. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Xie would be assigned to the 3rd level of the prison first. Sister Water. Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world when he was about to head to the 3rd level of the prison with Elder Xie and the others. I'm going to head to the third level now. Once we arrive, I'll wait for an opportunity to release the 6 titled celestial emperors. The world-cleansing divine water nodded as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. Let me know when you arrive. At that time, I'll teach you the method to break the formation and the squares formation. Naturally, you won't have to break the formation yourself. Moreover, with your strength, you won't be able to break the formation I'll teach you. Even the 6 titled celestial emperors would need at least 3 or 4 of them to break the formation. The world-cleansing divine water said. Chapter 33:28. Duanling Tian passed by the 2 cells where Huan Er's parents were imprisoned before he could make his way to the 3rd floor of the prison. Huan Er's mother, Du Xian, was still unconscious. Moreover, the injuries on her body were different from the last time she was imprisoned. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes. His expression darkened slightly. Senior. When they passed by the cell where Huan Er's father, Lian Qiu, was imprisoned, Lian Qiu was still resting with his eyes closed. Due to the restriction of the formation, Lian Qiu could not sense the presence of Duanling Tian. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's voice transmission, Lian Qiu's eyebrows twitched slightly as he narrowed his eyes. He thought that since the young man was here, his daughter would definitely be here as well. However, when he narrowed his eyes, he only saw the young man. Today, I plan to save you and Senior Du Xian. Lian Qiu was about to ask Duanling Tian if his daughter was doing well when Duanling Tian sent him another voice transmission. Lian Qiu regained his senses and sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Don't do anything stupid. If something happens to you, who's going to take care of Huan Er? Although he had only met his daughter once, he could see his daughter's attachment to the young man. As someone who had been through many things before, he could see his daughter's heart was completely devoted to the young man. It was the kind of attachment that she would not regret even if she died. Senior. I'm confident. Duanling Tian did not deny Lian Qiu's words. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Lian Qiu and said, I'll teach you the method to break the formation in your and Senior Du Xian cells. Although the spirit formation that imprisoned you all is the same, forcibly breaking it open from the inside is completely different from forcibly breaking it open from the outside. With your strength, it won't be difficult for you to break it from the inside. However, breaking it from the outside will be difficult. At that time, I'll rush over to help you. Without waiting for Lian Qiu's response, Duanling Tian told Lian Qiu the method to break the formation. Of course, the world-cleansing divine water of the 5 divine elements had taught him how to break the formation. Senior, my plan is, when they were about to leave Lian Qiu's prison, Duanling Tian told Lian Qiu about his plan through voice transmission. He also told Lian Qiu about his plan to release the 6 titled celestial emperors from the 3rd floor of the heavenly pool palace and that someone would come to his aid after he escaped. Lian Qiu did not expect his daughter's sweetheart would have such a grand plan. Moreover, he even used the 6 titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor. I understand. After hearing Duanling Tian's voice transmission, Lian Qiu also saw the hope of leaving. His eyes lit up. Since his eyes were so bright, even if there were people around him, they would not be able to see the expression in his eyes. At this moment, Duanling Tian and Elder Xie arrived at the 3rd floor of the prison. The 6 titled celestial emperors were imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the prison. It was impossible to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, or sense the profundities of the laws on the 3rd floor. It was only possible to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, and sense the profundities of the laws near the stairs. Duanling Tian, if you're in a hurry to cultivate, you can start now. I'll go and observe the formation to see if there's anything wrong with it, Elder Xie said. The most important thing to observe the formation on the 3rd floor was to report to the Heavenly Pool Palace immediately. The Heavenly Pool Palace would then arrange for a formation master to repair the formation. It's fine. There's no need to rush. Duanling Tian shook his head. All right, I'd like to see if the formation is still intact. Naturally, Duanling Tian could not stay near the stairs to cultivate. He had to communicate with the 6 titled celestial emperors and teach them how to break the formation so that they could escape. All right. The old man did not suspect anything. He led Duanling Tian around the 3rd floor of the prison and taught Duanling Tian how to check if the formation was still intact. Duan Lingtian only replied perfunctorily when he heard the old man's words. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw 3 people standing in front of the 3 wooden huts. These 3 people were 3 of the 4 people he had met the last time he was here. Among the 4 people he had met previously, there was a burly man, an old woman, an old man and a young man. However, at this moment, the young man was not outside the wooden hut. The door of the wooden hut he was in was tightly shut. It was clear the young man had returned to his room. Senior. Duan Lingtian chose the skinny old woman as his first target. He said through voice transmission, "I have a way to get you out of here, senior. However, I'll need the help of the other 5 seniors." The old woman who was sitting in front of the wooden hut with her eyes closed immediately opened her eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. She looked at Duan Lingtian who was walking with the old woman. "You think you have what it takes?" A hint of disdain could be seen in the old woman's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian's words through voice transmission. "Senior, there's no need to rush. Can you wait for me to finish?" Duan Lingtian told the old woman the method to break the formation. He was merely passing the information to the old woman since the world-cleansing divine water had just told him. The old woman was a titled celestial emperor. Although she was not an expert in formations, she had a certain understanding of formations. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, she knew Duan Lingtian's method would work. "Why did you save me?" the old woman asked through voice transmission. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. She did not think Duan Lingtian would save her for no reason. "Senior, naturally, I saved you for a reason. However, it has nothing to do with you. You don't have to do anything for me." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, "I want to save the 2 people on the 2nd floor of the prison. However, I can't bring them out on my own. That's why I thought of rescuing you and the others from the 3rd floor. With your strength, you'll be able to hold back the titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to bring them out of the Heavenly Pool Palace, they won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors." Duan Lingtian said, "There are only 6 of us. The Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled celestial emperors. Moreover, some of them are stronger than the 9 titled celestial emperors." The old woman said, "The 6 of us are no match for the 9 titled celestial emperors. In fact, even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and celestial emperor Meng Chong, alone is enough to suppress 2 or 3 of us." A hint of dread could be seen in the old woman's eyes when she mentioned Yu Fengyu. "Senior, you don't have to worry about that," Duan Lingtian said. "I've arranged for someone else to hold back the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Oh." The old woman was slightly surprised. She asked, "Who did you arrange to hold back the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace? Ordinary titled celestial emperors won't be able to hold him back." "Senior, you might not know who he is. The senior I arranged for isn't from the boundless heaven. He's from the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, he's from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian said, "The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" The old woman chuckled. "What a coincidence. I'm from the solitary destructive heaven as well. However, after I came to the boundless heaven, I killed some people from the Heavenly Pool Palace and was imprisoned here. I know all the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven." "Who's the person you arranged for?" the old woman asked. "Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor," Duan Lingtian replied. "Meng Chuan?" The old woman's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She exclaimed in shock, "You're not lying to me, right? You really managed to invite Meng Chuan here?" "Senior, why would I lie to you?" Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "There's no point in lying to you, right? Moreover, I'm not that bored. I'm not that bored. If you really invited Meng Chuan here, even if he's slightly weaker than Yu Fengyu, he'll still be able to hold Yu Fengyu back. Most importantly, Yu Fengyu won't dare to kill him. Meng Chuan's elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, is not an ordinary person. If Yu Fengyu dares to touch him, he'll definitely come to the Heavenly Pool Palace and wreak havoc. Although Yu Fengyu is one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, he's still weaker than Meng Luo. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is much stronger than Meng Luo. However, Meng Luo has the support of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is suspected to have attained godhood. The old woman's eyes became more and more fiery as she spoke. Godhood. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Senior, are you saying Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, has attained godhood? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, the old woman replied. After he returned from the Azura Hell, he easily killed Chen Qiubo, who had only been the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven for a short period of time. Although there's no news of him attaining godhood, I suspect he has attained godhood since he killed Chen Qiubo so easily. Senior, you even know about this. It seems like you've been imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison not long ago. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old woman would know about what had happened in the past 100 to 200 years. Little one, even if Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, is being held back, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the remaining 8 titled celestial emperors. The old woman expressed her concern. Senior, you don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I've already made arrangements before I came here. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor should have left the Heavenly Pool Palace by now. Senior, I'll leave it to you to contact the other seniors. If it's possible, we can confirm the time together. We'll break the third formation in 5 days and escape. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the old woman. Yes, yes. Chapter 33-29. He had decided to ask the titled Celestial Emperors to break the formation 5 days later because the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor would arrive at the place Duan Lingtian had tricked them into going. Even if the titled Celestial Emperors and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor did not rush back, it would still take them 5 to 6 days to return to the Devata realm through a transportation formation. For this reason, it was the best time to make a move. Don't worry, I'll contact them. The old woman replied. I'm sure they'll cooperate as well. This is a great opportunity. A hint of light flashed in the depths of the old woman's eyes as she spoke through voice transmission. For the old woman and the other 5 titled celestial emperors, this was a great opportunity to escape. The worst that could happen was that they would be sent back to the Devata realm. It was just a matter of time for them to get some exercise. That's good. Duan Lingtian agreed to let the old woman contact the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Although it would be easy for him to contact them one by one, it would take a lot of effort. Therefore, it was better for him to let the old woman contact them. Moreover, he had also taught the old woman the method to break the formation. She only needed to teach the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Senior. To be safe, Duan Lingtian reminded the old woman again. His voice was solemn as he said, when you inform the other 5 titled celestial emperors and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, you must tell them not to be impatient. There's a reason I asked you to wait 5 days. 5 days later, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor will arrive at the place I tricked them to. It'll take them at least 5 to 6 days to return from there. If they're impatient, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor will definitely come back and stop you from escaping. A hint of worry could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice. He was worried the titled celestial emperors would be too impatient. Don't worry, the old woman replied. The old woman replied, the 5 of them have been imprisoned here for much longer than me. I'm not in a hurry, so they definitely won't be in a hurry either. Hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian immediately let out a sigh of relief. That's good. At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to patrol the 3rd floor of the prison with the old man. After a round of inspection, the old man smiled and said, the formations here are intact. Next, we'll stay here and cultivate. We'll just have to spend the remaining 4 months. 4 months later, I'll switch places with them. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he walked towards the staircase and sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. Yes. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian followed the old man to the staircase and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, the elder subconsciously closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. However, Duan Ling Tian only closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. In the depths of his eyes, there was a strange expression. 5 days. 5 days later, the 6 titled celestial emperors would break out of the formation. Apart from that, the formation in the square in the Thousand Chains prison would be broken as well. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would take advantage of the chaos to escape with his parents. At that time, if possible, I'll release the others as well. It doesn't matter if they're from the Heavenly Pool Palace or not. The more people there are, the more chaotic the situation will be. At the same time, my parents and I will have a higher chance of escaping. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to the old woman. Senior, have you spoken to them? Take a look for yourself. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian discovered the old woman was sitting cross-legged outside the wooden hut and staring at him from afar. Apart from that, there was also a person standing in front of each of the wooden huts staring at him intently. The aloof young man whom Duan Ling Tian had met previously walked out of the wooden hut. Apart from that, there was another titled Celestial Emperor whom Duan Ling Tian had not met previously. Of course, even after this somewhat fat old man walked out of the wooden house, there was still one person who didn't walk out of the wooden house. There were 6 titled Celestial Emperors imprisoned here. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had only met 5 of them. Lad, I haven't asked your name yet. The old woman asked through voice transmission. Senior, my name is Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. My name is Xueqi, and my title is Golden Flower. People call me the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. After that, the old woman introduced the 4 captives to Duan Ling Tian. First, she introduced the old man with disheveled gray hair. The old man on the left is called Ku Bai Lu. His title is Bai Lu, and people call him the White Deer Celestial Emperor. This old man isn't human. He's a celestial beast. Naturally, he's not a deer-type celestial beast. His real form is a wolf. The old woman explained. After introducing the old man with disheveled gray hair, the old woman continued to introduce the bald man. This bald man is called Tang Xiong Ba. His title is Mo Yun, and people call him the Mo Yun Celestial Emperor. As for the fat old man, he's called Ma Chi. His title is Ji Lei, and people call him the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor. Many people think he's an expert in the law of thunder when they hear his title. However, the truth is, he's an expert in the law of earth, just like us. If he's an expert in the law of thunder, he would have been killed by Yu Fengyu from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The old woman paused for a moment before she looked at the young man who had yet to be introduced. The young man had a cold aura. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just like Ku Bai Lu, he's not human. His true form is an ice flower that has been frozen in ice for millions of years. You can say he's a plant that has taken human form. His strength is second only to the person who hasn't been released. Not only is he an expert in the law of ice, but he's also an expert in the law of earth. Naturally, his attainments in the law of ice are higher than his attainments in the law of earth. However, it's all thanks to his comprehension of the law of earth that he's still alive. The old woman shook her head and said, he named himself Xian Bing, and his title is Xian Bing. People call him the Xian Bing Celestial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the young man when the old woman introduced him. The young man nodded slightly at Duan Ling Tian and forced a smile on his face. Senior, since the last person is the strongest among all of you, how strong is he compared to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Ling Tian asked the old woman curiously after he retracted his gaze from the young man. That person. Yu Fengyu isn't a match for him. The old woman replied. What? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard the old woman's words. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace isn't a match for him? If that's the case, why is he imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? His forte is defense while Yu Fengyu's forte is offense. Naturally, his offense isn't weak either. If it's a one-on-one battle, he'll be able to defeat Yu Fengyu in a day and a night. However, that's more than enough time for the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven to arrive. The old woman sighed before she continued to say, he's not a match for the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. In the end, he had no choice but to surrender. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He's so strong? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. He did not expect the person who had yet to leave the wooden hut would be so strong. Even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was no match for him. Moreover, he was imprisoned by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Speaking of which, he's quite similar to you. The old woman said. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not understand why the old woman would say that. The old woman continued to say, he came looking for trouble with the heavenly pool palace because he wanted to save someone. To be more precise, he wanted the heavenly pool palace to let him go. However, the heavenly pool palace refused to let him go. The old woman continued. Yu Fengyu also realized that he would lose if they continued fighting, so he went to find the celestial emperor of boundless heaven. Even the heavenly emperor had to expend a lot of effort to capture him and imprison him in the Thousand Chains prison. The old woman shook her head as she said, unfortunately, he's an expert in the law of earth. The law of earth is weak when it comes to offense. Otherwise, if it were another existence at the same level as him that had comprehended a different law, the Thousand Chains prison wouldn't be able to trap them at all. Among the many laws, the law of earth was the strongest in terms of defense. In this regard, even the four supreme laws could not compare to it. However, while the law of earth was the strongest in terms of defense, it also gave up on offense and speed. It could not compare to any of the other laws. Even Meng Chuan, your helper, isn't on the same level as him. He's on the same level as Meng Chuan's elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. The old woman continued to speak. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with curiosity. The old woman said, he's coming out. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the tightly shut door of the wooden hut. After a few moments, the door opened, and a figure walked out. The person who walked out of the wooden hut was a young man. He was dressed in a white robe that was as pure as snow. The young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, it seemed as though his surroundings paled in comparison. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man, his eyes widened in shock. This was because he knew the white-clad young man. Be Big Brother Pei. Chapter 33:30. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that he would meet Big Brother Pei again at this time and place. Previously, he had met Pei Yuanji because he wanted to help Huan obtain the concealment pendant. At that time, he thought Pei Yuanji was a mysterious man. He had even asked Pei Yuanji if he was a celestial lord. However, at that time, Pei Yuanji had told him that he was not. At that time, he thought Pei Yuanji was a celestial king or a powerful celestial duke. Who knew Pei Yuanji was not a celestial duke or a celestial king, but a celestial emperor? Moreover, he was a titled celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian looked at the white-clad young man, Pei Yuanji, in a daze, Pei Yuanji noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and instantly looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Although it had been 200 years, Pei Yuanji recognized Duan Lingtian immediately. Duan Lingtian was the young man he had met in the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, he had given Pei Yuanji his royal-grade mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring and asked Pei Yuanji to retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring from a little world. Apart from that, Pei Yuanji had left the little world on Duan Lingtian's request. However, what he did not expect was that when he left, he happened to overhear the discussions of others in a restaurant halfway through his journey. One of the people in the restaurant was a disciple of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. He happened to witness a woman being imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. As for that woman, she was a phantom fox named Du Xian. Du Xian? Isn't she Du Fei's niece? Pei Yuanji was not unfamiliar with the name Du Xian since Du Fei had often mentioned it to him. Du Fei was one of the women he had met during his travels in the major realms. She was one of the most unforgettable women he had met. By the time he realized he had fallen in love with Du Fei, it was already too late. He could only think of retrieving the mystical E9 water chestnut ring from Du Fei as a token of their friendship. Due to his guilt toward Du Fei and his feelings for her, he decided to make a trip to the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue her niece. Just as he was about to overpower Yu Fengyu, the Heavenly Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Yu Fengyu summoned the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven and imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. As such, not only was he unable to save Du Fei's niece, Du Xian, he was even trapped here with no way to leave. He didn't know if Duanling Tian had helped him find the mystic E9 water chestnut ring. However, he did not expect to see Duanling Tian in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison 200 years after he was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, based on Duanling Tian's position, it was clear he was not imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Instead, he looked more like one of the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigious disciples. Duanling Tian, why are you here? Did you join the Heavenly Pool Palace? Pei Yuanji asked in astonishment. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Earlier, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor sent me a voice transmission saying someone wanted to help us escape from the Thousand Chains prison. Earlier, the old woman, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Xueqi, had sent a voice transmission to Pei Yuanji to inform him that a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace wanted to rescue them. The prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace wanted to rescue them. Pei Yuanji only saw 2 people from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, he recognized one of them as an elder from the Heavenly Pool Palace. For this reason, he assumed the prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace was Duanling Tian. Brother Pei, it's me. Duanling Tian replied. Then he asked curiously, Brother Pei, why are you here? Earlier, I heard from the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor that you came to the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue someone. After you fought with Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, you were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Yes, Pei Yuanji replied. I was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison by the Heavenly Pool Palace's Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why I couldn't return to look for you. In fact, I didn't even have the time to do what you asked me to do. As he finished speaking, Pei Yuanji's tone carried a bit of guilt. Brother Pei, who are you here to rescue? Duanling Tian asked curiously. In his opinion, the person must have a close relationship with Pei Yuanji for him to come all the way from the spirit overarching heaven to the boundless heaven. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Even if Pei Yuanji was strong, he would not want to offend a heaven-grade force unless he had to rescue someone. I'm here to rescue the niece of an old friend. Pei Yuanji sighed. An old friend's niece? Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Pei Yuanji's words. A bold thought appeared in his mind. He could not help but ask, Brother Pei, is the old friend you're talking about Senior Du Fei? How do you know about Du Fei? Did she leave a remnant of her will in the little world she left behind? Pei Yuanji's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duanling Tian's question. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Brother Pei, you asked me to bring the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring into the little world to look for the mystic E9 water chestnut ring. I managed to find it. However, the mystic E9 water chestnut ring was in the possession of a remnant of Senior Du Fei's soul. After that, Senior Du Fei gave me the mystic E9 water chestnut ring. She also asked me to tell you to take care of Huan on her behalf. Duanling Tian said. Huan Pei Yuanji asked. You mean the woman who was always by your side? Is she from the Phantom Fox clan? Yes. Duanling Tian replied. Based on my understanding of Du Fei, she wouldn't have asked me to take care of her unless it was someone close to her. Is she related to Huan in some way? Pei Yuanji asked again. Huan calls her grand aunt. Duanling Tian smiled wryly and said, Brother Pei, if I'm not mistaken, you came to the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Senior Du Fei's niece, Du Xian, right? Yes. Pei Yuanji looked at Duanling Tian in shock. Then, as though he had just recalled something, his eyes widened slightly as he asked, Is Du Xian the person you're trying to save? Yes. Duanling Tian replied with a wry smile on his face. Du Xian is Huan Er's mother. Naturally, I'm not here to save Senior Du Xian. I'm here to save Senior Lien Qiu as well. I'm sure you know Senior Du Xian is here because of Senior Lien Qiu. That's why she's imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said. I really didn't expect such a coincidence. Pei Yuanji said with a sigh. However, I wonder what fortuitous encounter you've had in the past 200 years for you to have grown so strong. You actually know how to break the formation here. What's your current cultivation base? Pei Yuanji asked. I've just become a 6-combo Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian replied. Why you're a 6-combo Celestial Lord now? Pei Yuanji was naturally shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. The last time he saw the purple-clad young man was 200 years ago. He was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he learned the reason Pei Yuanji was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison was because of Du Xian. Apart from that, he also learned about the relationship between Pei Yuanji and Du Fei through voice transmission. Brother Pei, the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring is with Huan Er. After I rescue Senior Du Xian and Senior Lien Qiu, I'll bring them to see Huan Er. I'll return the ring to you, Duan Lingtian said. There's no need for that. Pei Yuanji replied through voice transmission with a smile. Since Huan Er is her grandniece, just leave the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring to her. The mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring are royal-grade celestial weapons that Du Fei and I used in the past. At that time, she wasn't even a celestial lord yet. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. It was as though he had returned to the days when he was with Du Fei. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he saw Pei Yuanji. He was confident he would be able to rescue Huan Er's parents if he rescued the 6 titled celestial emperors. Perhaps, other titled celestial emperors would ignore him after they escaped. However, Pei Yuanji would not ignore him. In fact, Pei Yuanji might even escort him and Huan Er's parents out of this place. After all, Huan Er's mother was the niece of Du Fei, Big Brother Pei's close female friend. The reason Big Brother Pei was imprisoned here was because of her. Brother Pei, what's your title? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Wu Chen. Pei Yuanji replied. Wu Chen Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he said. That suits your temperament, Brother Pei. What about you? Did you go to the title temple to obtain the title of a titled celestial lord? Pei Yuanji asked with a smile. I went there some time ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. What title? Misty Rain. Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, Pei Yuanji's goal was the same as Pei Yuanji's. Over the next 5 days, he continued to chat with Pei Yuanji through voice transmission. During these 5 days, Pei Yuanji had also conversed with the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Even Xueqi, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, was much more courteous to Pei Yuanji when she found out Pei Yuanji was acquainted with Pei Yuanji. Although Pei Yuanji was imprisoned before Xueqi, the other 4 titled celestial emperors treated him with respect since he was the strongest among them. After all, with Pei Yuanji's strength, he was considered to be above average among the top-tier titled celestial emperors. In this world, the strong were the ones who were respected. 5 days passed in just a blink of an eye for Duan Lingtian and the others. Let's begin. 5 days later, Pei Yuanji called out to the other 5 titled celestial emperors before he began to break the formation using the method Duan Lingtian had taught him. Boom! Rumble! The formation on the 3rd floor of the prison was broken. Chapter 33-31. This is bad. At this moment, Elder Xie from the Heavenly Pool Palace, who was sitting cross-legged next to Duan Lingtian, widened his eyes. His expression changed drastically as soon as the formation on the 3rd floor of the prison was destroyed. However, his eyes were filled with fear in the next moment. How's this possible? How did they get out? He discovered the 6 titled celestial emperors who were imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison, had broken out of the formation and were standing near him. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long white robe. He was Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. Pei Yuanji was not a stranger to the old man. In fact, he had a deep impression of Pei Yuanji. After all, Pei Yuanji was the only titled celestial emperor in the Thousand Chains prison who was not a member of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The titled celestial emperor was personally imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. He's out as well. The old man's face was ashen. He did not expect Pei Yuanji to escape as well. After all, even the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was helpless against Pei Yuanji. In fact, if the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace had not brought the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven here, the old man would have been defeated by Pei Yuanji. At this moment, the old man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he saw Pei Yuanji leading the 6 titled celestial emperors. In that instant, he even had the will to die, and he felt that he was definitely going to die. Let's go. However, what the old man didn't expect was that Pei Yuanji and the others didn't have any intention of attacking him. Instead, Pei Yuanji looked to the side of the old man and greeted him with a faint smile. What's going on? The old man's expression changed as he instinctively looked at the person beside him. He saw Xueqi, the 7th disciple of Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and the junior brother of Xueqi, one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Upon hearing Pei Yuanji's words, Xueqi nodded and said, "All right. It's him." The old man's eyes widened. He would have lived in vain if he still could not figure out that the young man before him was the one who had released the titled celestial emperors. Noticing the old man's complicated gaze, Duan Lingtian looked back at him and smiled. "Elder Xie, if there's nothing else, you can stay here. It's too dangerous outside." With that, Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji took the lead and walked down to the 3rd floor of the prison, while the other 5 people followed closely behind. Although the 5 titled celestial emperors were prideful and arrogant, they were extremely obedient to Pei Yuanji's command. "Little Xie, you have to thank that Ling Tian brat. If it wasn't for that Ling Tian brat telling us to spare your life, you would already be dead." The fat old man, Ma Qi, the Ji Lei celestial emperor, patted Elder Xie's shoulder as he walked past him. Then, he chuckled before he left with Duan Lingtian and the others. Elder Xie was stunned when he saw the 5 titled celestial emperors leaving. He smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have such a trick up his sleeve." At this moment, not only was the old man not angry, but he was also grateful. He knew that the Ji Lei celestial emperor had no reason to lie to him. He was certain that Duan Lingtian was the one who had allowed him to live. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. As for why Duan Lingtian had allowed Elder Xie to leave, even if he was not here, he would not have been able to stop Duan Lingtian. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian did not intentionally deceive or use him from the beginning until the end. Even if Duan Lingtian had deceived and used him, it was not worth mentioning compared to his life. It seems like the Thousand Chains prison is going to be chaotic soon. It's safer for me to stay here. The old man recalled Duan Lingtian's words and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating as though nothing had happened. However, the truth was, he was extremely agitated. He could not calm down even after a long time. On the other side, when Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji descended to the 3rd floor, they immediately made their way to the cells where Du Xian and Lian Qiu were imprisoned. They did not stop at all. "Duan Lingtian? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on duty on the 3rd floor? Who's he?" The 2 prodigious disciples on duty on the 2nd floor were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji. Pei Yuanji was imprisoned on the 3rd floor, and the 2 prodigious disciples had once been on duty there. However, since Pei Yuanji rarely showed himself, they did not recognize him as one of the 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on the 3rd floor. However, when they saw the 5 titled celestial emperors behind Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji, their expressions changed drastically. Pei Yuanji rarely left the house, so they did not recognize him. However, the 5 titled celestial emperors often left their wooden huts. Therefore, the prodigious disciples were able to recognize them. Why are they out here? The formation on the 3rd floor has been broken. Does this mean the white-clad young man next to Duan Lingtian is the elusive Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor who rarely leaves his wooden hut? All 6 titled celestial emperors are out. The faces of the two geniuses instantly turned extremely pale. Their legs began to tremble, and they were unable to move for a long time. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he made his move. Before the two prodigious disciples could react, he knocked them out and kicked them to the side. Soon after, Duanling Tian and Pei Yuanji arrived at Lian Qiu's cell. HM? Before Duanling Tian could greet him, Lian Qiu heard a series of footsteps approaching him. When he opened his eyes, he saw 7 people standing outside his cell. He recognized one of the 2 people standing in the front. It was the young man his daughter was in love with. Brother Pei. Duanling Tian greeted Pei Yuanji. Pei Yuanji continued to use the method Duanling Tian had taught him to break the formation around Lian Qiu's cell. Thank you, my lord. Lian Qiu could tell Pei Yuanji was a titled celestial emperor. He quickly rose to his feet and thanked Pei Yuanji respectfully. A man who can't even protect his woman isn't a good man. Pei Yuanji looked at Lian Qiu meaningfully before he walked to the side and opened the cell where Du Xian was imprisoned. At this moment, Duanling Tian's voice transmission rang in Lian Qiu's ears. Senior Lian Qiu, Brother Pei and Senior Du Xian's aunt, Du Fei, are a couple. Senior Du Xian can address Brother Pei as her uncle. Brother Pei is imprisoned here because he wanted to save Senior Du Xian. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lian Qiu's eyes widened in shock. He's Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor who was imprisoned by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? Although Lian Qiu had heard of Pei Yuanji before, it was only hearsay. 200 years ago, some of the prison guards on duty in the Thousand Chains prison were chatting in private. They told him that a big shot had been imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison 200 years ago. The important figure was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor. Lord Pei Yuanji was imprisoned because he wanted to save Xian Er? He's Xian Er's uncle? Lian Qiu was dumbfounded. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and save your woman. Lian Qiu only regained his senses when Pei Yuanji's voice rang in the air. He hastily rushed into the cell where Pei Yuanji had broken open and carried the blood-stained white phantom fox out. Lian Qiu's eyes were filled with emotions when he carried the phantom fox out of the cell. If you let her suffer again in the future, I won't let you off. Pei Yuanji was already feeling guilty about what had happened to Du Fei. His expression was unsightly when he saw Du Fei's niece was in such a predicament because of Lian Qiu. Don't worry, senior. Lian Qiu looked at the phantom fox in his arms and muttered, I'll protect Xian Er with my life. No one is allowed to touch her. Everyone, listen up. At the same time, Pei Yuanji lowered his voice and said to everyone who was imprisoned on the 2nd floor of the cell, I'll let all of you out now. I don't care what you do after you leave the Thousand Chains prison. However, before you leave the Thousand Chains prison, you'll have to line up behind us obediently. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll kill them. As soon as Pei Yuanji finished speaking, he stomped his foot before a khaki-colored energy surged out of his feet and opened all the cells on the 2nd floor. Thank you, my lord. Duanling Tian and Pei Yuanji continued to make their way down to the 1st level of the confinement prison as the group of people thanked them. This was because there were various formations between every level of the prison, including a soundproof formation. Therefore, even if there was a huge commotion on the 2nd level, the people on the 1st level would not be able to detect it. Soon after, Duanling Tian saw Lei Jun and the elder of the Thousand Chains prison on the 1st level of the Thousand Chains prison. Duanling Tian? Lei Jun frowned when he saw Duanling Tian on the 1st floor of the Thousand Chains prison. On the other hand, the expression of the old man next to Lei Jun changed drastically when he saw Pei Yuanji. Why are you here? The 2 prodigious disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace on the 2nd floor of the Thousand Chains prison did not recognize Pei Yuanji. Similar to Elder Xie on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison, he recognized Pei Yuanji with just a glance. Elder, who's he? Lei Jun asked curiously. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. The old man replied bitterly. What? The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor? Lei Jun's expression changed drastically when he heard the old man's words. He had heard about the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor from his mother, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, more than once. Therefore, he knew the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor was a titled Celestial Emperor, whom even Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was no match for. Chapter 33-32. 200 years ago, the battle between Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, and Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, shocked the entire Heavenly Pool Palace. The battle took place outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Only the 7 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace had witnessed it. Lei Jun's mother, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, was one of them. Due to this, Lei Jun learned about the battle from his mother, Lei Ying. Therefore, he knew how terrifying the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor was. Why is the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor here? Also, why is he with Duanling Tian? At this moment, Lei Jun was confused. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be the one who released Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. After all, Duanling Tian was not capable of doing so. Ever since Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Immortal Emperor, had been imprisoned for a while, the formation of the Thousand Chains prison had been strengthened. Even the elders of the Thousand Chains prison were unable to rescue him from the formation, let alone the disciples and guards. This was especially true for the formation on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison where the 6 titled Celestial Emperors were imprisoned. Only the 3 wardens knew how to activate the formation. That's right. Xueqi is Duanling Tian's eldest senior sister. Did Xueqi tell Duanling Tian how to activate the formation? Lei Jun was still thinking to himself. At this moment, the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors who had escaped from the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison came down from the 2nd floor of the Thousand Chains prison. The old man's expression changed again when he saw this. It's over. It's over. Why are they all here? The old man even recognized Pei Yuanji, the mysterious Nirvanic Celestial Emperor who was imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison. It was only natural that he recognized the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors. Lei Jun's expression changed drastically when he learned that the 5 titled Celestial Emperors who had escaped from the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison. Duanling Tianyu, how dare you work with Xueqi to release these titled Celestial Emperors? Do you know that you're punishable by death? The Heavenly Pool Palace won't let you go. Lei Jun looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice. Eldest senior sister? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Lei Jun mentioning Xueqi, Su Lang's eldest senior sister. However, when he regained his senses, he knew Lei Jun must have thought Xueqi had joined forces with him to release the 6 titled Celestial Emperors. Lei Jun, is there something wrong with your head? Duanling Tian sneered and said, if my senior sister wants to release someone, does she need me to do it? Wouldn't it be easier for her to do it herself? If it wasn't for Xueqi, why did you activate those arrays? Lei Jun had a look of disbelief. Open. Duanling Tian smiled. Who said I activated those array formations? Those formations were only broken by Big Brother Pei and the others. Impossible. The old man next to Lei Jun shook his head as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. Those formations are very special. If they could break them, they would have done it a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? Naturally, I taught them how to break the formations. Duanling Tian said indifferently. You. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Then, his expression darkened as he said, Duanling Tian, do you know that even if they manage to escape, the Heavenly Pool Palace will hunt you down for what you've done today? The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is behind the Heavenly Pool Palace. Pei Yuanji is imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor himself. If you release him now, the Heavenly Emperor will definitely kill you. The old man threatened. Shut up. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xian Bing, the profound Ice Celestial Emperor, who was standing behind Duanling Tian and Pei Yuanji, shouted coldly. As soon as Xian Bing's voice rang in the air, a cold aura filled the entire 1st floor of the prison. Then, an ice spike shot out from under the feet of the prison elder. In the blink of an eye, the ice spike pierced through the elder's body and froze him into ice. Shatter. Xian Bing's cold voice rang in the air. The elder's frozen body shattered and turned into mist before it fell to the ground. It was as though he had never existed. However, if one looked closely, one could still see black and red droplets of blood on the floor. Swoosh! Lei Jun only regained his senses after the prison elder beside him was killed. His expression changed drastically in an instant. Everyone! Everyone! My mother is Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't kill me! You can't kill me! Lei Jun cried out in a trembling voice when he saw the elder who was stronger than him was killed in just a blink of an eye. In the face of life and death, no matter how arrogant Lei Jun usually was in front of others, he was completely terrified at this moment. It was as if he had been beaten back to his original state. Lei Jun Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Jun and said with a grin, "Do you know why I released them?" Lei Jun looked at Pei Yuanji and the others warily before he instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with confusion. "I did it to save Huan Er's parents." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lian Qiu walked down from the second floor with Du Xian's snow fox in his arms. Lei Jun's attention was immediately drawn to Lian Qiu. Lei Jun's eyes were filled with confusion. "There's one more thing I want to tell you. Huan Er and I entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huan Er's parents." Duan Lingtian continued to say, "Both of you entered the Heavenly Pool Palace with ulterior motives?" Lei Jun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his third junior sister and the purple-clad young man had entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huan Er's parents. "That's a phantom fox?" "A phantom fox. He's Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the solitary destructive heaven who refused to marry the palace master's daughter?" Seeing the white phantom fox in Lian Qiu's arms, although Lei Jun did not know Lian Qiu and had never seen him before, he had heard of him. "Junior sister Huan Er is their daughter?" Lei Jun found it hard to believe. "Brother Pei. Seniors." At the same time, Duan Lingtian greeted Pei Yuanji, the 5 titled celestial emperors, and Lian Qiu. "I have some enmity with Lei Jun. Why don't we leave after I've dealt with him?" "There's no rush." Pei Yuanji smiled faintly. "There's a formation here that prevents outsiders from knowing what's going on. We'll leave after you've dealt with your matters." The prison's formation sealed off everything, including communication and sound. For this reason, outsiders would not know what was going on in the prison. "Lingtian, I haven't seen you in action before. This is a good opportunity for me to see you in action." The fat old man, Ma Qi, the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor, said with a grin on his face. The other titled Celestial Emperors and Lian Qiu turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious about Duan Lingtian's strength. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lei Jun's expression changed drastically. "Duan Lingtian, are you mistaken? There's no enmity between us." Lei Jun was no match for Duan Lingtian, let alone Duan Lingtian who had a group of titled celestial emperors by his side. A year ago, even Han Yunjin who was stronger than him had died in Duan Lingtian's hands in the death arena. There was no way he would be able to survive if he fought Duan Lingtian. "You think there's no enmity between us?" Duan Lingtian said with a bright smile on his face. "Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Back then, weren't you the one who went with Han Yunjin to Duga Wan and Duga Wu and paid a huge price to have them kill me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he spoke. "Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What Duga Wen? Duga Wu?" Lei Jun was at a loss, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. However, he still suppressed his anger and suppressed his emotions. "A few months ago, when I returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duga Wu was waiting outside. Are you trying to say you're not the one who told him I left the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as his eyes turned colder. "Of course it wasn't me." Lei Jun shook his head. "Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. Why would I harm you? Even if I wanted to harm you, I would need a reason, right? Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to harm you? Am I right?" Lei Jun continued to play dumb. "There's no enmity between us? Reason?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "How dare you say there's no enmity between us? You're really thick-skinned for the sake of your life. Do you think I don't know the reason? Huan Er, In the end, Duan Ling Tian uttered her name. Moreover, I found your soul orb in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Huan was the one who recognized your soul orb. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold at this moment. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he prepared to make a move. At this moment, Lei Jun's expression changed drastically. He fell to his knees and said, Duan Lington, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted junior sister Huan. Please spare me. Please spare me. As long as you don't kill me and threaten me to leave, I can make my mother not interfere with your escape. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. In order to survive, Lei Jun was willing to do anything. He was even willing to become Duan Lingtian's hostage. Your mother? The merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying? However, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Lei Jun's words. Everything that I've planned and schemed against your mother would have ended up the same whether she did or not. For this reason, there's no need for us to threaten you. Initially, I planned to kill you myself. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the 2 Ning dragons from his little world. Roar! Roar! The 2 Ning dragons casually opened their mouths and spat out a terrifying power, heading straight for Lei Jun. Chapter 33-33. No! Lei Jun, who had lost all his will to fight, was powerless against the joint attack of the 2 Ning dragons. In just a blink of an eye, he was drowned by the Ning dragon's power. In just a blink of an eye, Lei Jun died in a worse state than the elder from the Thousand Chains prison. At the very least, the elder from the Thousand Chains prison had some dried blood left behind. Those were Ning dragons? Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a technique. The joint attack of the 2 Ning dragons is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. Ma Qi, the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor, and Xueqi Hua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Lei Jun with just a thought. Naturally, they were even more surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to tame a ferocious celestial beast like the Ning dragon. After all, it was rare for a Ning dragon to acknowledge someone as its master. Most Ning dragons were unruly and would rather die than submit. You won't die if you don't seek death. Duan Lingtian had watched Lei Jun's death coldly from the beginning until the end. He had never thought of making an enemy out of Lei Jun. However, since Lei Jun wanted him dead, he would not sit back and do nothing. After leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not know when he would have the opportunity to return to the Heavenly Pool Palace, let alone seek revenge from Lei Jun. He did not expect Lei Jun to apply to become a prison guard in the Thousand Chains prison. This was a good opportunity for him to seek revenge. If Lei Jun had not given him this opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to seek revenge from Lei Jun seniors. Let's leave this place first. We can chat later. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent the 2 Ning dragons back to his little world. Then, he said to the titled celestial emperors who had spoken to him, 2 of them are dead. Although it's impossible for them to send a message out, their soul pearls must have shattered. Those who have their soul pearls must know they're dead. Lei Jun's mother is Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Now that Lei Ying finds out about her son's death, she'll definitely investigate the matter. I'm afraid it won't be long before she comes to the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said. I'm sure she'll contact the other titled celestial emperors as soon as she discovers we've escaped. That's why we should try our best to leave Thousand Chains prison before she arrives. This way, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the others won't find out about our departure so soon. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. The other titled celestial emperors agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they did not want to offend the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the others. Of course, there are people waiting for us outside. However, all he can do is help us restrain the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace discovers that all of you, including Big Brother Pei, have escaped, he might send a message to the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven comes, I'm afraid all of you will be imprisoned again. Duan Lingtian continued. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if the heavenly monarch of the boundless heavens came, he wouldn't be able to kill Pei Yuanji and the others. He would only be able to imprison them. Huan Er's parents were destined to be imprisoned again. "Let's go," Pei Yuanji said. Following that, he and Duan Lingtian walked out of the prison. At the same time, Pei Yuanji used the method Duan Lingtian had taught him to break the formation at the entrance of the prison. Initially, Duan Lingtian had planned to release the people from the Heavenly Pool Palace who were imprisoned on the first floor of the prison. However, to prevent them from leaking information to the higher-ups of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he had decided not to release them. "We're out." After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, they arrived at a spacious area where the Life or Death platform and the Life or Death pavilion were located. They could see a few people on the Life or Death platform. When Duan Lingtian and the others left the area and were about to enter the passage to the Purgatory Palace, a few figures suddenly flew out of the Life or Death pavilion. "Stop! Who are you?" The newcomers were a few elders from the Life or Death pavilion. There were old men and middle-aged men among them. All of them were glaring at Duan Lingtian and the others from the Life or Death pavilion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others had caused a huge commotion. It was difficult for the elders to not notice them. "Get lost if you don't want to die." A figure rose into the air. A young man with a cold demeanor looked coldly at the few elders from the Life or Death hall and cried out in a cold voice. "The profound Ice Celestial Emperor." The elders from the Life or Death pavilion had once been on duty in the prison. Naturally, they recognized the young man. He was none other than the profound Ice Celestial Emperor, one of the titled Celestial Emperors imprisoned on the third floor of the prison. "If I see you again in the next 10 breaths, don't blame me for not showing mercy." After the young man with a cold aura rose into the air, an old man with messy gray hair followed suit. He smiled at the elders from the Life or Death pavilion in the distance. "The White Deer Celestial Emperor." The elders from the Life or Death pavilion were shocked when they saw the profound Ice Celestial Emperor. However, they were even more shocked when they saw the old man. For a moment, they thought they were dreaming. The two titled Celestial Emperors on the third floor of the prison had escaped? They recognized the old man as Ku Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor. "Let's go. Don't waste our time here," Pei Yuanji said indifferently. Although Pei Yuanji did not turn around, he was still leading the way. His long robes fluttered in the wind. His tall and large figure hid in front of the few Hall of Life and Death Hall elders. This allowed them to vaguely guess who this person was. Based on his attire, it was obvious he was the leader of the group since he dared to speak to the two titled Celestial Emperors in such a manner. He was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. The faces of the elders from the Life or Death pavilion paled in fright. They looked at each other before they fled back to the Life or Death pavilion. The Thousand Chains prison is going to change soon. The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor, and the White Deer Celestial Emperor have escaped. The other 3 titled Celestial Emperors must be with them as well. 6 titled Celestial Emperors escaping together. This has never happened before in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, right? How did they escape? Can they break through the Plaza of Termination? The formation in the Plaza of Termination isn't much more complicated than the formation on the third floor of the prison. Since they can break through the formation there, they should be able to break through the formation in the Plaza of Termination as well. An uproar broke out in the Life or Death pavilion. Even the Heavenly Pool Palace elders and prodigious disciples who were comprehending the law of death on the Life or Death platform were shocked. However, none of them dared to leave the Life or Death pavilion. What a joke! If the group of titled Celestial Emperors saw them following the Life or Death pavilion, they might even attack them out of anger. At that time, they would definitely die. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian and the others left the Life or Death pavilion, they passed through a passage and entered a spacious area. This was where the Purgatory Palace was located. They could vaguely see people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace. Moreover, there were more people here compared to the Life or Death pavilion. Duan Lingtian's group of close to 100 people had arrived in a grandiose manner. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not pay attention to the people who were looking at them from afar. Instead, They made their way to the entrance of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. After passing through the Internal Affairs Pavilion, they would arrive at the Plaza of Termination. As long as they passed through the Plaza of Termination, they would be able to leave the Thousand Chains prison. At that time they would be able to fly freely. Initially, I was worried that the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison would be distracted and stop me. Senior Lien Qiu and Senior Du Xian. However, based on the current situation, there is no need to worry about this problem. The other titled celestial emperors might not care about Senior Lien Qiu, Senior Du Xian, and me, but Brother Pei will definitely care. With Big Brother Pei around, we shouldn't be in any danger unless he can't escape. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Moreover, just as he had said to Lei Jun, everything was under his control. Since he had lured the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor away, there were only 7 titled Celestial Emperors left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had arranged for Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, to help him deal with the 7 titled Celestial Emperors. It would be easy for Pei Yuanji and the others to deal with the remaining 6 titled Celestial Emperors. It was to the extent that as long as Pei Yuanji's group of 6 worked together, those 6 people were absolutely no match for them. They could only watch as they escaped. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to enter the passageway and head to the Internal Affairs Palace, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as more than a dozen figures appeared in the air. They were led by a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a cold expression on his face. "Who are you?" The black-clad middle-aged man asked coldly as he arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively came to a halt when they saw the black-clad middle-aged man. "That's Feng Qi-han, one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion." Many of the people standing behind Duan Lingtian recognized the black-clad middle-aged man. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at the black-clad middle-aged man. These people were the ones who had been tortured in the Purgatory Pavilion. Feng Qi-han, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion, had personally ordered them to be tortured. Many of those who had been tortured with them had died in the Purgatory Pavilion. For this reason, they hated Feng Qi-han very much. The pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the black-clad middle-aged man. Was this the person who was at loggerheads with his eldest senior sister? Chapter 33-34. The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Palace? After Pei Yuanji, who was walking side by side with Duan Lingtian, stopped moving, he looked up into the sky and his eyes narrowed abruptly as he said indifferently, "How impressive." Although Pei Yuanji's voice wasn't loud, it seemed to contain a special magical power, causing the Purgatory Hall Master Feng Qi-han's gaze to immediately land on him. When he saw Pei Yuanji's appearance clearly, his expression changed greatly in an instant. The white-clad young man was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, whom even Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, could not deal with. Moreover, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven did not have the ability to kill Pei Yuanji. He could only imprison Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison. He remembered Pei Yuanji clearly. That time, when the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor captured this person and threw him into the Thousand Chains prison, it was this person who led the way to the 3rd floor of the prison. Humph. Following Pei Yuanji's cold snort, the space around Purgatory Hall Master Feng Qi-han began to tremble. Following that, an earthen yellow energy appeared. Before Feng Qi-han and the dozen or so people he had brought with him could react, the khaki-colored energy had already swept out in all directions. It was as if it had turned into waves that swept towards them. Boom, boom, boom. A space-shaking force swept out from all directions, covering almost every area that it could reach, causing Feng Qi-han and the others to instantly fall into a situation where they were surrounded on all sides. This is bad. What a powerful energy. Run! As the rolling energy and the vast aura of the Law of Earth swept towards them, the expressions of the dozen or so Purgatory Palace elders behind Feng Qi-han changed drastically, and they all attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, swoosh. More than 10 elders of the Purgatory Palace made their moves. Like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each of them displayed their divine abilities. All kinds of laws and profundities were displayed. Among them, there was no lack of one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. However, even so, their attacks were like a rock sinking into the ocean, unable to cause even the slightest ripple when they faced the menacing earth and yellow energy. Feng Qihan, the palace master of the Purgatory Palace, hadn't made a move since the beginning. When the elders of the Purgatory Palace attacked, he had a pleading look on his face as he shouted, "Lord Pei, please show mercy. I will immediately bring my men back to the Purgatory Palace and will no longer interfere in your matters. Lord Pei, I beg you." The hall master of the Purgatory Palace, one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. However, even though Feng Qihan was begging for mercy, the surging waves of energy did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, they grew stronger and stronger as the waves of energy continued to pile on top of one another. No. When the forces from all directions collided, the despairing cries of Feng Qihan and the others could be heard. Boom! Rumble! The seemingly endless waves of energy that contained the law of Earth's profundities collided with each other, causing the void to tremble violently. It felt as though the void would shatter at any moment. However, just as everyone was shocked by the strength of the power was instantly annihilated as if it had never appeared. If it were not for the blood mist and spatial rings that fell from the sky, everyone would have thought that they were hallucinating. What terrifying control! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Pei Yuanji. Previously, he only knew Brother Pei was strong, but he did not expect Brother Pei to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen celestial emperors led by Feng Qihan, the hall master of the Purgatory Hall, were killed. Moreover, Feng Qihan was close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Gulp. At this moment, even Lien Qiu, who was hugging the white phantom fox, could not help but gulp. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Pei Yuanji. He knew how strong Feng Qihan was since he had fought Feng Qihan before. However, such a troublesome opponent was like a chicken in front of the white-robed young man before him, unable to withstand a single blow. "Let's go," Pei Yuanji said indifferently as everyone looked at him in awe. Then, he led the way to the next passage. A group of people followed after Pei Yuanji. "Let's go with Brother Pei." As for those who had just been punished in the Purgatory Palace and had the ability to resist, at this time, they all resisted and broke free from their restraints, chasing after Pei Yuanji and the others. The elders of the Purgatory Pavilion did not dare to stop these people even though they saw them fleeing. After all, they were not sure if Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, would make a move as well. After all, if Pei Yuanji made a move, they would definitely die. The pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion was stronger than any of them, but he had still died earlier. At this moment, they were glad they did not follow the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion. Otherwise they would have died as well. "Senior Lien Qiu, let's leave with Brother Pei after we leave the Thousand Chains prison." Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Lien Qiu. "All right." Lien Qiu nodded. Apart from gratitude, there was also a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "My daughter. How is she now?" Lien Qiu asked through voice transmission. "She's doing well." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Lien Qiu's words. "Initially she wanted to come with me, but I thought it was too dangerous, so I asked her to wait for me in my hometown, the mundane realm. If we manage to escape from the boundless heaven, I'll bring you and Senior Duanxian to my hometown, the mundane realm." Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tenderness when he spoke about Huan Er. "All right." Lien Qiu nodded. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He looked at the unconscious white phantom fox in his arms and thought to himself, "Xian Er, we'll be reunited with our daughter soon. When you wake up, not only will you be able to see your daughter, but you'll also be able to see the son-in-law she found for us. This young man is very outstanding. Huan Er likes him, and I'm satisfied as well." Although Lien Qiu had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Duanling Tian was able to settle down his daughter and risk his life to save them alone was enough to show that he was an extremely responsible young man. I don't know if there will be any blind fellows later. Ma Qi, the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor, said with a grin on his face when they were about to leave the Thousand Chains prison. Xian Bing, old Pei, if there are any idiots later, don't send your powerhouses out. I'm itching for a fight as well. You're the only one who's itching for a fight? Ku Bai Lu, the Bai Lu Celestial Emperor, said snappily. Do you think I'm not itching for a fight as well? All right, let's do it together later. However, old Pei and Xian Bing can't do anything now. Ma Qi said. Although the atmosphere was rather relaxed now, it was only natural. Everyone, including Ma Qi and Ku Bai Lu, knew they could only relax in the Thousand Chains prison. After all, there were no titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Thousand Chains prison. However, things were different now that they had left the Thousand Chains prison. When they arrived at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Hall, they naturally attracted the attention of the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall quickly spotted Pei Yuanji, who was leading the group. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor? How did he get out? When the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall saw Pei Yuanji, they did not dare to approach Pei Yuanji. After all, they would only be courting death if they did. After all, Pei Yuanji was someone whom even the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not deal with. Isn't that Duanling Tian? He's the 7th disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and Warden Su's little junior brother. Why is he with Pei Yuanji? Moreover, he doesn't look like he's being held hostage by Pei Yuanji. He looks more like Pei Yuanji's best friend. This Duanling Tian wouldn't have come to rescue Pei Yuanji, right? Even if he wants to save Pei Yuanji, he has to be strong enough to do so. How do you explain this situation? If he didn't save Pei Yuanji, why would Pei Yuanji come out at this time? Look, the other 5 titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor are behind Pei Yuanji as well. My goodness! All the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor have come out? Something's going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Should we report this? Report this? If you dare to leave the Internal Affairs Hall now, you'll be killed before you even reach the final square. Why don't you give it a try? Forget it. There were only a few elders on duty in the Internal Affairs Hall. When they saw Pei Yuanji and the others walking out of the final square, they did not dare to leave the final square. Things are going so smoothly? Immortal Emperor Ji Lei, Ma Qi, felt a little gloomy when he saw that no one from the Internal Affairs Hall had come out. The people from the Internal Affairs Hall of the Thousand Chains prison are not as tough as the people from the Purgatory Hall. The people from the Internal Affairs Hall are smarter than the people from the Purgatory Pavilion. Ku Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, said, I'm used to it. Let's stop chatting. Now, let's focus. Once we break the formation in the final square and leave the Thousand Chains prison, we'll have to face the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Xueqi, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, said, due to the formation that separates the Thousand Chains prison from the 10,000 Chains prison, no one will know what's going on in there unless someone goes out to report it. At most, they'll know that someone has died in there through the shattering of their soul pearls. However, once we leave the Thousand Chains prison, our whereabouts will be exposed. At that time, all the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace will come out in full force. Chapter 33-35. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if 2 of the titled celestial emperors were lured away by Duanling Tian, there would still be 7 titled celestial emperors left. However, there were only 6 titled celestial emperors among them. Naturally, there was another titled celestial emperor outside the Heavenly Pool Palace who was capable of holding back the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, there were 2 Ning dragons in Duanling Tian's little world that were as powerful as an ordinary titled celestial emperor. As long as they were careful, it would not be difficult for them to escape. The Plaza of Termination. Duanling Tian's eyes shone brightly when he arrived at the Plaza of Termination. This was the 4th time he had come to the Plaza of Termination. The first time was when he first arrived at the Thousand Chains prison. The second time was when he first left the Thousand Chains prison. The third time was when he entered the Thousand Chains prison a few days ago. This was the fourth time he had come. The Plaza of Termination was the last checkpoint to leave the Thousand Chains prison. It was also the most difficult checkpoint. In terms of strength, the barrier formation in the Plaza of Termination was only comparable to the formation on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison. However, there were many powerful killing formations that could injure or even severely injure titled Celestial Emperors. Those who were not titled Celestial Emperors would definitely die if they tried to force their way through the Plaza of Termination. Big Brother Pei, you and the other 5 seniors have to work together to break the formation in the Square of Termination. It's all up to you now. It's up to you now, Duan Lingtian said to Pei Yuanji. Before coming here, he had already told Pei Yuanji and the others about the method to break the formation in the Plaza of Termination that the world-cleansing divine water had imparted to him. All right. Pei Yuanji nodded. Then, he spoke to the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors and arranged their positions. When they all stood in their respective positions, Pei Yuanji's eyes suddenly focused, and then he shouted softly, "Begin!" As soon as Pei Yuanji finished speaking, apart from Xianbing Celestial Emperor who emitted an extremely cold energy, Pei Yuanji and the other 4 Celestial Emperors emitted waves of rolling yellow energy. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor was proficient in the Law of Ice and the Law of Earth. However, he was most proficient in the Law of Ice. Although his attainments in the Law of Earth were not bad, it was undoubtedly better to use the Law of Ice at this moment. As for Pei Yuanji's group of 5, other than the Law of Earth, they did not specialize in other laws. Therefore, when they needed to use offensive power, they could only use the law that was least suited for offensive power, the Law of Earth, because they had no other choice. Everyone, stay where you are. If anyone dares to move, kill without mercy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian summoned the 2 Ning dragons from his small world. They floated in the air and glared at the group behind him. Although there shouldn't be any problems with these people, in order to prevent anyone from disturbing Pei Yuanji and the others from breaking the formation, he still felt that it was better to be a little more careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Lian Qiu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had also sent his wife into his small world. At this moment, Sword Qi was revolving around his body. Similarly, he glared at the group of people behind him. Don't worry, brother. We won't allow anyone to disturb Lord Pei and the others from breaking the formation. A middle-aged burly man said with a grin on his face. That's right. Many people agreed with his words. If anyone dares to disturb Lord Pei and the others from breaking the formation, it'll mean that they're trying to stop us from leaving. Everyone can join forces to kill these people. If anyone dares to make a move, we'll kill them. Under such circumstances, the large group of people stood where they were. None of them dared to make a move. All right. About 15 minutes later, a strong gust of wind swept through the square, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. At the same time, Pei Yuanji's indifferent voice rang in the air. Earlier, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, had all held their breaths, causing the atmosphere to become extremely quiet. Now, Pei Yuanji opened his mouth. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone. After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, let's split up and go our separate ways. Whether or not you'll be able to escape will depend on your luck. Pei Yuanji said to the group of people behind him as they walked past the square that was no longer protected by the formation. He had saved these people so that they could help him divert the attention of the formation. Although the Thousand Chains prison was not part of the Heavenly Pool Palace's protective grand formation due to some special formations, there was still a surveillance formation outside. If anyone tried to escape from the Thousand Chains prison, they would be discovered immediately. News of this would also reach the ears of Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Naturally, the other titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace would also receive news of Yu Fengyu's escape. Let's go! It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. They encountered a few elders of the Thousand Chains prison who were killed by Ma Qi, the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor, and Ku Bai Lu, the Bai Lu Celestial Emperor. The elders of the Thousand Chains prison did not even have time to react before they were killed by the two titled celestial emperors. Let's go! After everyone gathered near the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison, Pei Yuanji ordered everyone, including Duanling Tian, to leave the Thousand Chains prison at the same time. The elders guarding the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison did not even have time to react before they were killed by the group of celestial emperors. Run! I'm finally out. Heavenly Pool Palace. We'll settle this score in the future. Let's go! As soon as the group of people left the Thousand Chains prison, they shouted loudly before they fled as fast as they could. At the same time, Duanling Tian and the others left the Thousand Chains prison as well. As soon as they left the Thousand Chains prison, Duanling Tian saw a familiar figure flying in their direction. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. It seems like Lei Ying already knows about her son's death. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Brother Pei, Senior Lien Qiu, and the other seniors, let's go that way. After all, Duanling Tian had discussed this matter with Pei Yuanji and the other titled celestial emperors before they left. Therefore, they decided to leave together to avoid being attacked one by one. The direction Duanling Tian pointed to was the location where he had agreed to meet up with Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan. At this moment, Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. I'm out. The other 6 titled celestial emperors from the Thousand Chains prison are with me. If you meet up with us, it won't be difficult for you to escape from the 7 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. While Duanling Tian was talking to Meng Chuan through voice transmission, Meng Chuan, who was waiting at the location where they had agreed to meet up, made his way to the Thousand Chains prison. While Duanling Tian and the others were getting closer to Meng Chuan, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, who was rushing over from afar, saw the chaotic scene outside the Thousand Chains prison. Although Duanling Tian was among the group of people, she did not notice him at all. Nevertheless, she did notice 2 of the 6 titled celestial emperors who were with Duanling Tian. She was familiar with the 2 titled celestial emperors since she had interacted with Duanling Tian before. Palace Master, a large number of prisoners have escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Among them are the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor and the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. There's also a white-clad young man with them. Apart from that, there are 3 other titled celestial emperors who resemble the Profound Eye Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, and the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor. Lei Ying hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. At the same time, Lei Ying sent several messages to the other 7 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, telling them to come to the Thousand Chains prison as soon as possible before she left. Naturally, along the way, Lei Ying killed some of the prisoners who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. These people were unlucky enough to have chosen to escape in the same direction as Duanling Tian and the others. Therefore, they were killed by Lei Ying as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. I've just received a message from a few elders who are monitoring the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. When Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, spoke to Lei Ying calmly. However, Lei Ying could sense the anger in his voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not long after, 8 figures followed closely behind Lei Ying and gathered together with her. The person in the lead was none other than Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Mengchong Celestial Emperor. Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, was also present. Apart from Su Lang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Chongjiang, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were also present. There were 3 other people present as well. 2 of them were women and 1 was a man. One of the women was dressed in a long black robe. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her delicate face exuded a cold aura, and her eyes were sharp. She was the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was widely acknowledged as one of the 2 titled celestial emperors whose strength was second only to Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was also the master of Lu Baifeng, one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The other woman was dressed in a light green dress with a zither in her arms. She had an elegant temperament and was extremely beautiful. Although she moved like the wind, she still looked elegant. She was none other than the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, Xueqi. The last man was a young man with a slender body and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes shone with a wolfish light. He was Yang Shao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Chapter 33-36. Lei Ying. Which direction did they go? Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Mengchong Celestial Emperor, asked calmly as he looked in the direction Lei Ying was leading. Yu Fengyu was wearing a long white robe. His face was as handsome as jade, and there was a majestic aura between his brows. Although his tone was very calm, there was a terrifying light in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was about to devour someone. Yes. Lei Ying nodded. Are you sure the 6 of them left together? Yu Fengyu asked again. Yes. Lei Ying nodded again. Let's catch up to them first. Yu Fengyu's expression turned cold as a gust of wind swept out from his body. In just a blink of an eye, the wind shrouded the 9 titled celestial emperors. Following that, the speed of the 9 titled celestial emperors increased to a whole new level. Yu Fengyu was an expert in the law of wind. In terms of speed, there were very few people who could compare to him when it came to comprehending other laws and having the same level of comprehension of laws as him. At this moment, Duanling Tian was leading the other 8 titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace. His speed was much faster than any of the 8 titled celestial emperors who had appeared earlier. Swoosh! The 9 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were extremely fast. They were getting closer and closer to Duanling Tian and the others. Lei Ying. Are there only 6 of them? Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, asked as he looked at Lei Ying. 8. Lei Ying replied. 8 people. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, not only was Su Lang shocked, but Yu Fengyu and the others also looked at her curiously. Who else? I only saw the backs of those 2 people. Although the back of one of them is somewhat familiar, I can't recall where I've seen that back before. Lei Ying frowned slightly. Earlier, she had only seen the faces of 2 titled celestial emperors from the Thousand Chains prison. One of them was Tang Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and the other was Xueqi, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. As for the other 4 titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji, she could only guess based on her memory. Apart from the 6 titled celestial emperors, there were 2 other titled celestial emperors as well. As for the other 2 people, one of them was very unfamiliar to her. She had never seen him before, but the other person in purple gave her a familiar feeling from the back. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him in such a short time. He's probably a prisoner from the Thousand Chains prison. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor said, however, since the 2 of them are traveling with the 6 titled celestial emperors, they must be close to one of the 6 titled celestial emperors. Otherwise, the 6 titled celestial emperors wouldn't have dragged them along. The others agreed with the Yanbo Celestial Emperor's conjecture. Who are those 2 people? We'll know once we catch up to them. Yu Fengyu said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was not difficult to detect a trace of hidden killing intent. Palace Master, how many people escaped from the Thousand Chains prison this time? Only the 6 titled celestial emperors and the other 2 people who came with them? Gu Chongjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, asked curiously. Apart from the disciples who were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison, everyone else escaped. This time, Yu Fengyu's voice finally sounded a little shaky. What? All of them escaped? Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Gloom Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor were shocked. This time, we'll try our best to capture all 6 titled celestial emperors. As for the remaining 2, we'll kill them on the spot. Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice. Yu Fengyu's words revealed the anger and killing intent in his heart. Palace Master, are there any survivors in the Thousand Chains prison? Does anyone know how my son died? Lei Ying asked as she looked at Yu Fengyu. Lei Ying, Lei Jun is dead? Su Lang and the others were shocked when they heard Lei Ying's words. Clearly, they had just learned about Lei Jun's death. I rushed to the Thousand Chains prison today because I discovered my son's soul pearl had shattered. I went to look for my son and found out he had gone to the Thousand Chains prison as a prison guard. I don't know why he suddenly decided to go to the prison. Lei Ying said with a grim expression on her face. I've just contacted the surviving elders of the Thousand Chains prison, Yu Fengyu said. I asked them if they knew how Lei Jun died, but they said they didn't know anything about it, Yu Fengyu said at the same time. All they knew was that Lei Jun was on guard duty in the Thousand Chains prison and was killed on the first floor of the prison. The 6 people on guard duty in the Thousand Chains prison were divided into 3 groups. 2 prodigious disciples were on guard duty on the second floor. The people on duty at the 3rd level of the prison were a prodigy disciple and a prison elder. All 4 of them are still alive. All 3 of them are currently in the Thousand Chains prison. Only the prodigious disciple on guard duty on the 3rd floor managed to escape. Yu Fengyu's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang, and asked, Su Lang, do you know who's the prodigious disciple on duty on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison who managed to survive and escape from the Thousand Chains prison? Who? Su Lang asked. His eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, he wondered why the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would suddenly ask him such a question. It seems like you don't know. Yu Fengyu nodded when he saw that Su Lang's expression was natural, and the confusion in his eyes was genuine. Palace master, what do you mean? Su Lang frowned. He did not know what Yu Fengyu meant. That prodigious disciple is your 7th disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Yu Fengyu looked at Su Lang meaningfully. What do you think? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the other 7 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Lei Ying, turned to look at Su Lang in shock. Apart from that, there were also some titled celestial emperors who were gloating over Su Lang's misfortune. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Su Lang with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes as they gloated over Su Lang's misfortune. Impossible! Su Lang was taken aback when he heard Yu Fengyu's words. When he saw the 7 titled celestial emperors looking at him, he instinctively shook his head. Impossible! There must be a mistake. Even though Yu Fengyu didn't make it very clear, he didn't say it out loud. However, he had already vaguely realized that prodigy disciple who was on duty on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison, but had already left the Thousand Chains prison, was most likely the culprit who had released the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison. However, he did not believe that Yu Fengyu was his 7th disciple. Because he felt that Duan Ling Tian would not do such a stupid thing. Not only would Pei Yuanji, the Nirvana Celestial Emperor, be on the opposite side of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but Pei Yuanji, the Nirvana Celestial Emperor, would also be allowed to escape. Who imprisoned Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison? It was not someone from the Heavenly Pool Palace, but the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Without the permission of the Lord Sky Emperor, if anyone dared to release Pei Yuanji, it would be equivalent to going against the Lord Sky Emperor. The Lord Sky Emperor would definitely not let them off easily. In his opinion, his 7th disciple was a smart person. He would never do such a thing. Mistake. Yu Fengyu shook his head and said, Su Lang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Your 7th disciple is not simple. When Pei Yuanji and the others left, the group of elders from the Internal Affairs Palace saw your 7th disciple, Duan Ling Tian, walking side by side with Pei Yuanji at the front. It was as though they were very familiar with each other. Even the other 5 titled celestial emperors are following him and Pei Yuanji. Yu Fengyu looked at Su Lang meaningfully before he continued to say, Based on what I know, your 7th disciple has just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you know his background? In my opinion, he's here to save Pei Yuanji. That's why he snuck into the Heavenly Pool Palace. If he didn't come prepared, how could he help Pei Yuanji and the others break the formation in the Thousand Chains prison? Although the formation in the Thousand Chains prison has been broken, the surveillance formation is still there. The surveillance formation can't be connected to the outside of the Thousand Chains prison. However, the elders from the Internal Affairs Pavilion who came out of the Thousand Chains prison brought with them the mirror image recorded by the surveillance formation. 5 days after your 7th disciple appeared on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison, Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors broke the formation and escaped from the Thousand Chains prison with him. During that time, the Thousand Chains prison's elder who was on duty was killed by Xian Bing, the profound Ice Celestial Emperor. Lei Jun was the only one who died. When Yu Fengyu finished speaking, he glanced at Lei Ying. Under Lei Ying's furious gaze, he continued to say, Lei Jun was killed by the 2 Ning dragons summoned by Duanling Tian. When the 2 Ning dragons joined forces, Lei Jun didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he was killed. The combined strength of the 2 Ning dragons is comparable to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Su Lang, your 7th disciple is really good at hiding his strength. Yu Fengyu sneered as he looked at Su Lang meaningfully. Su Lang's expression changed slightly when Yu Fengyu mentioned the 2 Ning dragons. He was certain the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was not mistaken. His 7th disciple had indeed gone to the Thousand Chains prison to save Pei Yuanji and the others. Genius memorized the address of this website. Search Go's mobile version website. Chapter 33-37. I remember now. It's Duanling Tian. Lei Ying's expression darkened when she heard the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's words. I was wondering why that silhouette looked so familiar. That silhouette is Duanling Tian's silhouette. She looked at Su Lang coldly and said, Su Lang, your 7th disciple is really something. Not only did he release Pei Yuanji and the others from the Thousand Chains prison, but he even killed my son, Lei Jun. To think that I went with you to invite the palace master to the prodigy arena to ask the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor to stop. Did I raise an ingrate? Lei Ying's voice grew colder as she spoke. Naturally, Su Lang's first thought was that Lei Ying had helped him and Duanling Tian because of Huan who was by Duanling Tian's side. Huan was Lei Ying's favorite disciple. She was also the disciple that Lei Ying valued the most. Moreover, Lei Ying had only helped Duanling Tian out of respect for Su Lang, not because of Duanling Tian. Naturally, Su Lang only thought about this in his heart. He smiled wryly as he said, Lei Ying, I didn't know about Duanling Tian's matter beforehand. Otherwise, I would have stopped him. Su Lang sighed. Does this mean my eldest disciple, Han Yunjin, was wrongly killed? He was killed by an informant. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, who was second only to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, said in a deep voice. When he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Su Lang. When he shifted his gaze to Lei Ying, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. Lei Ying, if you knew your son would be killed by Duanling Tian, you wouldn't have helped him so many times, right? Lei Ying's expression darkened when she heard the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's words. She did not know what to say. When we catch up to them, I will kill that Duanling Tian with my own hands. Lei Ying's voice was cold to the bone. No one can snatch it from me. Although she was usually very strict with Lei Jun, that was because she wanted her son to succeed. In the eyes of others, Lei Jun's status was not as high as her first disciples or third disciples. However, the truth was that even if her first and third disciples, as well as her other 2 disciples, were added together, they could not compare to Lei Jun's position in her heart. After all, he was her own son. Don't worry, Lei Ying. Since that Duanling Tian killed your son Lei Jun, we will naturally give him to you. Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, chuckled before he looked at Su Lang with a mocking smile. Unless Su Lang wants to clean up the mess himself. Su Lang remained silent when he saw Lei Ying looking at him again. However, his expression was still unsightly. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that his 7th disciple had betrayed the Heavenly Pool Palace, him and his disciples. I'm sure that girl Yasi has learned about this matter by now. Su Lang's daughter, Su Yasi, was one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. The elders of the Life or Death Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison must have informed Su Yasi about this matter. After all, apart from being the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison, She was also the hall master of the life or death pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. With this thought in mind, Su Lang sent a message to his daughter as well. I understand. Su Yaxi's reply confirmed Su Lang's suspicion that his daughter had learned about this matter from the elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian was already prepared for Su Lang to learn that he had rescued Pei Yuanji. However, according to Duan Ling Tian's plan, even if Su Lang and the Howling Heaven's Celestial Emperor learned about what had happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would take them at least 5 to 6 days to return. However, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would not return. Both Su Lang and the Howling Heaven's Celestial Emperor did not leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. The person whom Duan Ling Tian had entrusted to Duan Ling Tian had been killed by his enemy when he was in the Thousand Chains prison. Senior Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and the others quickly met up with Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, who was making his way to the Thousand Chains prison. It seems like everything went well. Meng Chuan smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian and the others. You're Meng Chuan? The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? The old woman stood out from behind Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji, and when she looked at Meng Chuan, her originally muddy eyes were suffused with a wisp of bright light. I've heard a lot about you and your big brother Meng Luo. You are. Meng Chuan looked at the old woman curiously. The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Xueqi Hua. However, I'm sure you've never heard of me. The old woman was none other than the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Xueqi Hua. She was also a titled Celestial Emperor in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor? Meng Chuan's eyes widened slightly. You're that crazy woman who set up a trap to kill her husband because he was still a womanizer despite his age? You don't have to give me face. Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. That's right. I'm that crazy woman. However, I didn't expect you to know about this matter as well. Xueqi Hua shook her head and laughed self-mockingly. I'm sure many titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven know about this matter, right? Meng Chuan shook his head. After all, both you and your husband are titled celestial emperors. You're considered in the same circle as us titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. That's true. Xueqi Hua nodded. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, not only was Duan Ling Tian shocked by Xueqi Hua's past, but even Pei Yuanji and the others were shocked as well. After all, they had only just learned about Xueqi Hua's past. Old woman Xue, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless as to kill your own husband. Ku Bailu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, swallowed hard. He was clearly frightened. In the past, I only thought that an old woman like you was a little crazy. I didn't expect you to not even let your own husband go. He brought this upon himself. Xueqi Hua sneered. It's fine if I didn't see him fooling around outside. However, he dared to do such a thing in front of me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my anger. Let's leave now. If we don't leave now, the people from the Heavenly Pool Palace will catch up to us. Ma Qi, the fat old man, the Swift Thunder Celestial Emperor said. They've caught up to us. As soon as Ma Qi finished speaking, Pei Yuanji suddenly turned around. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavens and earth and landed on the seemingly calm void in the distance. Duan Ling Tian and the others shuddered when they heard Pei Yuanji's words. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, figures appeared above Duan Ling Tian and the others. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The moment the figures appeared above Duan Ling Tian and the others, they spread out and surrounded Duan Ling Tian and the others. There were 9 people in total. They were the 9 titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace, led by Yu Feng Yu. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly when he saw Su Lang was among the 9 titled celestial emperors. He realized his plan had gone awry. Otherwise, Su Lang would not have appeared here at this time. Ling Tian, what's going on? Didn't you say the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor aren't here? Why are they here? Xueqi Hua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. I don't know. Something must have happened to the people I hired. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian did not think Duan Lingtian did not help him by sending a voice transmission to Su Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Therefore there was only one possibility. Something must have happened before Duan Lingtian impersonated him and sent a voice transmission to Su Lang and Sun Xing. When Xueqi Hua sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, the other four titled Celestial Emperors, apart from Pei Yuanji, also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I made a mistake. Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile on his face. Meng Chuan. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, glanced at Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji indifferently before he looked at Meng Chuan and the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor and asked in a deep voice. You joined forces with Duan Lingtian to save Lian Qiu? Meng Chuan had looked for Yu Fengyu some time ago in hopes that Yu Fengyu would release Lian Qiu and Pei Yuanji, but Yu Fengyu had refused. For this reason, when Yu Fengyu saw Meng Chuan and Lian Qiu, he immediately assumed Meng Chuan was colluding with Duan Lingtian and the others to save Lian Qiu. I don't know Lian Qiu. I'm here because of Duan Lingtian, Meng Chuan said indifferently. I'm here because of Duan Lingtian. Yu Fengyu was taken aback by Meng Chuan's words. He did not expect Meng Chuan to show up here because of Duan Lingtian. Therefore, it was obvious Meng Chuan had come to look for him because of Duan Lingtian as well. A hint of surprise could be seen in Yu Fengyu's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Meng Chuan, are you planning to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace? Yu Fengyu's expression darkened when he looked at Meng Chuan again. I wonder if you're representing yourself or the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? It's up to you. Meng Chuan smiled faintly. If he was alone, he would not be able to represent the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. However, if his elder brother Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was present as well, it would be a different story. Duan Lingtian. Lei Ying's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian as she asked coldly, how did my son, Lei Jun, offend you for you to kill him? Chapter 33-38. Lei Ying was aware of Duan Lingtian's actions in the Thousand Chains prison. For example, not only did Duan Lingtian spare the elder from the Thousand Chains prison who was on duty with Duan Lingtian on the third floor of the prison, but Duan Lingtian even asked the other titled Celestial Emperors to spare him. Otherwise, with the tempers of one or two of the 6 titled Celestial Emperors, they would not have spared the elder from the Thousand Chains prison. Apart from that, the 2 prodigious disciples on the second floor of the prison were still alive. Her son, Lei Jun, was killed by Xian Bing, the Profound Eye Celestial Emperor, while her son, Lei Jun, was killed by the Ning dragons that Duan Lingtian had summoned. Why? Lei Ying asked in a low voice. Although Duan Lingtian did not expect things to turn out this way, he did not despair. At most, he would rely on the 5 divine elements to defeat the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Naturally, if the 5 divine elements were exposed, he would be in grave danger. However, he had no choice but to do so to save Huan Er's parents. Earlier, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a dead man. It was clear Yu Fengyu had no intention of letting him live. Instead of waiting for death, Duan Lingtian might as well take the risk. He tried to kill me time and time again. What's wrong with killing him? Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Ying indifferently and said unhurriedly, otherwise, why would I kill him when he's my second senior brother? Lei Ying was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. However, she could not find fault with Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy to 2 unknown prodigious disciples. If there was no conflict between him and Lei Jun, he would not have killed Lei Jun. You killed my son. Today, I will take your life. Of course, even if Lei Ying felt that there was a reason for this, it was impossible for her to let Duan Lingtian go. Her cold gaze was like a sword as it fell on Duan Lingtian. It was as if she wanted to cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. As her voice sounded, streaks of purple lightning snake-like bolts of lightning appeared around Lei Ying's body, giving off waves of sharp auras. There are plenty of people who want my life. Lei Ying, you're not the only one. Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Since he had already decided to throw caution to the wind, Duan Ling Tian was naturally confident and fearless. So what if Lei Ying was a titled celestial emperor? After all, he had killed many titled celestial emperors before. Although Dugu Wan was not as strong as Dugu Wu, the indestructible celestial emperor, he was not any weaker than Lei Ying. Even Dugu Wan had died in his hands. How could he be afraid of Lei Ying? Duan Ling Tian, did you join the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Pei Yuanji? While Duan Ling Tian and Lei Ying were arguing, Su Lang's eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. Teacher, I'm sorry. Duan Ling Tian did not harbor any hostility towards Su Lang. In fact, he felt guilty. After all, Su Lang had always taken good care of him. Now that he had betrayed the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was only natural that Su Lang would be put in a difficult position. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. Indeed, we joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Pei Yuanji. However, it wasn't to save Big Brother Pei. Although I've known Big Brother Pei for a long time, I didn't know he was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian said. You didn't join the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Pei Yuanji? Don't tell me you joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Lian Qiu? Naturally, Su Lang knew Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. We joined the Heavenly Pool Palace not only to save Senior Lian Qiu, but also to save Senior Du Xian. Senior Du Xian is Senior Lian Qiu's wife. Senior Du Xian is also Huan Er's mother. Duan Ling Tian did not hide anything from Su Lang. He did not intend to hide anything from Su Lang as well. Teacher, I admit that I joined the Heavenly Pool Palace with a purpose, but I feel at home under your tutelage. This is the first time I've felt this way since I ascended from the mundane realm to the Devata realm 200 years ago. Duan Ling Tian sighed. However, I can't forget my original goal of saving Huan Er's parents. That's the only way I can leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. I just hope my betrayal won't bring trouble to you and my seniors. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission came from the bottom of his heart. Su Lang remained silent for a moment before he sighed. You're too foolish. You should have told me everything. If Yasi had helped you, things would have been much easier. Although I can't say I can't accept your decision to imprison Lian Qiu and his wife, I don't think Yasi and I would have helped you if you wanted to save them. However, who would have thought you'd make such a big fuss just to save them? You even released all 6 titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji. It's fine if you release the other titled celestial emperors. Pei Yuanji was imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven in the Thousand Chains prison. You'll offend the Heavenly Emperor by releasing him. Now that things have escalated to a point of no return, I can't openly help you. After all, I have to think about your senior brothers and senior sisters. Su Lang sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel slightly moved. Originally, he was prepared to fall out with Su Lang. However, he did not expect Su Lang's words would reveal his intention to help him at this moment. This moved him, and at the same time, made him feel even more guilty. Teacher, there's no need to show mercy. Just do what you have to do. Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. You have no chance of winning. Su Lang said. No chance of winning? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Whether I have a chance of winning or not, we'll only know after we try. Su Lang was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Could it be that his 7th disciple still had a trump card up his sleeve? Was he really that confident? Although Duan Ling Tian had killed the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian had said it was due to Dugu Wen's carelessness. However, the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Su Lang, did not care about Duan Ling Tian at all. Duan Lington, if I knew you were a mole, I would have killed you in the Prodigy Arena. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as he spoke. Back then, his eldest disciple, Han Yunjin, had lost to Duan Ling Tian and died. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had always held a grudge against Duan Ling Tian. After learning that Duan Ling Tian was a mole in the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Pei Yuanji, The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor could not help but regret not killing Duan Ling Tian to save his eldest disciple.
Kill me.
Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. You'll have to have the ability to do so first. Although the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had lived for many years, he was still infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Lei Ying and said, I'll kill this Duan Ling Tian for you. I want to kill him with my own hands. Lei Ying rejected the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's offer without hesitation. Let's see who's faster. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was clearly infuriated by Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would not have fought with Lei Ying to kill Duan Ling Tian. Li Xian Tian, don't cross the line, Lei Ying said in a deep voice. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was named after himself. His real name was Li Xian Tian. Naturally, not many people knew his real name. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only a few titled celestial emperors and elders knew his real name.
Enough.
At this moment, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, said, Lei Ying, you'll kill Duan Ling Tian yourself. After that, help Shen Tian deal with Pei Yuanji. Shen Tian, I'll leave Pei Yuanji to you. Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, must be after me. Yu Han, I'll leave Shen Bing to you. As the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not flustered at all, even though he was leading a group of titled celestial emperors to fight against 7 titled celestial emperors. With just a few words, he assigned the 8 titled celestial emperors their respective targets. As for himself, he would fight Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. Let's do it. After arranging everything, Yu Fengyu's eyes suddenly turned cold as he said in a clear voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the other 8 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace made their moves. Apart from Yu Fengyu, who was staring at Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the other 8 titled celestial emperors made their moves. For example, Lei Ying's body was like a bolt of lightning. Her entire body had indeed transformed into a bolt of lightning that was intertwined with purple light as she charged towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I'll make you pay with your life for my son today. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, I, Shen Tian, will deal with you. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's target was Pei Yuanji. The Yu Han Celestial Emperor's target was Shen Bing. Among the 6 titled celestial emperors who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison, she was second only to Pei Yuanji. Yu Fengyu ordered the 2 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace to deal with Pei Yuanji and Shen Bing. Apart from Meng Chuan, Yu Fengyu also assigned 4 titled celestial emperors to fight against. Su Lang, I'll leave the White Deer Celestial Emperor to you. Gu Chongjiang, you'll deal with the Scoured Cloud Celestial Emperor. Yen Bo, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor is yours. Yun Qin, you'll deal with the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor. Shao Tian, you'll provide support and help any of us. Try to capture the first person as soon as possible. If Lian Qiu from the Heavenly Sword Mountain dares to leave, kill him. Chapter 33-39. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, all the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace made their moves and charged toward the targets Yu Fengyu had assigned to them. As for Duan Ling Tian and the others, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and Lian Qiu who were standing together, the others had also made their moves to meet their opponents. Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, and Li Xian Tian, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, charged toward Duan Ling Tian and the others. Naturally, Lei Ying's target was Duan Ling Tian while Li Xian Tian's target was Pei Yuanji. However, since Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji were together, they decided to attack together. Good timing. Pei Yuanji seemed to know Lei Ying's target was Duan Ling Tian. The moment he made his move, khaki-colored pillars appeared one after another in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they formed a gigantic cage that trapped Lei Ying inside. Then, Li Xian Tian, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, charged toward Lei Ying. Pei Yuanji, you can't even fend for yourself, and yet, you're still thinking of helping Duan Ling Tian? As Lei Ying laughed coldly, the power of thunder and lightning roared out from her body. It was as if they had transformed into numerous thunder dragons that charged forward in an attempt to shatter Pei Yuanji's restraints on her. However, how could the bindings formed by Pei Yuanji's attack be something that she could shatter just because she said so? After all, Pei Yuanji was much stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if he had to deal with the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, it would not be difficult for him to trap Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, at the same time. Therefore, even though Lei Ying tried her best to shatter Pei Yuanji's shackles, and she also attacked with all her might, her strength could only cause small cracks to appear on the spherical cage made of yellow pillars. Perhaps if this continued, she would be able to break out of the cage. However, it would take a long time. Humph. Lei Ying's expression darkened when she realized this. She continued to use her Emperor-grade celestial weapon to attack Pei Yuanji. Boom. Rumble. Countless resplendent purple lightning bolts intertwined into various powers and shot towards Pei Yuanji's cage from various angles. What followed was a series of thunderous booms. Clearly, Lei Ying intended to break out of this cage in the shortest time possible. The method Big Brother Pei used to restrain Lei Ying is actually the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Earth and 3 other profundities from the Law of Earth? When Duan Lingtian saw how Pei Yuanji restrained Lei Ying, he could not help but click his tongue. It was no wonder Pei Yuanji was stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even the profundities comprehended in the Devata realms could not compare to such profundities. It was just that the laws that those heavenly emperors comprehended were not earth attribute laws. The same comprehension of laws, when applied to different laws, represented completely different meanings. Take Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws for example. Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was the weakest among all the laws he comprehended. Naturally, his defense was invincible. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven could not break through Pei Yuanji's defense. However, if Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was based on any of the 4 supreme laws, he would be stronger than many heavenly emperors. Even if Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was based on the laws of earth that focused on speed and offense, his strength would still be comparable to an ordinary heavenly emperor. Even if Pei Yuanji's comprehension of the laws of earth was based on a mediocre law like the law of water or the law of wood, his strength would still rise to a whole new level. After all, the laws of earth were weak. Bas, 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 bas. Li Xiantian, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was second only to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Li Xiantian had comprehended the law of destruction. As soon as he made his move, his celestial origin energy that was fused with the destruction elemental profundity shot toward Pei Yuanji. Clang, 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 clang. Although Li Xiantian was strong and had comprehended the law of destruction, Pei Yuanji's defense was so strong that even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven could not break it, let alone Li Xiantian. Although Pei Yuanji was distracted by restraining Lei Ying, he was still able to block Li Xiantian's attack. In addition, while blocking Li Xiantian's attack, Pei Yuanji also patched up the cracks that Lei Ying had painstakingly left on the binding cage. Pei Yuanji. Lei Ying was so angry that she almost threw up blood when she saw Pei Yuanji's actions. After all, she would have to start all over again to break the binding cage. It seems like I've underestimated Brother Pei's strength. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Pei Yuanji fighting 2 titled celestial emperors alone, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Moreover, he even had the time to watch the other titled celestial emperors fight. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, apart from Yu Fengyu and Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the other titled celestial emperors had already started fighting. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Yu Han Celestial Emperor was one of the 3 female titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was also the strongest among them. She was dressed in a long black robe, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her delicate face exuded a cold aura, and her eyes were sharp. With a slight movement of her body, a wave of black energy shot toward Xian Bing. This is... Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw this. This is... the law of darkness? Apart from the 4 supreme laws, the 5 elemental laws, and the 4 supreme laws, there were other laws that were not part of the 5 elemental laws. The law of darkness was one of them. Apart from the law of darkness, there was also the law of light and the law of destruction. The law of darkness that the Yuan Celestial Emperor had cast was the law of darkness. As soon as she cast the law of darkness, the area where she was fighting with the profound Eye Celestial Emperor seemed to be shrouded in darkness. At the very least, everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness in front of Xian Bing. However, to the onlookers, the area where Xian Bing and the Yuan Celestial Emperor were fighting was shrouded in darkness. I've long heard that the Gloom Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace is able to fuse several profundities from the law of darkness together with the profundities from the law of darkness. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor's voice rang in the air. At the same time, a bone-chilling aura surged out of the darkness, accompanied by the sound of people clashing with each other. Boom! Rumble! Waves of rolling air swept out, accompanied by a bone-piercing chill. Reveal your true form. The Yuan Celestial Emperor's voice was cold. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me. As you wish. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor replied. While the Yuan Celestial Emperor and the profound Ice Celestial Emperor were fighting, the other titled Celestial Emperors were also fighting. Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, was fighting against Ku Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. However, in the end, Su Lang took the initiative and completely gained the upper hand. Although Su Lang gained the upper hand, Ku Bai Lu still managed to fend off Su Lang's attacks with his Law of Earth's defense. Ku Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison because even the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not break through his defense. Phew! Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Su Lang and Ku Bai Lu were in a deadlock. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the others and saw Teng Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and Gu Chongjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, were fighting fiercely. Xueqi Hua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, was also fighting the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a slender young man with an ordinary appearance charging toward Teng Xiongba, the Dark Cloud Celestial Emperor, in just a blink of an eye. Teng Xiongba had no choice but to defend himself against the attacks of the 2 titled Celestial Emperors. Yang Shao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor? Although Duan Lingtian had not seen a few of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he could recognize them with just a glance. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could confirm Yang Shao Tian's identity. Come out! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian summoned the 2 Ning dragons to assist the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor. As for himself, he also set off after the 2 Ning dragons. Lian Qiu was the only one left standing next to Pei Yuanji. He had a bitter smile on his face. Although his strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor, he could not interfere in a battle between titled Celestial Emperors. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Sun Xing that he ascended from Yan Huang realm as well? Moreover, he's from Yan Huang realm as well? At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as he commanded the 2 Ning dragons to assist the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed Yang Shao Tian's movements had slowed down. It seemed like Yang Shao Tian was holding back. Yes. A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Yang Shao Tian. Senior Shao Tian, do you know about the journey to the west from Yan Huang realm? Journey to the west. Yang Shao Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled and said, Sun Xing said that you're from Yan Huang realm who appeared a few hundred years after him. Is it possible that the journey to the west was passed down to your era? Senior, you know about the journey to the west? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Yang Shao Tian to know about the journey to the west. Of course, I know about it. In fact, the journey to the west is somewhat related to me as well. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Yang Shao Tian's eyes as he said, the birth of the journey to the west is related to the notes I left behind with the legacy I inherited. Chapter 3340. Meanwhile, The other titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace who were fighting with all their might were unaware of this. Yang Xiaotian, the howling heaven celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, was currently communicating with Duanling Tian through voice transmission about the mundane realm's journey to the west. So, many of the elements in Journey to the West originated from some of the handwritten notes you left behind? Duanling Tian asked.
Yes.
Yang Xiaotian nodded. Then he said helplessly, however, I didn't expect Sun Xing's friend to glorify the monkey. However, the monkey's ability is still recorded in Journey to the West, Li Mu said. After all, the monkey was capable of piercing through the heavens. As he spoke, even Yang Xiaotian's eyes showed some respect for the monkey in Journey to the West. At this moment, Duanling Tian had learned the origin of Journey to the West through Yang Xiaotian's words. In my past life, the author of Journey to the West, Wu Chang'en, was indeed born in 1500 AD during the Ming Dynasty. Senior brother Sun Xing was born around that time as well. The time matches and so does the person. It seems like the origin of Journey to the West has something to do with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Duanling Tian, you've caused a huge commotion this time. Otherwise, I would have tried my best to help you since you're from my hometown. However, even I can't help you today. Yang Xiaotian sighed. Just like what Su Lang had said earlier. Duanling Tian was taken aback by Yang Xiaotian's words. He did not expect the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, who did not seem like a kind person, would be so easygoing. I won't attack you. If you have the chance, just run, Yang Xiaotian said. As soon as Yang Xiaotian finished speaking, he continued to attack Tang Xiongba, the Towering Heaven Celestial Emperor. As soon as he attacked, flames surged out and covered the sky. The Towering Heaven Celestial Emperor was so frightened that he hastily defended himself with all his might. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan's voice resonated in Duanling Tian's ears. Immortal Emperor Meng Chong, Yu Feng Yu. Today I, Meng Chuan, shall see for myself. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, an azure blue energy erupted from his body. Following that, the azure blue energy transformed into a gigantic sword that streaked through the air, heading straight for Yu Feng Yu. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, has a thunderous reputation. As Meng Luo's disciple, I hope you won't disappoint me. As Yu Feng Yu spoke, his body flickered and transformed into a gust of piercingly cold green wind. He twisted in midair and transformed into a wind dragon to meet the oncoming giant sword head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Meng Chuan's strength was ultimately inferior. However, even so, Meng Chuan's water elemental laws were tough enough to restrain Yu Feng Yu. Unless Yu Feng Yu attacked him, he could only be held back. Meng Chuan, it seems like you're trying to buy time for them. Soon after, Yu Feng Yu also realized this problem. His expression turned cold, and a hint of helplessness appeared in the depths of his eyes. Although he could see through Meng Chuan's intentions, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not kill Meng Chuan. It was only a matter of time before he killed Meng Chuan. However, after killing Meng Chuan, it would not be easy to deal with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. At that time, Meng Luo would definitely wreak havoc in the heavenly pool palace. There had been similar cases in the past. Back then, when Meng Chuan was not a titled celestial emperor, he was almost killed by a titled celestial emperor from a heaven-grade force. After that incident, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had charged into the heaven-grade force and severely injured many titled celestial emperors. Then, he had killed the titled celestial emperor who had nearly killed his younger brother. After that battle, the heavenly savage celestial emperor's reputation spread like wildfire. For this reason, if possible, Yu Feng Yu did not want to provoke Meng Luo. Although he was not a match for Meng Luo, he was not afraid of Meng Luo. After all, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was his maternal grandfather. However, there was a problem. After all, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would not let the matter rest. Before the Azura hell, Even his maternal grandfather was no match for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven returned from the Azura hell, it was obvious that he was much stronger than before. According to his maternal grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had even attained godhood. Duan Lingtian, leave now. Meng Chuan's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He urged Duan Lingtian to leave. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Pei Yuanji and the other titled celestial emperors with a frown on his face. He did not care about the other titled celestial emperors. However, no matter what, he couldn't let Pei Yuanji stay here. After all, he was friends with Pei Yuanji. Moreover, Pei Yuanji's relationship with Huan Er's grand-aunt, Du Fei, made it difficult for him to leave Pei Yuanji behind. According to my original plan, we should be able to leave easily without Teacher and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. However, things have come to a standstill. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly. The scene before his eyes had completely deviated from his plan, causing him to be at a loss. Duan Lingtian, take Lian Qiu and leave. At this moment, Pei Yuanji's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Even if you and Lian Qiu leave, they won't be able to do anything to us. At most, the 6 of us will be locked up again. As for Meng Chuan, you won't dare to touch him. I'm relieved that all of you are gone. In the future, when you have enough power, come and save us. I believe in you. The meaning behind Pei Yuanji's words was very simple. He wanted Duan Lingtian to bring Lian Qiu away so that they would not have wasted their time in escaping with great fanfare. As for them, they would only be locked up again. While Duan Lingtian was still hesitating after hearing Pei Yuanji's words, several voice transmissions entered his ears one after another. Duan Lingtian, listen to old Pei. Let's go. Lingtian boy, let's go. We'll wait for you to save us. These voice transmissions came from the other 5 titled celestial emperors who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Apart from Pei Yuanji, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor, even the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor was trying to persuade him to leave through voice transmissions. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the other 5 titled celestial emperors were trying to persuade him to leave under Pei Yuanji's orders. Senior Lian Qiu, let's leave first. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at Lian Qiu solemnly. It seemed like this was the only way out. Otherwise, if this continued, it was very likely that none of them would be able to escape. Duan Lingtian had considered borrowing the power of the 5 divine elements, but based on the current situation, it was not necessary. Even the world-cleansing divine water did not think it was necessary. What about them? Lian Qiu was unaware that Duan Lingtian had spoken to the others through voice transmissions. When he saw Duan Lingtian asking him to leave, he instinctively asked, Senior Lian Qiu. Lian Qiu remained where he was, showing no signs of leaving. Senior Meng Chuan will be fine. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace won't dare to touch him. As for Brother Pei and the other 5 titled celestial emperors, they'll be sent back to the Thousand Chains prison. I'll save them in the future. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmissions. We're the ones in the most danger now. In fact, with us around, Brother Pei won't be able to act freely. Duan Lingtian said. All right. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Lian Qiu nodded. At this moment, he also realized this was the best solution. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu said as they prepared to leave. Shao Tian, kill them. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace said to young Shao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu leaving. Young Shao Tian sighed inwardly when he heard the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's words. He left Tang Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, behind and transformed into a ball of flames that shot toward Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu. Boom! Rumble! However, when the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was about to cross half the distance, a wall suddenly rose in front of him and blocked his path. He slammed into the wall, causing it to tremble and his face to be covered in dust. Pei Yuanji had made a move at the critical moment. However, Based on Pei Yuanji's grim expression, it was obvious he was having a hard time. After all, it was as though he had single-handedly stopped 3 titled celestial emperors.
Let's go.
Pei Yuanji shouted at Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu. Both of them immediately made their move. However, they had only flown a short distance when they were forced to retreat by a figure that appeared like a ghost. Moreover, the figure forced them back. Duan Lingtian looked at the figure who had threatened his life and forced him to retreat. He discovered the figure was dressed in a loose gray robe and had a bamboo hat on his head. He had a medium build, and his entire body seemed to emit an oppressive aura. The aura was similar to the aura of death around the life and death stage in the Thousand Chains prison. However, the aura was much stronger. At the same time, Lian Qiu was forced to retreat as well. He looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. "Your little junior brother?" Accompanied by a soft voice that did not seem to contain any emotions, the person raised her sleeve, and a slender hand that was as white as jade reached out, grabbed the bamboo hat on her head, and took it off in an instant. In the next moment, a woman with a peerless appearance and a cold bearing appeared before Duan Lingtian, and she was staring at Duan Lingtian with a pair of beautiful autumn eyes. Chapter 33-41. Your little junior brother? Upon hearing the woman's question, Duan Lingtian immediately figured out the woman's identity. Xueqi. She was Su Lang's daughter and Su Lang's first disciple. Apart from that, she was also one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, the hall master of the Life and Death Hall. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that his eldest senior sister whom he had never seen before would appear at this moment and block his path. Duan Lingtian greets you, eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian greeted the woman with a wry smile on his face. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice. Head Warden Su, you came at the right time. Li Xiantian's eyes brightened when he saw Xueqi. A hint of ruthlessness could be heard in his voice. Kill them. However, Xueqi ignored Li Xiantian's words. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on her face as she said, "Little junior brother, you're really something. There's never been anyone like you who can enter and leave the Thousand Chains prison as though there's no one around. Even the palace master wouldn't be able to break through the formation in the Thousand Chains prison." Xueqi spoke as though she was casually chatting with Duan Lingtian instead of criticizing him. Eldest senior sister. It's just a trick. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. The first senior sister before him was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Regardless of their relationship as fellow disciples, just in terms of duty alone, the first senior sister would not let him go today. However, up until now, Xueqi had not shown any hostility toward him even though she had blocked his path. Even if it's just a trick, it's enough to show how capable you are. Xueqi said. Head Warden Su, are you trying to show favoritism? Gu Chongjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and Teng Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, asked coldly when he saw Xueqi did not attack Duan Lingtian and was even chatting with him. However, Xueqi did not seem to hear Gu Chongjiang's words at all. She looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, "Little junior brother, I'll give you 2 choices today. The first choice is to bring Lian Qiu back to the Thousand Chains prison with me. You'll still be my little junior brother, and I can guarantee no one in the Heavenly Pool Palace will dare to touch you." At this point, Xueqi's eyes revealed a strong confidence. It was as if she was looking down on the world. It was rare even for men. The second choice is to break up with me and your other senior brothers and sisters and become strangers. If you choose the second choice, I'll let all of you go today. However, from today onward, all of you will be my enemies. Apart from that, I'll make a move 3 days later to look for all of you and bring all of you back. Xueqi's tone turned cold as she spoke. Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I must bring Senior Lian Qiu back today. As for the second choice, I don't want to choose either. A teacher for a day is a father for life. In my eyes, senior brothers and senior sisters have long been my family. Although this is my first time meeting you, I don't treat you as an outsider. Duan Lingtian said. So, you're planning to bring him back? Xueqi asked indifferently as she looked at Lian Qiu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. In that case, from today onward, you're no longer my little junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, Xueqi opened up a path for Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu. She stood at the side and said indifferently. It doesn't matter if eldest senior sister treats me as your little junior brother or not. I still treat you as my eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi gratefully. Then, he prepared to leave with Lian Qiu.
Bang.
At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had taken advantage of Meng Chuan's carelessness and made his move.
Lei Ying, kill them.
As Pei Yuanji's restraints on Lei Ying were dispelled by Yu Fengyu spoke. Xiaotian, you and Xian Tian will restrain Pei Yuanji together.
Yes, Palace Master.
While the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor and Xian Tian Celestial Emperor worked together to hold Pei Yuanji back, Lei Ying charged toward Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw Lei Ying charging toward him. He was about to summon the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, and use the 5 divine elements power to scare Lei Ying away.
Swoosh.
However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Xueqi, who was standing at the side, suddenly moved and stood in front of Lei Ying when she was about to charge toward them. Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian was stunned. In his opinion, even if his eldest senior sister did not stop him from leaving, she would not help him either. However, he did not expect that the eldest senior sister would stand up at this time. Xueqi, what's the meaning of this? Lei Ying stared at Xueqi coldly and said in a deep voice, "It's one thing for you to let Duan Lingtian go because you're from the same sect as him. Now that the palace master has ordered me to kill them, how dare you stop him? Don't tell me you don't respect the palace master at all?" Lei Ying asked coldly. "I've said that I'll personally capture them in 3 days. Xueqi said indifferently.
Xueqi.
Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. "I don't blame you for letting Duan Lingtian go because you're from the same sect as him. Don't you think you've crossed the line by stopping Lei Ying from making a move?" Yu Fengyu's voice turned colder as he spoke. "Palace Master, I still stand by my words. I'll personally capture them in 3 days," Xueqi said resolutely. Xueqi's tone was firm. She was not shaken by Yu Fengyu's words.
Su Lang, control your daughter.
Yu Fengyu said to Su Lang. "Palace Master, do you think she'll behave like this if I can control her?" Su Lang smiled bitterly.
Humph.
Yu Fengyu scoffed before he said to Lei Ying. "Lei Ying, since she's trying to stop you, there's no need to hold back." "Yes, Palace Master." Lei Ying had been waiting for Yu Fengyu to say this. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, Lei Ying looked at Xueqi and sneered. "Xueqi, I heard that you're now as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. Today, I, Lei Ying, will deal with you. Let's see how weak you are compared to your father, Su Lang." As soon as Lei Ying's voice fell, streaks of lightning whizzed out from her body and attacked Xueqi directly. She was like a giant lightning beast, opening her bloody mouth and pouncing towards Xueqi. "Merciless Celestial Emperor, I'd like to see how you're as famous as my father in the Heavenly Pool Palace," Xueqi said indifferently. Facing Lei Ying, who was charging at her, Xueqi said calmly. Waves of black energy swept out from her body, and a figure seemed to leap out from her body. It was another Xueqi. However, the eyes of this Xueqi were blood-red and did not contain any emotions. Clearly, this was the law of Death's death clone profundity. As soon as Xueqi's clone appeared, it collided with Lei Ying. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Around Xueqi's death doppelganger, streaks of energy that were as black as ink and filled with a murderous aura turned into black sword rays that rose with a murderous aura. Then they whizzed towards Lei Ying. Lei Ying's lightning bolts were like blazing lights in the night sky, trying to break through the darkness.
Duan Lingtian, let's go.
Pei Yuanji urged Duan Lingtian to leave. This was the best opportunity for them to leave. Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian did not leave immediately because he was worried that Xueqi would be at a disadvantage. However, when he heard Pei Yuanji's words, he immediately regained his senses. Based on the situation, it seems like eldest senior sister isn't any weaker than Lei Ying. Moreover, even if Xueqi is weaker than Lei Ying, I don't think Lei Ying would kill her. After all, Lei Ying still has to give face to master. Su Lang was not any weaker than Lei Ying. If Lei Ying killed Xueqi, Su Lang would definitely not let the matter rest. Even if the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace had ordered Su Lang not to seek revenge from Lei Ying, he would definitely avenge his daughter. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Lei Ying would not dare to kill Xueqi. Senior Lien Qiu, let's leave. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on Lien Qiu's shoulder, preparing to teleport away with Lien Qiu. However, as soon as he teleported, he discovered that the space around him seemed to have been sealed by a powerful spatial energy. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He looked around before he asked in a deep voice. None of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were skilled in the law of space. However, the person who sealed the space was someone skilled in the law of space. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had no idea who the other party was. However, since the other party did not allow him to leave, it was clear the other party was not a friend. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a light gray robe. His long, curly hair draped over his back, giving him an exotic charm. At this moment, the old man was looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly as he said, "Little brat, it's not that easy for you to teleport in my shackles of space." "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the old man warily. "The Soaring Celestial Emperor. Ma Qi, the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor," exclaimed when Duan Lingtian heard the old man's question. "The Soaring Celestial Emperor?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He had heard about this titled Celestial Emperor from Hong Fei, Su Lang's sixth senior brother. Hong Fei was a titled Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 3342. It seems like we've dragged this out for too long. Even the reinforcements that Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, has arrived. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the arrival of the Ling Kong Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Swoosh. When the Ling Kong Celestial Emperor appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and faced the Ling Kong Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he saw the figure in front of him. Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian could not figure out why his eldest senior sister, Xueqi, who was fighting with Lei Ying, had the time to deal with the Ling Kong Celestial Emperor. However, in the next moment, he knew what was going on. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air, followed by a muffled grunt. Lei Ying was sent flying by Xueqi's death clone. The lightning energy in her body had dissipated, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious she was severely injured. You were still holding back earlier? Lei Ying's expression changed drastically when she looked at Xueqi again. A hint of fear could be seen in her eyes. Xueqi's death clone had defeated Lei Ying before she even made a move. If Xueqi's death clone and Xueqi's death clone merged, her strength would undoubtedly increase. This was the trait of someone who had comprehended the law of death. "Let's go," Xueqi said coldly as she stood in front of the Ling Kong Celestial Emperor. Her words were clearly directed at Duan Lingtian. "Trying to leave?" The corners of Celestial Emperor Ling Kong's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, two swift whistling sounds of wind whistling were heard. Swoosh, swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, two more people appeared next to Ling Kong Celestial Emperor. One was a burly middle-aged man with flames burning all over his body, and the other was a skinny black-robed old woman with a walking stick in her hand. It was obvious that the burly middle-aged man was an expert who had comprehended the law of fire. As for the black-robed old woman, she looked like an ordinary person at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that her eyes were extremely deep, like a bottomless abyss. Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor. Water Staff Immortal Emperor. When Xueqi saw the two people who had appeared one after another, She slowly opened her mouth. At the same time, her pair of beautiful eyes instantly narrowed together. Whoosh! At the same time, Lei Ying, who had recovered from her injuries, flew forward and stared at Xueqi like a tiger eyeing its prey. Xueqi, don't waste your time. Don't tell me you think you can stop the four of us by yourself? The three titled celestial emperors who had just arrived were all as strong as Lei Ying. All three of them were titled celestial emperors serving under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. You are Xueqi? You're the most talented person in the heavenly pool palace, who has become a titled celestial emperor when you're only slightly over 1,000 years old? The exploding flame immortal emperor's voice was as loud as a bell. He looked at Xueqi and said with a smile, if the three of us join forces, even the palace master of the heavenly pool palace won't be a match for us, let alone you. I didn't expect the palace master to invite the three of you as well. Xueqi's eyes glinted as she spoke. Her tone was solemn, unlike when she was facing the soaring celestial emperor. Earlier, even in the face of celestial emperor Ling Kong, Xueqi's expression was still as calm as ever. Clearly, she was not afraid of the soaring celestial emperor at all. In fact, she was not afraid of the soaring celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor at all. Just as well. I'd like to see how strong the three of you are. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, her death clone returned to her body like a ghost. At the same time, her aura grew stronger. At this moment, the death clone seemed to have transformed into a gigantic spirit that hovered around Xueqi. Based on Xueqi's words, it was clear she wanted to fight the three titled celestial emperors alone. Little girl, you're too arrogant. The water-staff celestial emperor, the black-clad old man with a walking stick, had a dark expression on his face when he heard Xueqi's words. Then, a dazzling blue energy surged out of his body. It was clear the water-staff celestial emperor had comprehended the law of water. Humph! The soaring celestial emperor and the exploding flame immortal emperor were clearly angered by Xueqi's words. They snorted in unison before they charged towards Xueqi. Swoosh! Swoosh! The exploding flame immortal emperor flew across the sky. Blazing flames burst out from his body, making him look like a flaming god of war. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. Surrounded by raging flames, he dashed towards Xueqi. Bas! 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 The soaring celestial emperor attacked. Spatial cracks appeared around Xueqi. After that, dimensional/profundity whistled through the air, heading straight for Xueqi. Boom! Rumble! The water-staff immortal emperor swung her staff. Suddenly, a huge wave with a majestic momentum appeared in front of her. One wave after another swept towards Xueqi with a majestic momentum. The three titled celestial emperors made their move at the same time, aiming for Xueqi. Swoosh! Xueqi did not dare to face the combined attack of the three titled celestial emperors. She moved at lightning speed and dodged the three titled celestial emperors' attacks. Alas, the three titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven were not to be trifled with. As soon as Xueqi made a move to escape, the three titled celestial emperors chased after her like shadows. It was as though they had eyes of their own. Swoosh! At the same time, Xueqi's undead clone emitted a strong aura as she flew away, blocking the three titled celestial emperors' attacks. Meanwhile, Xueqi left afterimages in the air as she made her way toward the three titled celestial emperors. Celestial Emperor Ling Kong was an expert in the law of space. When he saw Xueqi's true body charging over, his expression turned solemn. At the same time, he hurriedly activated the law of space. The first thing he used was the law of space's imprisonment profundity. He wanted to restrain Xueqi. Break! Alas, a 3-foot-long sword that was shrouded in black light appeared in Xueqi's hand. With a swing of her sword, the restraining profundity of the soaring celestial emperor broke. That's, Duan Ling Tian saw a black creature that resembled a Wyrm python hovering above Xueqi's 3-foot-long blade. It held onto Xueqi's wrist that was holding the sword. An artifact spirit? Since Duan Ling Tian had once owned the 7 Orifices exquisite pagoda, an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, he could tell it was the sword spirit of Xueqi's sword as soon as he saw it. It was obvious the sword was a top-tier Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Its strength was comparable to a Devata artifact. Why are you still standing there?
Let's go.
Xueqi sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian, urging him to leave.
Eldest senior sister.
Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Xueqi fighting 3 titled celestial emperors alone. He hurriedly regained his senses and prepared to leave. Although Xueqi's eldest senior sister seemed to be getting stronger as the battle progressed, Duan Tian was still confident in his strength. Nevertheless, Duan Tian knew Xueqi would not be a match for the 3 titled celestial emperors if the battle continued.
Trying to leave?
However, when Duan Tian was about to leave with Lian Qiu, Lei Ying, who had been staring at them without making a move against Xueqi, suddenly moved out like a bolt of lightning and blocked their path. Senior Lian Qiu, she's injured. Let's work together to defeat her. Duan Tian called out to Lian Qiu. Then, he manifested the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. Branches shot out at lightning speed toward Lei Ying. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Tian's words left his mouth, Lian Qiu made his move as well. Dazzling sword rays circled around his body before they transformed into a rain of swords that whistled as they swept toward Lei Ying. Along the way, the rain of swords scattered in the air and attacked Lei Ying from all directions. At the same time, Duan Tian borrowed the energy of the 5 divine elements and merged it with the pine willow divine tree. Then, the 6 branches shot toward Lei Ying with lightning speed. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lei Ying sneered. Lightning energy surged out of her body and neutralized Lian Qiu's attack. Senior Lian Qiu, continue to attack her.
Don't stop.
Duan Tian reminded Lian Qiu. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Lian Qiu realized Duan Tian was trying to exhaust Lei Ying's strength. Lian Qiu continued to attack. Tens of thousands of swords shot toward Lei Ying. Alas, the sword celestial sword was easily neutralized by Lei Ying before it could even reach her. Even if I'm injured, I'm still a titled celestial emperor. You're just a sword celestial who's not even a titled celestial emperor. You're not a threat to me at all. Lei Ying seemed to have sensed something the instant her voice sounded, and her expression abruptly changed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Tian's pine willow divine tree avatar was blocked by Lei Ying. Moreover, Duan Tian's Ning dragons were still helping Tang Xiongba, the scoured cloud celestial emperor, to deal with Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor. For this reason, Lei Ying did not think much of Duan Tian. However, she did not expect Duan Tian's pine willow divine tree avatar to attack again. She felt a sense of danger. Currently, each of the willow branches was as powerful as an attack from a titled celestial emperor. How's this possible? Lei Ying did not expect Duan Tian to use the energy of the 5 divine elements during the chaos to conceal it in his pine willow divine tree avatar. Boom, 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 boom. When the willow branches collided with Lei Ying's lightning energy, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air. Then, a figure was sent flying back while coughing up blood. Her body was covered in injuries, and her vital energy was weak. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. Chapter 33-43. Since Duan Tian had only used the 5 divine elements' energy for a brief moment and had the pine willow divine tree as a disguise, none of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene realized he had used the 5 divine elements' energy. Only titled celestial emperors who had been keeping an eye on him would be able to tell. After severely injuring Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, Duan Tian knew he would no longer be able to use the 5 divine elements' power since there would be titled celestial emperors watching him. Even if no one was watching him, Lei Ying, who had witnessed his strength, would definitely keep an eye on him. What kind of energy is that? Lei Ying's injuries were even more severe than when Xueqi had injured her. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. How could a mere celestial lord like Duan Tian possess such powerful energy? Little did she know that not only did Duan Tian borrow the energy of the 6th form 5 divine elements, but he had also used the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to injure Lei Ying so severely. Moreover, the reason Duan Lingtian had asked Lian Qiu to make a move earlier was because he wanted Lian Qiu to distract Lei Ying so she would not focus on him and discover the secret of the 5 divine elements. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. The 3 titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heavens command had joined forces to destroy Xueqi's attack and injure her. Xueqi's attack had been dispelled. Swoosh! Xueqi was sent flying for a distance before she finally regained her balance. At the same time, her undead clone merged with her body again. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of her mouth. Seniors, you live up to your reputation indeed. Xueqi wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth as she looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors solemnly. Little girl, your strength is truly shocking. The water-staff celestial emperor looked at Xueqi with a solemn expression on her face. If the 3 of us didn't join forces, we might not have been able to do anything to you. With your current strength, you're comparable to that brat. Yu. The soaring celestial emperor looked at Xueqi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Xueqi, you've done your best. You can't stop us for them. You've done your best. Even if you don't do anything, he won't blame you. The explosive flame celestial emperor said. It was obvious Xueqi had stopped the 3 of them for Duan Lingtian. Any normal person could see Xueqi had the intention of escorting Duan Lingtian away. Seniors, I told him that if they leave today, 3 days later, I will personally capture them and bring them back. I'm the head warden of the Heavenly Pool Palace's 1,000 Chains prison. Do you not believe me? Xueqi looked at the 3 celestial emperors in front of her. You use words. What could the Heavenly Pool Palace do to you even if you failed to catch up to them in 3 days? What can they do to you? Immortal Emperor Waterstaff said flatly. Little girl, you don't need to show off your little schemes in front of us. You didn't even exist when we were scheming. Little girl, we've already shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, you'd only be alive at most. You won't have a reason to attack us anymore. The soaring celestial emperor said indifferently, if you attack us again, not only will you oppose the Heavenly Pool Palace, but you'll also oppose the Heavenly Emperor Palace as well. A hint of warning could be seen in the soaring celestial emperor's eyes as he looked at Xueqi. Xueqi. At the same time, Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, said, I know you're a sentimental person, but you've already done your best. If the 3 seniors didn't show mercy, you wouldn't be able to fight anymore even if you're still alive. If you attack us again, you'll be asking for it. Remember, he's not your only junior brother. Yu warned Xueqi. However, when he looked at Xueqi, a hint of shock could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Xueqi would be so strong. He did not expect Su Lang's daughter to be as strong as him. If he did not send a message to his grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, the Soaring Celestial Emperor, the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor, and the Waterstaff Celestial Emperor would not have come. If the 3 of them did not come, Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu would definitely be able to escape. After all, it was obvious Xueqi was helping Duan Lingtian. Eldest senior sister. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on Lei Ying so he did not see what happened to Xueqi. However, based on the current situation, not only was his first senior sister no match for the 3 celestial emperors, but if the 3 celestial emperors did not go easy on her, she would not have suffered such minor injuries. You don't have to fight for me anymore. Apart from gratitude, there was also a hint of determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Xueqi. I'll settle the rest myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he appeared above the pine willow divine tree and glared at the soaring celestial emperor and the other 2 heavenly emperors. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to rely on the 5 divine elements to defeat the titled celestial emperors in front of him. Only then would he and Lian Qiu have a chance of escaping. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he hovered above the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon while the 3 celestial emperors flew out and surrounded him. At the same time, Lian Qiu flew behind Duan Lingtian and stood with his back facing Duan Lingtian as he looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, All the titled celestial emperors had their own opponents and were being held back. Lei Ying was severely injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. Xueqi stood at the side. She could not make a move since she would offend the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven if she made a move. Not only that, but her father, Su Lang, and her 2 junior brothers and sisters would also be in danger because of her. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he would not let her junior brothers and sisters go if she insisted on making a move. It was precisely because of this that Xueqi was in a dilemma. In the end, she could only choose to compromise. Little junior brother. Xueqi sighed inwardly as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. Eldest senior sister. I've done my best. Brat, you're the one who released the prisoners from the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison? The Water-Staff Celestial Emperor sneered as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, do you know there's a person imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? He's Pei Yuanji. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he spoke in a deafening voice. You're just a mere Celestial Lord. How dare you release Pei Yuanji to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven? I have to say, you're quite bold even though your cultivation base is weak. Similarly, the Soaring Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as well. You talk too much. Faced with 3 titled Celestial Emperors, Duan Lingtian, who had made up his mind to use the 5 divine elements, said indifferently. His expression was indifferent. If you want to fight, let's fight. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he communicated with the 5 divine elements in his little world. Huang the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, was also prepared to cooperate with Duan Lingtian. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor was the most hot-tempered among the 3 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. Naturally, he could not hold himself back when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He transformed into a flaming giant and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Alas, just as Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, something unexpected happened. Bang! Exploding flame Immortal Emperor took a step forward and a layer of spatial barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. The raging flame energy wreaked havoc in the air, but it couldn't advance any further as if it was blocked by an even more powerful force. The law of space. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor did not give up and unleashed his energy again. However, he was still unable to break through the spatial barrier. At this moment, the Soaring Celestial Emperor cried out in alarm. Who are you? Why are you helping him? The Soaring Celestial Emperor looked up at the clouds in the sky, as though there was someone behind the clouds. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as 5 figures appeared near Duan Lingtian like phantoms. They were a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and 3 young men. The middle-aged man was the leader of the group. The middle-aged man was dressed in a dark golden robe. He was tall and muscular, and his square face was dignified. The beautiful woman wore white clothes. She had an elegant and graceful bearing. As she stood there, she seemed to cause everything around her to dim in comparison. Of the 3 young people behind him, one was a young man in black with a cold expression, one was a young woman in white with a pure and holy temperament, and the last one was a young woman in gold with a delicate and pretty face. She seemed a little mischievous. When Duan Lingtian was stopped by the explosive flame Celestial Emperor, he suppressed the 5 divine elements energy that was on the verge of surging out of his body. At that time, he knew someone was helping him, but he did not know who it was. Is it someone from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Did Senior Meng find someone to help him? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he discovered 5 people had appeared out of thin air not far away. As someone who specialized in the law of space, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that these 5 people had appeared using the teleportation profundity. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum. Chapter 3344. Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar with the dignified middle-aged man and the graceful and luxurious-looking beautiful woman. He was certain he had never come into contact with these 2 people before. In fact, He had never even seen them before.
However, although Duanling Tian was certain this was his first time seeing the three young men behind the two of them, he did not know why he felt a sense of familiarity and closeness from the three of them. It was as though this was not his first time meeting these three young men. However, he was certain this was not the case. He was certain he had never seen these three young men before.
Who are you? Celestial Emperor Ling Kong looked warily at the middle-aged man in the dark golden robe. Although he found the middle-aged man familiar, he could not remember where he had seen him before. As expected of a titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the golden-clad middle-aged man glanced at the soaring celestial emperor and said meaningfully, "Although we've only met once, I still remember you, soaring celestial emperor. It seems like a nobody like me isn't worthy of your attention, soaring celestial emperor."
A mocking smile appeared on the golden-clad middle-aged man's face when he finished speaking.
You know me? The frown on the soaring celestial emperor's face deepened.
As a titled celestial emperor who was skilled in the law of space, he had his own circle of titled celestial emperors who were skilled in the law of space in the boundless heaven.
In fact, his circle of titled celestial emperors who were skilled in the law of space would often leave the boundless heaven to interact with titled celestial emperors from other Devata realms who were skilled in the law of space.
Although the golden-clad middle-aged man looked familiar, he could not recall where he had seen him before.
Old man, is it because you're not wearing the mask that the soaring celestial emperor doesn't recognize you?
The elegant and beautiful woman standing next to the golden-clad middle-aged man asked with a smile on her face.
Indeed, the soaring celestial emperor has a short memory. The golden-clad middle-aged man scoffed and said indifferently, "Mas." The soaring celestial emperor was taken aback by the beautiful woman's words. Then, a thought appeared in his mind. His face paled immediately, and his eyes widened in shock. It was him. Deliberately mystifying things. At this moment, the explosive flame celestial emperor, who was infuriated by his failed attacks, became even more furious when he saw the mysterious person who had attacked him earlier. He roared and turned into flames again. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge hammer shadow appeared in the flames. It was surrounded by boundless flames as it smashed towards the golden-robed middle-aged man. Exploding flame, stop! Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor's sudden attack was out of Soaring Immortal Emperor's expectation. When Soaring Immortal Emperor realized who the opponent was, Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor had already attacked with all his might. Not only did he use his own immortal artifact, he even used all of the fused profundities that he had comprehended in the laws of fire. Clearly, he was extremely furious. He no longer held back and used his full strength to attack the golden-robed middle-aged man in the distance. The soaring celestial emperor ordered the explosive flame immortal emperor to attack. His voice was so loud that it was deafening. At this moment, the other titled celestial emperors who were fighting, including Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, and Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, retreated after a brief exchange of blows. With just a glance, they saw the golden-clad middle-aged man in the distance. At this moment, Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor seemed to have fused with the blazing hammer shadow. He unleashed a powerful force and smashed it toward the middle-aged man in a golden robe who was standing in the distance with an indifferent and expressionless face. The explosive Flame Immortal Emperor had displayed his strength as a titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. If he joined forces with the soaring celestial emperor and the water staff celestial emperor earlier, I wouldn't have suffered such minor injuries. Xueqi thought to herself when she saw this. She knew the soaring celestial emperor and the other two celestial emperors had gone easy on her. Even the explosive flame celestial emperor, Ling Long celestial emperor, and the water staff celestial emperor did not use their full strength. If the soaring celestial emperor and the other two titled celestial emperors unleashed their full strength, she would only be able to fight two of them at the same time. Why is he here? Unlike Yu Fengyu and the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, the Heavenly Pool Palace, did not react at all. Meng Chuan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the golden-clad middle-aged man. He did not expect the golden-clad middle-aged man would appear here. After all, the golden-clad middle-aged man was as famous as his elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. In fact, compared to the golden-clad middle-aged man, Meng Luo could only be considered a rising star. Even then, Meng Luo was only barely able to fight the golden-clad middle-aged man to a draw 100 years ago. Die! The explosive flame immortal emperor roared. His voice reverberated in the air like thunder. He was already enraged, and after using his full strength, not only did the power of flames roar out, but even his emotions were driven by the scorching flames. It was like a prairie fire that could not be controlled. Although the soaring celestial emperor's voice was not soft, it was extremely weak compared to the sound of the wind. Due to this reason, he could not hear him clearly. You think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden-robed middle-aged man smiled faintly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the explosive flame celestial emperor. In the next moment, the golden-clad middle-aged man disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the explosive flame immortal emperor. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The golden-clad middle-aged man looked at the explosive flame immortal emperor mockingly when he entered the explosive flame immortal emperor's attack range. Boom! Rumble! Facing the provocation of the golden-robed middle-aged man, the explosive flame immortal emperor, who was already enraged, unleashed the hammer shadow that was formed by the flames. It was like a rolling wave that overlapped with each other. Then, it unleashed its strongest power and smashed down on the golden-robed middle-aged man. A terrifying flame energy danced in the air and swept out, causing the air within a dozen miles to become scorching hot. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, as if it was earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, and it exploded in the void. This, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the hammer that resembled the fire god's hammer fell on the golden-clad middle-aged man's head. However, it seemed to have encountered some resistance and exploded in the air. The dazzling flame seemed to have transformed into fiery dragons that had escaped from their cages and fled in all directions. Humph! However, the golden-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly when the explosive flame celestial emperor's all-out attack only managed to cause the barrier above the golden-robed middle-aged man to tremble slightly. The golden-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. In the next moment, rip! Accompanied by a clear and ear-piercing tearing sound, a ferocious and terrifying spatial crack appeared in the void above the golden-robed middle-aged man. It was like the bloody mouth of a space behemoth. As it breathed and swallowed, it swallowed the flames that were still sweeping in all directions. After devouring the flames, a crisp and ear-piercing sound of glass shattering could be heard. The space in front of him started to fold in a strange manner. Then, it continued to spread out, as though it was forming a flight of stairs. The spatial crack seemed to have a life of its own as it slid down the stairs toward the explosive flame immortal emperor. Lord Ji Yunyan, please show mercy.
At this moment, the soaring celestial emperor finally regained his senses and hurriedly cried out.
However, his words were too late. Chi, 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 chi. Although the explosive flame immortal emperor dodged when he saw the spatial crack moving toward him along the folded space, his body was strangely torn apart as if he was a piece of paper being cut off piece by piece. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial crack swallowed the explosive flame immortal emperor who was cut into pieces like a piece of paper. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly see the explosive flame immortal emperor's body.
When the explosive flame immortal emperor's body was torn apart like a piece of paper, he was no longer breathing.
What a terrifying law of space! This was Duan Lingtian's first time witnessing such a terrifying law of space. Even the supreme powerhouse's divinity in his sleep had only fused 2 profundities from the law of space. However, the golden-clad middle-aged man's attack was not as simple as fusing 2 profundities from the law of space. In fact, the golden-clad middle-aged man's attack was much more powerful than fusing 3 profundities. Although it was not as powerful as fusing 4 profundities, it was not far off. The explosive flame immortal emperor, one of the titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, took the initiative to attack the golden-clad middle-aged man. However, the golden-clad middle-aged man had killed him with just a slight counterattack. Ji Yunyan?
At this moment, the water-staff celestial emperor, who was standing next to the soaring celestial emperor, looked at the golden-clad figure in the distance. Her eyes narrowed, and she could not help but say in a trembling voice, "He's
Ji Yunyan?
Duan Lingtian."
Even Ji Yunyan helped him?
The golden-clad middle-aged man was Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Dragons, the fragmented element Celestial Emperor.
When Ji Yunyan attacked, he had fused many profundities from the law of space.
He could easily tear a person's life apart, just like how the explosive flame immortal emperor was torn apart like a piece of paper by Ji Yunyan.
Chapter 3345.
Fragmentary Element Immortal Emperor. Ji Yunyan. Among the titled celestial emperors present on the scene, only Meng Chuan and the Soaring Celestial Emperor had seen him before. Moreover, the Soaring Celestial Emperor had seen Ji Yunyan with his golden dragon mask. Because of this, Immortal Emperor Ling Kong only felt that Ji Yunyan looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. It was only when the elegant and beautiful woman beside Ji Yunyan spoke up that he recognized Ji Yunyan. When he recognized Ji Yunyan, the explosive flame immortal emperor attacked Ji Yunyan furiously. Although he wanted to stop the explosive flame immortal emperor, he was one step too late and the explosive flame immortal emperor was killed by Ji Yunyan. He's the fragmentary element immortal emperor, Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Wanshou Heaven's Dragons? I've long heard of the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Now that I've met him in person, it seems like he really lives up to his reputation. The explosive flame celestial emperor is a powerful titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, but he's nothing compared to the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Too strong. Apart from Meng Chuan and the Ling Kong celestial emperor, the other titled celestial emperors present on the scene had only heard of Ji Yunyan. At this moment, the eyes of the few titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji, lit up. Ji Yunyan's arrival was beyond their expectations. However, after Ji Yunyan showed up and attacked, they realized something. Ji Yunyan was a friend, not an enemy.
Elder Ji
Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Ji Yunyan with an unsightly expression. The explosive flame celestial emperor, the soaring celestial emperor, and the water staff celestial emperor were all sent by his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. But now, the explosive flame immortal emperor was killed by this person. The explosive flame celestial emperor was sent by my grandfather to help me deal with these fugitives.
Why did you kill him? Shouldn't you give an explanation? Yu Fengyu's tone became increasingly gloomy as he spoke.
Others were afraid of Ji Yunyan's strength, but he wasn't. Just like how he didn't dare to kill Meng Chuan, Ji Yunyan didn't dare to touch him easily because he had Heavenly the Arch-Boundless behind him. As for the exploding flame immortal emperor, he knew that Ji Yunyan only dared to kill him because he thought the exploding flame immortal emperor was not important in the eyes of his grandfather. However, even though he knew what was going on, he still questioned Ji Yunyan. After all, morale was very important at this time. It was not difficult to notice that both the soaring celestial emperor and the waterstaff celestial emperor were thinking of retreating after the explosive flame celestial emperor was killed by Ji Yunyan.
You want an explanation?
Ji Yunyan glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently and said, I'm afraid you're not qualified to talk to me, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If your grandfather comes here personally, I might be able to give him an explanation. In other words, Elder Ji, you intend to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven? Yu Fengyu didn't expect Ji Yunyan to not give him any face. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes shot out waves of coldness, like knives and swords. If looks could kill, Ji Yunyan would have been killed countless times by Yu Fengyu.
It's fine if you think so,
Ji Yunyan said nonchalantly, completely ignoring the threat in Yu Fengyu's words. Yu Fengyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he could only send a message to his grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven had only sent the Soaring Celestial Emperor, the Waterstaff Celestial Emperor, and the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor because he felt the three of them were enough to help his grandson. He did not expect Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons of the Wanshou Heaven, would come as well.
Ji Yunyan doesn't give me any face at all. I'll go over.
The heavenly emperor of the boundless heavens' tone darkened when he learned about Ji Yunyan's brazenness.
Yu Fengyu's eyes lit up when he heard his grandfather was coming.
Elder Ji, my grandfather will be here soon. Do you want to wait for him or run away like a rat before he arrives? Yu Fengyu asked meaningfully as he looked at Ji Yunyan with a piercing gaze.
Humph.
As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, Ji Yunyan's expression darkened slightly. Then, in just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yu Fengyu.
Bang.
While Yu Fengyu was using his power to defend himself, Ji Yunyan's power was even stronger. The violent spatial power easily destroyed Yu Fengyu's power and landed on Yu Fengyu's chest, sending him flying. Blarg! Yu Fengyu was sent flying like an arrow.
Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew for nearly 100 meters before he finally came to a stop.
Palace Master. The expressions of the heavenly pool palace's titled celestial emperors changed drastically when they saw Yu Fengyu was severely injured. They glared at Yu Fengyu with a hint of dread in their eyes. Ji Yunyan looked at Yu Fengyu indifferently as he said, "So many years have passed, but you haven't improved at all. Even that little girl is much stronger than you." As soon as Ji Yunyan finished speaking, he turned to look at the woman standing nearby. She was none other than Xueqi.
Based on Ji Yunyan's words, it was obvious he had been watching from above the clouds all this while.
What? You want to spar with me? Ji Yunyan glanced at the heavenly pool palace's titled celestial emperors and said indifferently, "If you want to, come at me together." Ji Yunyan was indeed arrogant. However, based on the heavenly pool palace's titled celestial emperors looking at each other, it was not difficult to tell that Ji Yunyan was arrogant.
After all, he had the right to be arrogant.
Ha!
Ji Yunyan suddenly turned to look at Yang Xiaotian.
No wonder I thought you looked familiar. Aren't you the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor? Since when did a little wolf like you come to the Heavenly Pool Palace? Why didn't you obediently follow the three-eyed Celestial Emperor and come to the Heavenly Pool Palace? Ji Yunyan shook his head when he finished speaking. Senior Ji. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was not angered by Ji Yunyan's reprimand. Instead, he said awkwardly, "I had a little conflict with my big brother, so I came out to relax."
A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's eyes when he looked at Ji Yunyan.
He had met Ji Yunyan a few times in the past. Naturally, he had met Ji Yunyan with his big brother, Yang Jian. Yang Jian had looked for Ji Yunyan to spar with him. In the beginning, he was defeated by Ji Yunyan. It was only recently that Ji Yunyan managed to turn the tables around and end up in a tie with Ji Yunyan. After all, Ji Yunyan was not any weaker than his big brother, Yang Jian.
Yes.
Ji Yunyan nodded slightly. Elder Ji. At this moment, Yu Fengyu finally recovered from his injuries. He looked at Ji Yunyan from afar and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you interfering in the Heavenly Pool Palace's business?" "You'll have to ask the three little fellows next to me," Ji Yunyan said indifferently. Ji Yunyan said indifferently. When he said the word little guy, his tone became much gentler. It was as if he was a completely different person from his previous domineering attitude. Everyone, including Yu Fengyu and Duanling Tian, shifted their attention to the three young men standing behind the beautiful woman.
Ha ha! Meanwhile, the beautiful eyes of the young woman in golden clothes spun mischievously as she grinned at the other two.
"Little black, little white. I told the two of you long ago. Big brother Ling Tian definitely won't be able to recognize us. Am I right? All right, you win."
The young woman dressed in white said helplessly. Because the current atmosphere was a little quiet, even though the voices of the two were not loud, it was still clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present.
Everyone, including Pei Yuanji and Yu Fengyu, shifted their attention to Duanling Tian.
Earlier, when the young woman dressed in golden robes mentioned brother Ling Tian, there was only one person present whose name was Ling Tian.
Little black, little white. However, at this moment, Duanling Tian completely turned a deaf ear to everyone's gazes.
This was because he was also shocked by the words of the two young women before him.
Little black, little white. How familiar and affectionate they were.
When Duanling Tian looked at the three young men standing in front of him, a thought flashed in his mind.
Is it them? They
They've grown so big? In his memory, although the three little fellows had transformed into humans, they still looked like children. However, the three young men standing in front of him looked like they were about the same age as him. Besides that, he'd felt that these three people were slightly familiar earlier, but he just couldn't figure out why they were familiar. Yet now, he'd completely recovered from his shock. It turned out that these three people were the two little pythons and the little gold mouse from all those years ago.
Brother Ling Tian. The young man in black clothes with a cold expression was the first to fly forward and arrive before Duan Ling Tian. He squeezed out a smile on his face, and his originally cold and indifferent eyes became extremely gentle as his body slightly trembled.
Little Black? Duan Ling Tian asked tentatively as he sized up the black-clad young man who was as tall as him. Although he could vaguely confirm the other party's identity, he was still in a daze. It's me. When the black-clad young man heard Duan Ling Tian calling him Little Black, his eyes lit up immediately. Then, he lost his composure and stepped forward. Both of his hands were frozen in midair as his body trembled violently from excitement. It turned into a pair of gentle eyes, and faint tears rolled down his cheeks.
Haha.
Little Black, it's really you. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and hugged Little Black naturally. Both of them hugged each other tightly like brothers who had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, it was obvious he could not control his emotions. It had been 200 years. He had not seen Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold for more than 200 years. The three of them had grown up. Chapter 3346. When he was young, Duan Ling Tian had already met Little Black and Little White. At that time, they were just two special little pythons. Later on, after a few transformations, they had all taken human form. After that, they mysteriously disappeared with Little Gold in the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm. After that, Duan Ling Tian did not have any news about them. Sometimes, he even wondered if they had met with misfortune. Every time, he did not dare to think about it. As for Little Gold, she was also a little golden mouse that he had met when he was young. She had accompanied him for a long time.
Brother Ling Tian.
When Duan Ling Tian and Little Black had just separated, a golden figure rushed over and threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms. It was the young woman in golden clothes.
Haha.
Little Gold has become a big girl. Duan Ling Tian laughed. At the same time, he could clearly feel Little Gold's excitement and saw the tears flowing down her face. He quickly patted her back and comforted her. Silly girl. It's good to be reunited. Don't cry, don't cry. Little Gold, are you done hugging?
At this moment, the white-clad young woman who seemed calm and elegant suddenly frowned when she saw Little Gold hugging Duan Ling Tian for a long time without letting go. She seemed a little displeased when she saw Little Gold hugging Duan Ling Tian tightly.
What? Do you want to hug Brother Ling Tian too?
If you don't want to hug him, I won't let you hug him.
Little Gold laughed when she heard Little White's voice.
She made a face at Little White and hugged Duan Ling Tian even harder.
Humph. Little White snorted and pushed Little Gold away. She took half of Duan Ling Tian's arms and leaned her head on Duan Ling Tian's chest. Tears flowed down her face involuntarily. Brother Ling Tian, Little White missed you so much.
I finally found you. Even the fourth elder of the dragon clan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the beautiful woman standing not far away.
This was the first time she had seen Little White like this. All along, Xiao Bai had been very sensible, independent, and bright in front of her. Not to mention shedding tears, even the slightest bit of emotion was rare. Only then did she know that Little White still had one more year.
It was to the extent that even Blackie, who was usually cold, lost his composure in front of this purple-clothed young man.
It was the same for the mischievous Xiao Jin. No wonder Little Black and Little White insisted on being surnamed Duan instead of Ji like the rest of the clan. So it was all because of this young man. Currently, Ji Ningyun also knew that the purple-clad young man whom the three little fellows missed so much was Duan Ling Tian. The reason why the three of them had the surname Duan was most likely because of him.
Yun take them away. At this moment, the fragmentary element celestial emperor, Ji Yunyan, the first elder of the dragons, said bluntly to Ji Ningyun, I'll stay and wait for the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that old friend of mine for many years.
When I'm done catching up with my old friends, I'll look for you, Ji Yunian said. All right.
Ji Ningyun replied as she looked at the three little fellows and Duan Lingtian.
If you want to catch up, let's go somewhere else.
Don't disturb the old man from catching up with the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven. After she spoke, Ji Ningyun did not seem to have done anything, but a pure and holy white energy was like the dawn that suddenly lit up in the darkness. Once it appeared, it seemed to cause all things in the surroundings to fade.
Let's go!
Ji Ningyun cried out before the pure white energy wrapped around Duan Lingtian and the others and brought them away.
Senior, please bring Senior Lien Qiu with you.
Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Ningyun respectfully before he turned to look at Lien Qiu in the distance. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Ji Ningyun's energy swept out again and brought Lien Qiu with her.
Lien Qiu thanked Ji Ningyun profusely. Thank you, Senior.
Brother Pei, all of you should leave as well.
Duan Lingtian said loudly to Pei Yuanji.
As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled celestial emperors who were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison made their moves and left the Thousand Chains prison. From the beginning until the end, the group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace could only watch helplessly. Of course, when they glanced at the figure in dark golden robes standing not far away from them from the corner of their eyes, waves of intense fear appeared on their faces at the same time. Similarly, the Soaring Celestial Emperor and the Waterstaff Celestial Emperor did not dare to make a move.
Damn it! I can't believe Duan Lingtian managed to escape. Lei Ying's expression was extremely unsightly.
She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape under such circumstances.
Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Ji Yunian. Naturally, she only dared to show her hatred when Ji Yunian was not looking at her. If Ji Yunian looked at her now, she could only lower her head and hide her hatred. With Ji Yunian's strength, even if she was at her peak, she would still die if she fought him, let alone when she was heavily injured. Moreover, Ji Yunian only needed a thought to kill her with his domineering spatial energy. Ji Yunian's mastery of the law of space was comparable to some heavenly emperors who were skilled in the law of space. Moreover, he could even revert to his true form as a 9-clawed divine dragon. Even if he fought the weakest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, he would still be able to defeat them. In just a few moments, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian, Pei Yuanji, or Duan Lingtian, they had already left. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and Meng Chong Celestial Emperor, had been recovering from his injuries. After about 15 minutes, he looked at Ji Yunian with an unsightly expression on his face. Elder Ji, it's one thing for you to protect Duan Lingtian, but why do you have to meddle in other people's business as well? Especially Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. My grandfather was the one who imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. Are you trying to offend my grandfather by letting him go? Yu Fengyu asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, Ji Yunian glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently and said, I only showed up to save Duan Lingtian. What does the others have to do with me? Naturally, it's fine if you think of it as me saving them. Ji Yunian's expression was indifferent when he finished speaking. Upon hearing Ji Yunian's words, the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were infuriated. Based on Ji Yunian's words, it seemed like he did not intend to protect the others. However, 15 minutes had already passed. Even if they wanted to chase after the others, it was already too late. It was impossible for them to catch up. The fourth elder of the dragons, the condensing cloud celestial emperor? Although Duan Lingtian had guessed the beautiful woman was a titled celestial emperor when she brought him, Little Black, Little White, Little Gold, and Lien Qiu away, he did not expect her to be a titled celestial emperor. He did not expect her to be the fourth elder of the dragons. Although the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven were on par with the Heavenly Pool Palace of the boundless Heavenly Pool and the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive Heavenly Pool, they were much stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven. In fact, even 10 heaven-grade forces like the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain would not be a match for one of the dragons. The dragons were one of the strongest heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms.
Even the heavenly emperors of ordinary Devata realms would not dare to provoke the dragons. There were more than a dozen titled celestial emperors among the dragons. Moreover, the weakest titled celestial emperor was on par with Su Lang, Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, they might even be stronger than Su. After all, titled celestial emperors among the dragons were capable of transforming into 9-clawed divine dragons. Most importantly, there was one more thing. Rumor had it that one of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms was also a member of the dragons. Although the heavenly emperor had established his own heavenly palace, he was still a member of the heavenly emperor palace. However, if something happened to the dragons, he would not let the matter rest. Moreover, in terms of strength, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was ranked in the upper middle tier among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, whereas the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was ranked in the lower middle tier among the heavenly emperors.
Brother Ling Tian, let's go to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I heard Sister Huan is with you. Where is she? Little Gold asked curiously. She's waiting for me in the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Senior Lian Qiu is Huan Er's father. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to Lian Qiu and introduced his 3 grown children to Lian Qiu. Senior Lian Qiu, they're my younger siblings. I've known them since I was a teenager in the mundane realm. All right. Lian Qiu smiled. Since his wife was a phantom fox, he had a special fondness for celestial beasts. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. What happened to you in the Saint Province realms beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously.
Back then, the 3 little fellows had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone to look for him.
However, after he left, they did not come out. Since then, there had been no news of them. Brother Ling Tian, at that time, we were taken to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, Little White said. Xiao Bai began to recount everything that had happened back then. She said that she and Xiao He had gone to the Dragon Tribe, and Xiao Jin had gone to the Blood Moon Ridge. She also told Duan Ling Tian about their experiences over the years. We thought we were stronger than you, Brother Ling Tian, but today, we realized we're still weaker than you. Little Gold smiled bitterly. Earlier, Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven Secret Zone, had been hiding in the clouds to watch the battle. Therefore they had witnessed how Duan Ling Tian defeated a titled celestial emperor. Since they were too far away, even if Duan Ling Tian had used the 5 divine elements power, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven Secret Zone, Ji Yunyan would not be able to detect it. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not worried about the 5 divine elements in his body being exposed when he heard Little Gold's words. Fortunately, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven Secret Zone intervened in time. Otherwise, I would have used the 5 divine elements power. Duan Ling Tian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the battle with the Soaring Celestial Emperor, the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor, and the Water Staff Celestial Emperor. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3347. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian was so close to revealing the power of the 5 divine elements to the titled celestial emperors. Once the 5 divine elements were exposed, Duan Ling Tian would become a rare treasure in the eyes of the titled celestial emperors. After all, there was no one who did not want the 5 divine elements. Even if the 5 divine elements were low-grade, they would be able to increase the chances of a titled celestial emperor who had comprehended the laws of the 5 divine elements to become a god. Becoming a god was the dream of every titled celestial emperor. In the Devata realms, only a handful of heavenly emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms managed to become gods. Based on this, many people, including the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, would go crazy if the 5 divine elements were exposed. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would become everyone's enemy in every Devata realm. Brother Ling Tian, where's Sister Kerr and Sister Fei are? Did you ascend with them? Little Gold asked curiously. Kerr? Fei? Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment before a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. They didn't ascend with me. In fact, they're not even in the Devata realms. They're not in the Devata realms? Little Gold frowned. That's impossible. Little Black, Little White, and I returned to the Saint Province realm. However, we didn't find you, Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, and Sister Fei in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Little Black and Little White also turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. They're in the Divine Offering Land, one of the realms of gods.
Duan Ling Tian replied in a low voice. Realms of gods? Divine Offering Land?
Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black frowned slightly.
They had more or less heard of the realms of gods, but they had never heard of the Divine Offering Land.
Even Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons, turned her attention to Duan Ling Tian. After all, even she had to look up to the plane of gods. Brother Ling Tian, why are Sister Kerr and Sister Fei in a realm of gods? Little White asked doubtfully. Little White, Little Gold, and Little Black had left the mundane realm before Yun Qing Yen brought Kerr, Li Fei, and the others to the Divine Offering Land. Because of this, they did not know what happened later. Faced with Little White's doubts, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and explained everything in detail. After so many years, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were still burning with rage when he mentioned the past buried in the depths of his heart. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly because of his anger. The Yun family of the world of divine remains? Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons, could not help but gasp when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Senior, do you know about the Yun family of the world of divine remains? At the same time, Little Gold asked Ji Ningyun in confusion. Flames of anger burned in the depths of her eyes. She did not expect Sister Ku Sister Fei and her little nephew and niece would be forcefully taken to the Divine Offering Land by someone called Yun Qing Yen. If possible, she would have helped Ling Tian to save Sister Kerr, Sister Fei and the others from the Divine Offering Land. I know a little, Ji Ningyun said solemnly. The Yun family is considered a big family in the Divine Offering Land. Not only that, but they're also very powerful. Any elder in the Yun family is a god with extraordinary strength. Even an ordinary servant in the Yun clan or a young disciple with outstanding innate talent is a titled celestial emperor. Moreover, they're not ordinary titled celestial emperors. Although they didn't go to the title temple to obtain a title, they're stronger than most titled celestial emperors. Ji Ningyun said. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of Ji Ningyun's words. After all, Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, by a servant of the Yun family. As it turns out, the person who forced Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell was from the Yun family of the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, it was because of you. Ji Ningyun sighed as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect Senior Feng Qingyang would be implicated as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. However, I didn't expect you to be Feng Qingyang's successor in the mundane realm. As far as I know, he doesn't have any formal disciples. He doesn't even have half a formal disciple like you. Ji Ningyun looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. Why didn't you go to the solitary destructive heaven to look for him? I only learned about Senior Feng Qingyang's safe return from the Azura Hell and regained his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, at that time, I thought I was only his successor in the mundane realms. Perhaps, he had other successors in the Devata realms and other mundane realms as well. Therefore, I thought I might be rejected if I went there recklessly. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. Shut the door? You're thinking too much. Ji Ningyun shook her head and said, Feng Qingyang is arrogant and aloof in front of those he's not close to. However, he's very kind to those he's close to. Back then, he had a battle with the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, and they became good friends. Later on, when the patriarch came to him for help, he agreed to help without any hesitation. Ji Ningyun looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, based on his character, he'll definitely acknowledge you as his successor. Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor? Lian Qiu, who was standing at the side, was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was already his future son-in-law. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have such a close relationship with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, he felt his daughter had found a treasure. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was like a god to Lien Qiu, a disciple from the heavenly sword mountain. In fact, most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven regarded Feng Qingyang as a god. Unfortunately, even senior Meng Chuan can't contact him. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Meng Chuan? No wonder I thought the person fighting the palace master of the heavenly pool palace looked familiar. As it turns out, he's Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor under Feng Qingyang. He's the younger brother of the heavenly savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. Realization dawned on Ji Ningyun as she asked, since Meng Chuan can help you, why didn't you ask the other titled Celestial Emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? If there were enough titled Celestial Emperors, you wouldn't have to fight the heavenly pool palace. You could have killed your way out before the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven appeared. Ji Ningyun could not help but feel puzzled when she finished speaking. Based on Senior Meng Chuan's words, he can't contact Senior Feng Qingyang or his elder brother. It seems like he's not sure how important I am to Senior Feng Qingyang. That's why he can't ask the other titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Duan Ling Tian explained Meng Chuan's purpose in coming here today was to keep you Feng Yu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, busy. I see. Ji Ningyun nodded. Brother Ling Tian, there are still more than 700 years before the passage between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opens. With our current strength, we might be able to kill our way into the world of divine offering and rescue Big Sister Ku-er and Big Sister Fei-er after 700 years. Little White comforted Duan Ling Tian. Although Blackie did not say anything, his eyes flashed coldly when Xiaobai mentioned the divine offering land. A wave of killing intent rose in the air. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. I've already survived for more than 200 years. 700 years won't make much of a difference. I just hope they'll have a good life in the divine offering land. A hint of worry could be seen in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he spoke. Brother Ling Tian. Little Gold could see Duan Ling Tian's worry, so she changed the topic and asked with a smile. Tell us about Sister Huan-er. How did you meet her? This time, you've risked your life for her. In addition to deliberately changing the topic, Xiao Jin was also quite curious about this. Huan-er. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be in a daze as he said, we met 200 years ago. Then, he told Little Gold about how he met Huan-er. Lien Qiu smiled wryly as he said, it's all because of me. If I wasn't imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace, Xian-er wouldn't have come looking for me. Otherwise Huan-er wouldn't have been abandoned. It's fortunate she met you. It seems like Xian-er wasn't lying to me when she told me that she had sought the help of an elder in the Phantom Fox clan, who could foresee the heavenly secrets of her clan. Lien Qiu said. In Lien Qiu's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was Huan-er's savior. Senior Lien Qiu, I'll return to the Saint Province realm with you. Duan Ling Tian said to Lien Qiu. Then, he looked at Little Gold, and Little White before he asked. Do you three want to return to the Saint Province realm with us or return to the 10,000 Beasts heaven? Brother Ling Tian, we'll return with you. We'd like to meet Sister Huan-er as well, Little Gold said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little White and Little Black did not reply. Instead, they looked at Ji Ningyun. It's rare for all of you to reunite. Why don't you return to the Saint Province realm with us? I'd like to visit Little White and Little Black's hometown as well. Ji Ningyun smiled. Senior. Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered something. He looked at Ji Ningyun and asked solemnly. Senior Ji Yunyan is there. Will he be fine when the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven arrives? Although the dragons had a powerful background and were supported by a heavenly emperor, Duan Ling Tian was the Grand Elder of the boundless heaven. As the Grand Elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan had a high status among the dragons. If something happened to Ji Yunyan, the dragons would definitely stand up for him. However, the heavenly emperor who had left the dragons might not make a move. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3348. Ji Ningyun was taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Little White and Little Gold, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. Even Xiao He had a faint smile on his face. It was apparent the three little fellows were laughing because of Duan Ling Tian's question to Ji Ning Yun. What's wrong? This time, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn to be slightly puzzled. Was there a problem with his earlier question?
Brother Ling Tian,
Little Gold asked with a smile. Do you know there's a heavenly emperor among the dragons who's now a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm? I've heard of it. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
With this in mind, he was certain the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would not dare to offend the dragon clan. However, that did not mean the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would not dare to provoke the dragons, the grand elder of the dragons.
The relationship between the dragon clan and the heavenly emperor who left the dragon clan was naturally close. The latter would definitely not easily watch the dragon clan be bullied.
However, the great elder of the dragon clan, Ji Yunyan, and the heavenly emperor who left the dragon clan, might not care.
Then, do you know the relationship between the heavenly emperor and Ji Yunyan? Little Gold asked again. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and asked, is it possible that Elder Ji Yunyan is closely related to the heavenly emperor of the dragons? Elder Ji Yunyan is a direct descendant of the heavenly emperor. He's Senior Ji Yunyan's great-grandfather. Little Gold smiled and said, moreover, when Elder Ji Yunyan was very young, he was brought to his great-grandfather's heavenly palace and stayed there for 1,000 years. That's how he became what he is today. Even if Elder Ji Yunyan is not as strong as the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, do you think he would dare to provoke Senior Ji Yunyan?
In the circle of heavenly emperors, the relationship between Elder Ji Yunyan and the heavenly emperor is not a secret.
Xiao Jin finished in one breath. After hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. At the same time, he finally understood why the fourth elder of the dragons wasn't worried about her husband's safety at all. Apart from that, the first elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan, had a fearless expression on his face when he learned that the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor was coming. It turned out that the great elder of the dragons had such a backer. You worried for nothing, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was very grateful to the first elder of the dragons. Not only had he saved him, but he had also saved Senior Lian Qiu, Big Brother Pei Yuanji, and the others. Big Brother Pei Yuanji. Upon thinking about the others, Duan Ling Tian immediately contacted Pei Yuanji. We're planning to return to the Saint Province realm. Do you want to go with us to see Huan? Back when he was still in the Thousand Chains prison, he had already exchanged soul orbs with Pei Yuanji, so they could communicate directly. I'm not going. Pei Yuanji replied through voice transmission, since Du Xian has come out, I'll be able to answer to her. I'll continue on my path. I hope we'll meet again in the future. Pei Yuanji nodded. We will. After replying, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. Senior Meng Chuan, have you left? Earlier when they left with Pei Yuanji and the others, Duan Ling Tian saw the Jade Rainbow Immortal Emperor, Meng Chuan, still there. I just left. Meng Chuan replied through voice transmission. I don't want to stay there and be a punching bag. A punching bag? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. When the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven arrives, he won't be able to do anything to Ji Yunyan. At that time, I'm afraid he'll vent all his anger on me. Although he definitely won't dare to kill me, it won't be a problem for him to torture me. So, I'd better take advantage of the fact that that old man hasn't arrived yet and leave first. Meng Chuan smiled. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but fall silent. Indeed, Senior Meng Chuan's plan was very thorough. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you'd be able to get the Grand Elder of the Dragons to help you. If I knew he'd help you, I wouldn't have stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meng Chuan sighed. I didn't expect it either. Duan Ling Tian said, similarly, I didn't expect Ji Yunyan to come. Alright, I'll see you next time. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, I'll mention you to him. If he wants to see you, I'll bring you to the boundless heaven. Meng Chuan said, you'll still be in the boundless heaven, right? Communication celestial talismans could only be used to send messages within the same Devata realm. Even the best communication celestial talismans could only be used to send messages across different Devata realms. It was impossible to send messages across realms. I'll be in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, Senior Feng Qingyang's hometown. As for the boundless heaven, initially, Duanling Tian wanted to say that he would not return to the boundless heaven. However, when he thought about his teacher, Su Lang, his senior brothers, and senior sisters, especially his eldest senior sister who had protected him the first time they met, he could not help but hesitate. Would he really not return to the boundless heaven? Under normal circumstances, I won't return to the boundless heaven, Duanling Tian said. Which Devata realm do you plan to go to after leaving the mundane realm? If the Heavenly Emperor wishes to see you, I'll have to find a place to send you a message, right? The 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, or the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Duanling Tian replied. If you can't find me in those Devata realms, the mundane realms, or the Saint Province realm, you can look for me in the boundless heaven. Perhaps I'll return to the boundless heaven, Duanling Tian added. The mundane realms, the Saint Province realm, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Boundless Heaven. All right, I'll remember that, Meng Chuan replied. Duanling Tian was about to send a message to Su Lang when he remembered he had given Su Lang's soul pearl to someone else before he was sent to the Thousand Chains prison. It seems like I can only contact second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior brother. When Duanling Tian thought about his senior brothers and senior sisters who probably did not know the ins and outs of the matter, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he felt slightly guilty. Although he did not intend to use them, even if the Heavenly Pool Palace did not punish them for leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace, they would still be looked down upon by the other Heavenly Pool Palace disciples in the future. After all, there was a traitor among them. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, and his third senior sister, Hu Mei. He was the most familiar with both of them. Third senior sister, please apologize to teacher on my behalf when you see him. Sixth senior brother, please apologize to teacher and eldest senior sister on my behalf when you see them. Whether it was Hu Mei or Hong Fei, they were confused when they received Duanling Tian's voice transmission. Little junior brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hu Mei was confused. Little junior brother, what's going on? Hong Fei was confused as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about the prisoners escaping from the Thousand Chains prison, right? Duanling Tian asked through the voice transmission. It had been a while since the incident had happened. Only the 9 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were chasing after them. The others must have spread the news. I just heard. It seems that a genius disciple released all the prisoners. Hu Mei replied. Yes, I heard about it. Moreover, someone said that you were the one who released the prisoners. I refuted them. Our eldest senior sister is one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Little junior brother, you didn't do it, right? Hong Fei did not seem to care at first. However, when he thought about what Duanling Tian had said earlier, he wondered if he should apologize to their teacher and eldest senior sister. With this thought in mind, Hong Fei hesitated for a moment before he asked. It's me. Duanling Tian replied. Hong Fei fell silent. Meanwhile, Hu Mei also fell silent when she received Duanling Tian's voice transmission. Why? Hu Mei asked. At the same time, her voice became cold and solemn. After listening to Duanling Tian's explanation, Hu Mei fell silent again. After a while she finally said, Little junior brother, I understand. Third senior sisters, all of you will forever be my senior brothers and senior sisters. In the future, if there's anything that I, Duanling Tian, can help with, I'll definitely do my best to help. Duanling Tian was naturally moved when he heard Hu Mei's words. You'll always be third senior sister's little junior brother. Forever. Hu Mei said, moreover, I know eldest senior sister's character very well. Since she tried so hard to get you to leave, I'm sure she's just being polite. If she really wanted you to stay, why would she help you? Hu Mei chimed in. I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. Little junior brother, what's going on? Why did you release those prisoners? Hong Fei asked when he regained his senses. Sixth senior brother, I've already told third senior sister the ins and outs of the matter. If you want to know, Just ask her directly.
Now, I'll be leaving the boundless heaven.
Don't forget what I told you to do.
As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he left the boundless heaven with the three little fellows, Lian Qiu and Jining Yun, and made their way to the Saint Province realm. The last time he returned to the Saint Province realm, he had returned with Huan Er. However, this time, he returned with the three little fellows. This made Duanling Tian feel very different.
Huan Er.
Duanling Tian immediately brought everyone back to his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Huan Er was waiting for him in the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Brother Ling Tian.
Huan Er looked like a peerless beauty who had walked out of a painting as she threw herself into Duanling Tian's arms like a gust of wind. The three little fellows and Ji Ningyun's eyes lit up when they saw Huan Er. Before this, they could not believe such a peerless beauty existed in this world.
Chapter 3349.
Although Huan Er did not follow Duanling Tian to save Lian Qiu and his wife, she still felt a great deal of pressure in her heart. In fact, she had been keeping an eye on Duanling Tian's soul pearl. If anything happened to brother Ling Tian while he was trying to save her parents, she would die with him. This was the promise she made when Duanling Tian forced her to stay in the mundane realm. This was her bottom line. Now that she saw Ling Tian had returned safely, it was only natural that she was happy. She even forgot about her father, Lian Qiu. Lian Qiu stood at the side and looked at the woman who was hugging Duanling Tian with a dazed expression on his face.
Shen Er, do you see this?
At this moment, a snow-white phantom fox had appeared in Lian Qiu's arms. The phantom fox's injuries had healed a lot. In fact, it was already able to open its eyes with great effort. When it saw Huan Er hugging the purple-clad young man, its eyes shone with excitement. Huan Er seemed to have sensed the phantom fox's gaze. She left Duanling Tian's arms and walked up to Lian Qiu. She nodded at Lian Qiu, but she did not address him as father. She looked at the phantom fox in Lian Qiu's arms.
Huan, is that you? My daughter, is that you?
A series of voice transmissions rang in Huan Er's ears. To her, this voice was heavenly. Moreover, it had been more than 200 years since she last heard this voice.
Mother, it's me, Huan Er replied.
At the same time, her white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. A gigantic phantom fox the size of a small mountain appeared behind her. It looked noble and holy. When the white fox appeared, whether it was Ji Ningyun, Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold, they all clearly sensed the pressure from the depths of their souls. It felt as though the phantom fox was a celestial beast that was more powerful and noble than their true forms. In other words, it was no longer a celestial beast. After all, their true forms were already top immortal beasts among top immortal beasts. This is, Ji Ningyun narrowed her eyes when she saw the white fox's silhouette. She was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, "1,000 phantoms ice fox." 1,000 phantoms ice fox? Upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold finally regained their senses. They looked at Huan Er in shock. At the same time, they finally understood why the silhouette behind Huan Er exerted such pressure on them. It turned out to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Whether it was the Wanshou Heaven's Dragons or the Wanshou Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge, they were both heaven-grade forces with the longest legacies in the Wanshou Heaven. They had deep foundations and strong foundations that other heaven-grade forces like the Boundless Heaven's Heavenpool Palace and the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heaven Sword Ridge could not compare to. Because of this, the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge would impart to them some common knowledge about demon beasts to them when they were not cultivating. This included some divine beasts that had appeared in the history of the Devata realms. For example, there was a 10-clawed divine dragon among the dragons. A 10-clawed divine dragon would appear once every 100,000 years. The 10-clawed divine dragon was a 10-clawed divine dragon. The heavenly emperor of a Devata realm was a 10-clawed divine dragon. He was the only 10-clawed divine dragon in the history of the dragons in the Wanshou Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge. There were also divine beasts in the Blood Moon Ridge. However, unlike the 10-clawed divine dragon that appeared once every 100,000 years, the appearance of a divine beast in the Blood Moon Ridge depended on luck. Over a long period of time, only one divine beast would appear every several 100,000 years.
Sometimes, 2 or more divine beasts would appear in the Blood Moon Ridge. In the history of the Blood Moon Ridge, the most famous divine beast was the 9 Depths God-slaying mouse. The current Lord of Blood Moon Ridge was a direct descendant of the 9 Depths God-slaying mouse. Currently, many powerhouses in the Blood Moon Ridge were rat-type celestial beasts. For example, the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge and the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge were rat-type celestial beasts. Due to this reason, Little Gold, who had obtained the legacy blood pool from Blood Moon Ridge in the mundane realm, had undergone an extraordinary transformation and was now a top-tier celestial beast, was treated very well in Blood Moon Ridge. Moreover, the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his own granddaughter. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox is a divine beast that appears once every 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't expect to see 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in my lifetime. Ji Ning-yun sighed emotionally. Then she turned to look at Little Black and Little White as she thought to herself, in the history of the Devata realms, the Dragon Clan's 10-clawed divine dragon only appears once every 100,000 years, but the Phantom Fox clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox might not appear. However, if 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appears once every 1,000,000 years, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear as well. It seems like a 10-clawed divine dragon will appear soon. Little Black and Little White have the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. Who will it be? Ji Ning-yun was very curious about this matter. The high-ranking dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven had met more than once. They all agreed that Little Black or Little White had the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. Both of them had the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. You're Huan-er, right? Let me treat your mother, Ji Ning-yun said with a faint smile as she walked up to Huan-er. Huan-er looked at Duan Ling-tian for the first time after hearing Ji Ning-yun's words. When she saw Duan Ling-tian nodding, she nodded at Ji Ning-yun and stepped aside. You have a good daughter. Ji Ning-yun nodded at Lian Qiu and the white fox in his arms. She narrowed her eyes and a white holy energy shot out from her body. It was like holy light that enveloped the white fox in Lian Qiu's arms. In the next moment, the white fox's external injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've long heard that the law of light is even better than the law of wood when it comes to healing injuries. It seems like the rumors are true. Duan Ling-tian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In just half an hour, Ji Ning-yun had healed the white fox's external injuries. She had also healed most of its internal injuries. When Ji Ning-yun retracted her hand, sweat could be seen dripping down her forehead.
However, as soon as she withdrew her hand, the sweat evaporated.
Swoosh! At the same time, the white fox in Lian Qiu's arms disappeared. It was replaced by a woman in a white dress who resembled Huan-er. Thank you, Fourth Elder. The woman was none other than Du Xian. As soon as she appeared, she thanked Ji Ning-yun. Although she was severely injured, she could not communicate with the outside world. She was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. Although she was in Lian Qiu's little world, she was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. All right. Ji Ning-yun nodded at Du Xian. Mother. When she saw that Du Xian had transformed into a human and looked exactly the same as when she left, she was very excited. She quickly rushed forward and hugged Du Xian. You've grown up. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. When I left, I was worried that something might have happened to you. However, I had no choice but to leave because I didn't want to see your father one last time. I was selfish. Please don't blame me, all right? Upon seeing the family reunited, Duan Ling-tian and Ji Ning-yun exchanged a look before they left with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Duan Ling-tian, what do you plan to do next? Ji Ning-yun asked Duan Ling-tian. Not yet. Duan Ling-tian shook his head. Then his eyes glinted. However, I'll try my best to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible. Only after he became a celestial emperor would he be able to fuse profundities from the law of space. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying a supreme powerhouse's divinity was, he would not be able to fuse profundities from the law of space. If you don't have any plans, you can come to the dragons, Ji Ning-yun said with a smile.
Then, she glanced at Little Black and Little White who were standing at the side and said, I'm sure these two little fellows want you to come with us to the dragons as well.
As soon as Ji Ning-yun finished speaking, Little Black and Little White turned to look at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Just as Ji Ning Yun had said, Duan Lingtian's words were true. If it was possible, they naturally hoped that Lingtian would come with them to the dragons. Brother Lingtian, come with us. We'll cultivate together.
When the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the Divine Offering land opens in 700 years, we'll go and rescue Sister Kerr and Sister Fei Er.
Little White said to Duan Lingtian, Brother Lingtian, if you don't want to go to the dragons, you can come to the Blood Moon Ridge. After all, the Blood Moon Ridge isn't inferior to the dragons. Little Gold giggled. Senior, I appreciate your kindness. However, at this moment, I already have a plan for what to do next. Duan Lingtian was clearly rejecting Ji Ning Yun's offer. What's your plan? Ji Ning Yun asked curiously. What was his plan that was better than joining the dragons? One had to know that there were countless people who wanted to join the dragon clan. However, this young man did not seem to care about joining the dragons at all.
However, when she thought about how this young man was stronger than Little White and Little Black even though he was not even 300 years old, she was not surprised. Indeed, this young man had the confidence to do so. Moreover, this young man seemed to be the direct successor of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven.
Purgatory. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly at this moment. Chapter 3350. The Purgatory? Ji Ning Yun's eyes widened. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would want to go to such a place. The Purgatory would not appear at any time. The Purgatory would only appear when the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods were forcefully sealed. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and each time it appeared, it would last for 1,000 years. This time, the Purgatory had appeared more than 200 years ago. It was said that every 10,000 years, the realms of gods would collide with each other and seal the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods. At the same time, the realms of gods would collide and form a realm battlefield. It was a place where people from the realms of gods would most likely die if they entered. The entrance to the realm battlefield was located in the realms of gods. Unless people from the Devata realms had a way to travel to the realms of gods, they would not be able to enter the realm battlefield. Legend had it that the collisions between the realms of gods and the appearance of the realm battlefield were the handiwork of supreme powerhouses. The various fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield were also left behind by supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses who stood at the peak of heaven and earth usually took pleasure in the realm battlefield. When the realm battlefield appeared in the realms of gods, two similar realm battlefields appeared in the Devata realms as well. They were the Purgatory battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was open to celestial lords and below celestial emperors. There were all kinds of fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. One could either obtain fortuitous encounters or exchange military merits for a chance to enter a secret realm. If one had sufficient military merits, one could obtain a chance to enter a secret realm. As for the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was a battlefield for celestial emperors. Many titled celestial emperors would enter the Nine Serenities battlefield to temper themselves and obtain outstanding military merits to become famous in the Devata realms. There were not many titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, but there were still quite a number of them. However, if a titled celestial emperor wanted to spread his presence in the Devata realms, the Nine Serenities battlefield was undoubtedly the best way to do so. Regardless of whether one entered the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, obtaining a certain amount of military merits could even allow one to obtain a military rank. Military ranks were awarded according to the upper limit of military merits, and not according to the military merits in hand. As long as one had obtained a certain military rank, even if one had used up all of it, the military rank that was originally obtained would still be added to the military merits of the military rank. People with high military ranks even had the opportunity to enter a secret realm every once in a while. That was a gift from the battlefield. Whether it's the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, the mastermind is a supreme powerhouse. In the eyes of a supreme powerhouse, whether it's the Purgatory battlefield, the Nine Serenities battlefield, or the realm battlefield in the realms of gods, it's just a game they play when they're bored. This was what the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Ling Tian. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "The 3 battlefields are all planned by a group of supreme powerhouses. To them, the things they leave behind in the battlefields are treasures to ordinary people. However, to them, the things they leave behind are no different from trash. They use trash to attract a group of people to enter the battlefields. That's how they enjoy it. As for those extremely powerful experts, due to boredom, they would often gather together and use the people who entered the battlefield as the stakes for their bets." When Duan Ling Tian first heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was slightly disgusted. After all, he did not like the feeling of being treated like a pawn or a puppet. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Perhaps, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he would also play this game out of boredom. At that time, whether it was celestials or gods, they would be nothing in their eyes. In fact, in the 3 battlefields, they would only be their toys. If you don't want to be treated like a pawn and be treated like a puppet, you'll have to reach that height yourself. The world-cleansing divine water's words were, without a doubt, a form of motivation for Duan Ling Tian. Heaven and earth were merciless and treated all living beings like dogs. However, when one was above heaven and earth, there was no need for one to follow the rules of heaven and earth. Similarly, if one did not want to be treated like a pawn or a toy, one would have to reach the same height as the supreme powerhouses. "Do you really plan to enter the purgatory battlefield?" Ji Ning Yun said solemnly. Although there are many fortuitous encounters for celestial lords in the purgatory battlefield, those fortuitous encounters are much better than staying in a heaven-grade force or even a heavenly emperor's force. However, there are many benefits, and at the same time, the risks are also commensurate. There's only one way to obtain merit points in the purgatory battlefield, and that's to kill your opponent and obtain their merit points. Although you're strong and can even injure a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace, I'm sure you won't be able to use that technique every single time. Moreover, there are many titled celestial lords who are comparable to celestial emperors who have died in the purgatory battlefield. After all, there are many titled celestial lords in the purgatory battlefield who form small groups to hunt and kill the stronger titled celestial lords. If it's possible, even if you don't want to join the dragons, I hope you can join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang returns, he'll definitely nurture you as his successor. That way, you'll be able to improve your strength in a short time. Clearly, Ji Ning Yun was trying to persuade Duan Ling Tian. "Senior, you don't have to persuade me." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I've made up my mind." The purgatory battlefield. Even Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. They knew about the purgatory battlefield, but they had never thought of entering it since it was filled with dangers. Many titled celestial lords who were comparable to titled celestial emperors had died in there. Although you have the 2 Ning dragons, they're celestial emperors. Even if you hide them in your little world, you won't be able to bring them into the purgatory battlefield. The rules set by the supreme powerhouses won't allow them to enter the purgatory battlefield. Ji Ning Yun continued to say, "I don't plan to bring them into the purgatory battlefield." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. He had heard about this from the world-cleansing divine water. Even if the 2 Ning dragons and other celestial emperors were hidden in his little world, he would not be able to bring them into the purgatory battlefield. However, according to the world-cleansing divine water, it was possible to bring the 5 divine elements into the purgatory battlefield. Moreover, one could freely use the 5 divine elements' power. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of the purgatory battlefield at all. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you," Little Gold said earnestly to Duan Ling Tian since she knew how dangerous the purgatory battlefield was. At this moment, her usual playfulness was nowhere to be seen. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you as well." Little White chimed in. "I'll go with Brother Ling Tian as well." Little Black chimed in as well. "Don't the 3 of you know how dangerous the purgatory battlefield is? Why are you joining in the fun?" Ji Ning Yun retorted. At this moment, she regretted letting Little White and Little Black out. If she had known the person they were looking for was a madman who wanted to enter the purgatory battlefield, she would not have allowed them to look for him. In the history of the dragons, Many nine-clawed divine dragons who were titled celestial lords had perished in the purgatory battlefield. 2 of her childhood friends were among the nine-clawed divine dragons. Those 2 childhood friends were a pair of lovers, but in the end, they both died in the purgatory battlefield. Because of this, she was very repulsed by the purgatory battlefield. Not only had she never entered it, but she also didn't want Little White and Little Black to enter it. Both Little White and Little Black were the future hope of the Dragon Clan. After all, they had the potential to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons.
However, Ji Ningyun knew the tempers of these 2 little fellows very well.
If she forcefully stopped them, it would only make them more sensitive. For this reason, she looked at Duanling Tian and said through voice transmission, "Duanling Tian, I really don't think you should enter the purgatory battlefield unless you have the strength to defeat a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace. Otherwise, even if you're strong, it'll be difficult for you to come out alive. In the past, I had 2 childhood friends who were a couple. When they joined forces, their strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Even then, they still died in the purgatory battlefield. The purgatory battlefield is not only dangerous for titled celestial lords, but it's also dangerous to enter the secret realms that contain fortuitous encounters. If you insist on entering the purgatory battlefield, please help me persuade these 3 little fellows." Although Little Gold isn't a member of the dragons, she's still a treasure of the Blood Moon Ridge. If she follows you to the purgatory battlefield, my old man and I won't be able to explain ourselves to the Blood Moon Ridge. As for Little Black and Little White, they're the most likely to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. We can't afford to lose them. Ji Ningyun said. "Senior, the purgatory battlefield is a fortuitous encounter for me. It's also a fortuitous encounter for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold," Duanling Tian said to Ji Ningyun. It was not convenient for him to explain the strength of the 5 divine elements since he could not use the same strength to defeat Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace. However, if Little Black and the others wanted to enter the purgatory battlefield, he would not stop them. "I'm begging you. What do you think?" Ji Ningyun said, "This time, it's my old man who saved you. Just treat it as returning the favor. What do you think?" Duanling Tian felt pressured when he heard Ji Ningyun's words through voice transmission.
He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, if you insist, what else can I say?"
"Don't worry. Leave it to me to persuade them." Duanling Tian did not expect Ji Ningyun would bring up the matter of Ji Yunyan saving his life. Since the other party had said so, what else could he do? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.